And those governors include El Rufai, and El Rufai is carrying it on his head. Let him sue me if he wants to. Now, what is the matter here? That people like El Rufai want to buy elections. Okay?
You don't have any evidence to that, Prof.
I have evidence. That is why he has been frothing from studio to studio. The president said in his own words that he wants to stop them from buying elections. And that is why all of a sudden, El Rufai has joined opposition with Yahya Bello and with Masari and Ganduje, who was caught trousering dollars, don't forget. And I will keep saying it on this program until you ban me from coming here. And now you are trying to tell me that we are not supposed to discuss this as Nigerians because these are not political issues. And they want to pay. Now, governors want to, first of all, impoverish people, take money, extort it, and when it comes to elections, they use the same money they should have used to advance people's interests to buy elections. And they say we should all line up behind that. El Rufai has never obeyed one court order. And today, he is the person who is going to Supreme Court. This is the man who chased away a judge from his residence and was celebrating it in his memoirs. This is the man who bribed, and I'm quoting him in his own memoirs. He bribed the former chief judge of the Federal High Court, Justice Gumi. I am naming names. Stop me from coming to this program because we've got to stop this nonsense. He said he bribed Justice Gumi, who was an old boy of Barawa like himself, so that nobody would sue him while he was minister of the FCT. He said it in his own memoirs. And today he's going to the Supreme Court. And you don't want us to discuss these issues? Where is his record of defending the rule of law? This hypocrisy has got to stop. And on this matter, there are no good manners. I'm not going to come to your program on this particular matter and show good manners because these guys are acting.
Holder to take during campaign to use. A member of the House of Representatives is expected by law to have not more than 70 million naira to conduct his elections and whatever, logistics and other things. 70 million naira cash by law. Yes. A presidential candidate, for instance, needs to have how much? About 5 billion or 1 billion. 1 billion for presidential candidates. At least the law has provided for us the amount of money we need to oversee our election process. You need to pay your agents in the villages where you don't have ATM machines, in the villages where you don't have POS, in the villages where absolutely you don't have this new naira. So this is money that I require, that the law has permitted me to have 70 million naira as logistics for my election funding. I need to have this 70 million naira in hard copy. Yes. I don't have it.
That's the law.
That is the position of the law. Is that not so? And I speak, and as I speak to you, I don't have it. Which means if this policy continues this way, if the central bank fails to make available this amount of this money we need to fund our elections, definitely every candidate, no matter what party he belongs to, will be put at disadvantage. And don't forget the point I made as a partisan member, that the policy in itself is a policy that is apparently against the ruling APC, because Nigerians that are not happy will look at it as a policy of the government of the APC. This has placed us at disadvantage already. I cannot speak as a person here. I'm seated here in the capacity of being the chairman.
Huh? No vote for Anarchy. Vote and die.
No, we don't know. And the people, don't they say We need them. We give them 3 days. We did that. We put a high place. We did that. We put a high place.
Federal government. Look. I never federal government. No man can no election. And you give the 7 days. What on there?
Yes. You can see it yourself. See it yourself now. See it yourself. You can see it yourself now. You can see the invisible man. The invisible man, the very motor is riding himself. You don't see, sir? This is his no driver.
Mun san muhimmancin da mutuncin wato ɗan siyasa. Shi sa yanzu idan ka dubi abubuwan da suke faruwa sai ka je kamar kayi kuka. Ka dubi mutum ya yi takara bai ci ba. Aka zo aka yi haɗin gwiwa ya ci zaɓe. Ya shekara 4 ya sake cin zaɓe. Yanzu zai fita ba abin da ake yi illa jam'iyyar ta zaɓe shi ya lalata ta. Saboda Allah yanzu mutum ya zama habu na habu. Kai ka tara kayanka, kai ka wa kayanka. Lokacin zaɓe ya zo an auna a kawo wannan doka. Saboda Allah wannan doka me ma'anarta ko menene an yi ta bayan zaɓe ko me yasa ba yi ta ba shekara 7 da rabi. Ai duk ɗan siyasa sai ya je shin me amfanin wannan gwamnan central bank bai san hawa ba bai san sauka ba ɗan siyasa ba kowa ba. Yanzu mutum yana shugaba yana ganin banki na cin wuta. Saboda Allah in ba dan dimokuraɗiyya ta lalace ba haka ta yiwu. Mu wannan ba shi da amsa kwata-kwata kuma dimokuraɗiyya ba ta gaji wannan ba. Saboda haka mu daga cikin muka je.
This policy was announced. We know how they went after Mr. Emefiele with the DSS and terrorism charges. Now they've forgotten about that. Secondly, now, we know how they went to the president. The day they got an extension, they were happy. The president said, give me 7 further days. They said, no, they went to court. We know how they continue with rejoinders on this case, just to be able to extend the case. Now we are at this point. The president gave a directive. A governor of his state countered the directive of his sovereign. What level of lawlessness are we getting into? But the president came back and minuted on something. And you, a governor, gave a counter speech. This was the same governor that didn't give a counter speech when Greenfield student died. He didn't give press conferences. This same governor in his speech also assumed the position of responsibility of the CBN governor by dictating what monetary policy should be. And let me even challenge his logic further. 98% of Nigerians over 500,000 are in their account. If truly the CBN governor has printed 400 billion like he said, so where is the money? Is it not the same politicians that are hoarding it? This same Mr. Rufai has prevailed over the highest level of hardship on the people of Kaduna State. Haji, he has sacked close to 60,000 people.
Lastly, concerning the 2023 election, as a renowned man of God, the members of the public want to hear what you have to say, a voice of hope, and at least to tell them something to give them.
2023 election is an opportunity to change the situation of this country. 2023 election is the opportunity to move away and depart from the evils, the wickedness, the darkness that bedeviled our nation for the last 7 to 8 years. 2023 election is an opportunity to choose whether we want banditry to continue, kidnapping to continue, whether we want terrorism to continue, underdevelopment to continue, massive corruption to continue, nepotism, planistic operations, regionalism, and all these kind of things to continue, or whether we want a complete total departure. When we see the candidates that are presented for presidential election, it is very, very clear. We are having choices between people that have the issues that we know and people that have records that are clean and untainted. It is a choice to make, and it is very, very clear. It is the choice between corruption and incorruption. It is the choice between light and darkness. It is the choice between progress and retrogression. It is the choice between the old order and a new order. If we choose the old order, the old way of doing things, if we choose expired, retired people who should be resting and choose them back, it means we are ready to continue in the adversity and the calamity. But if we choose people with proven results, proven credibility, proven integrity, if we choose people with proven track records, with a heart for the people that emerge right now, then we have the opportunity to change things. So I want everybody to rise. Ensure you get your PVCs. I'm sure, I hope I'm not advising that too late. Ensure you inform all your brothers, sisters, to the grassroots in the village. Tell them who to vote. Tell them how to vote. Show them the logos to vote for a change in our nation in this season. And by the mercy of God, I believe that change is here.
Thank you very much.
City, especially the markets, where trades are carried out. Residents aren't complying with the governor's directive.
It's not CBN, it's not president. President said they should collect 200, and people are collecting it. Rufai said they should collect 500 and 1,000. Nobody is collecting it. So he don't have rights. It's only he has right only in Kaduna State, not federal. So we can only obey the president.
It's a very unfortunate advice to give to the citizen, because the president cannot issue an order, then a governor counter it. Rufai may be very intelligent, he may be a very wonderful, fantastic governor to some extent, but in some areas it's wrong. In this particular one, it's very wrong. Rufai, you are very wrong. So you need to advise your people to follow the president's lead, and let's build a stronger policy together.
When you go to the market or elsewhere to use it, they refuse to collect it, despite what Rufai has said. So Rufai is there saying what he likes, while in the market where I'm in, something else is happening. So it's like, let him be saying what he likes. We will do what we like here.
Governor Buhari is charged now. Now the all over. How councillor you go attend there, you go talk about the way governor talk. If governor talk, now the overall. Between Buhari and Rufai, between councillor and governor.
All right. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. It's Saturday, February the 18th, 2023. And we're coming to you live from New York City. And we want to welcome our people here. Echo, welcome to the show.
Thank you, sir.
Janaba, welcome to the show.
Thank you, man.
Naija Gobeta, welcome to the show. Janaba, you saw the video I played for you. You are a man of God. I just played that for you because I know you were in the studio, and I said, let me bring you a man of God to come and say something and get your reaction later on. All right, so what we're going to do now is I'll go around those who are in the studio to tell me what stories they are watching, and then we will start with our first topic. Today we do something a little bit different. I mean, it's something I've been trying to do, but what we're going to do is when we start the topics, I just want to announce it so that people don't get confused what was going on. That will happen last time. When we start a topic, we let everybody comment on a particular topic, and then we get the people out and then get new people to comment so that we don't have a situation where people feel that the same people stay in the studio and other people are not allowed in. So after one topic, you can come back and comment on the next topic so that we give as many people as possible opportunities to air their view. So I hope it's easy for people to understand so that people don't feel there is something going on. There's nothing going on. We just want to make it more democratic, get more people involved in the conversation. And of course, tomorrow, for those who are watching, we have a presidential debate that will start at 12 tomorrow. This is the promo.
Iroko Post Media Group Inc., in association with Iroko Post TV, invites you to the definitive debate of the 2023 presidential election season. Non-partisan Nigerian journalists Sonala Olumense Okendebe, Farouk Berogi, and Rudolph Okonkwo, with nearly 200 years of combined experience in the profession, are pleased to invite you to the definitive presidential debate of 2023. Date: Sunday, February 19, 2023 at 6 p.m. Nigerian time, noon in New York, 7 p.m. in South Africa, 4 a.m. in Australia. The program will be televised in and outside Nigeria and carried live on all social media platforms. Here are the presidential candidates invited. All Progressives Congress Party's Bola Tinubu, People's Democratic Party's Atiku Abubakar, Labour Party's Peter Obi, New Nigeria People's Party's Rabiu Kwankwaso, Social Democratic Party's Adewale Adebayo, Action Alliance's Hamza Al-Mustafa, African Action Congress's Omoyele Sowore, African Democratic Congress's Dumebi Kachiku, and People's Redemption Party's Kola Abiola. Media partners for the debate include The Cable, Premium Times, Sahara Reporters, People's Gazette, Classic FM Radio, Ikenga Online, Authority Newspaper, Neptune Prime, Enugu Metro, Sandiata Post, Urban FM Enugu, Abuja FM, The Beat FM, Nigeria FM, Lagos Talks, Blueprint Newspaper, Roots TV. Several TV stations and social media platforms will televise the debate. Please join us.
All right. So let's go around and see what stories you're looking at and make sure there are no big stories that we're missing for today in our lineup. Echo, welcome to the show.
Thank you, sir.
What are you looking at?
What caught my eye is Rufai counter giving order to what the president has said, and that really make it interesting because it's like a councillor counteracting what a governor of a state has put as law and order. And for us to really get to this stage of impunity in our country, where rule of law are not being obeyed, and people who have not stood by the rule of law before are now crying foul. And to even talk, when I was like saying people have CBN in their houses, it was like a joke. But now it is obvious that the main CBN is somewhere else, and all the senators, the governors, and the councillors themselves, they have built their own private CBN up and down, that they have stacked the money they were supposed to use to pay workers, the money they were supposed to pay retired mothers and fathers, money they were supposed to put into hospital to take care of people who are stuck in the hospital, money they were supposed to bring out during when ASU was on strike to say, federal government, we have this money, let's combine together so that ASU issue can be resolved and our children go back to school. Now, we are seeing it. Everybody are blaming Buhari, but Buhari being who he is, he didn't want to go down alone. They had to come up with this policy to expose all the people that put Nigeria in the pain we are today. And we are now seeing. So when Parara used to say, do not be blaming president, blame your councillor, blame your state governor, blame your House of Reps. It doesn't make sense to Nigeria then. But now, I think it's making more sense to us now. So instead of pointing finger into our presidency, henceforth, we should begin to hold our state governor accountable, our House of Reps accountable,
Okay, Echo, thank you.
Accountable, and every person we are nominated into office because they are our pay.
Echo, thank you. We try to limit everybody to 2 minutes, no matter the comments. At this point, we are just trying to talk about stories, not commentary, not this giving details of conversations. Okay, Jonaba, what are you watching?
Before I go for that, good morning, everybody. Tell my brother, have we paid the guy that he collected the tithe for, the one that took him to In the clip you show, he didn't say who to vote for. He's been political. He's a man of God. He have a right to say vote this person. They're not going to hold him accountable. And Nigeria is what it is. And people like him is blaming, talking about nepotism and all the thing he's talking about. His own village, they don't even have even his father house is very close to the road there in Orokam. He doesn't have anything. He has all the money. So talk is cheap. Anybody can blame anybody. He look nice in the suit though.
All right. So, Jonathan, what story are you looking at? What story is?
It's a shame what is going on. The whole bank being attacked. The street chaos on the street in Nigeria, and people are going through so much. They give up the old money, and now there's no even old and new money in their hand again. And higher percentage of Nigerians don't accept like electronic payment through the ATM. So it is what it is. A hard time, and I hope they all endure it for the next few days or week, and then we'll see what will become.
All right, thank you. Niger Go Better, what are you watching? Welcome to the show.
Yeah, good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Quite a lot of headlines, so I'm not sure which one to pick from, but I think the most important one will be the Naira swap, the Rufai challenging Buhari. I think as a Nigerian, I see that like many angles. First, the state governor is challenging the president. I think it's a welcoming development, whether they are playing politics or not, because it's like this. Buhari is challenging Supreme Court. Governor also challenging him. This is not the first time. I think we saw more of that during Obasanjo and Tinubu era. Then those days, they always have conflicts, issue of local government and the likes. But I think this one looks more like a serious affront, the way Rufai delivered this message. But however, generally, the issue of this money swap or money change, money redesign, it's a very good policy. I personally like it, but I have some issues with it in the sense that it's not well executed. Why is it that lower denominations like 50 naira, 100 naira that politicians will not stash? Why is it that they cannot increase that one in circulation? So that a common man that is traveling, maybe it's moving from Ojota to, let's say, Aja, will be able to enter public transport and pay money and be able to eat food and be able to move on. I think that's the way they kind of execute it very badly. And for the APC people that are crying around, I laugh at them. While growing up, there's this common analogy or adage that they normally say then that it's just like a mother that has a child that steals from neighborhood. But anytime the boy go out, steals, the mom will welcome the boy and is going to benefit from some of those loots as well. And whenever neighbors start shouting, you say, hey, you're just castigating my child. My child doesn't do that. But the boy grow up, and at the end of the day, the retirement savings of the mother, the boy steal it the other day and steal the money and go and keep it outside. So if you look at that analogy, now what Nigerians have experienced, the lawlessness, the president not obey court orders and the likes, not listening to advice, not listening to people crying. I think APC also, they are having their fair share right now. So let's enjoy the show. Let's see how it's going to look like. So I wish them best of luck. And let the best man win, like we normally say in soccer. So,
all right, thank you. I hope you were not calling the president a boy.
That's in your own word.
Igbo Basics, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damages, our brother Rudolph Okonkwo. Thank you, all our panelists. What I'm looking at today is the situation in Southeast Nigeria. where the previous week I had challenged the man called Simon Ekpa that if he's such a hero, that he should go down to eastern Nigeria, to Igbo land, and walk the streets and issue his sit at home and no election order. Things are getting out of hands in that area. And what we have looked at is from the get-go, in any particular community, if a skunk comes into your house and you don't kill that skunk, it will breed and multiply. And sooner or later, the skunk will chase you out of your house because of the stink. That is what has happened in some communities in Igbo land, where anybody in hood, these are cowards. If you are man enough, take off your hood. Take off your hood and come on out. And let's do it. So to me, that situation in Igbo land of no vote, no election, and where old videos are being circulated, where people are carrying guns and going and bamboozling and killing people or doing whatever they're doing, that is not going to augur well for the east and the south of Nigeria. And what do we do to that? We have to go back to the communities. The communities are quite capable. And what we have to do as a community is to make sure that before the skunks come out to the road, some of us, we were boys' company in Biafra. We ambush them before they come out. Let's guard the vote. So what am I trying to say? There will be vote. There will be election in Igbo land. Simon Ekpa, if he is such a strong man, let him come down to Igbo land. We are doing everything from foundation democracy, far away as we are. We are enabling people on the ground to make sure that we will protect our vote. If we come out en masse, come on now, the voting has to be done. In the meantime, we are still in Nigeria, whether you like it or not. I said it the previous week, the government has no intention of releasing Nnamdi Kanu between now and election day. So all the brothers from the East, we are doing ourselves a disservice. Let us use our common sense, number 6, to make sure that they will not take our yam and come out and for fire. They will call election. Election will hold, whether you like it or not. They will call result. And by the special grace of God, we have seen everything that is happening. The man Peter Obi, it is his time. He will become the president of Nigeria. That is what I have in mind for now. So let's deliver this message directly to Igbo land, directly to Biafra land, directly to Eastern Nigeria. Come on now, you can't cut your face and spite. I mean, what are we doing? Let's be real.
Thank you, Igbo.
Stop being masquerade.
All right, thank you. We thought of putting that as one of the topics for today. And before we came on air, I saw some new developments. So probably down the road, we talk about the situation there. Woman, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me, Rufus. Rufus, I want to say something to Igbo Basic first. And then I want him to respond to see if he understands it. And I want to also say something to Paul that might pulsate the temples of his brains a little bit. But to Igbo Basic, no orchids for Miss Blandish. No orchids for Miss Blandish.
James Hadley Chase, huh?
Yes, I recall you saying a couple of sessions ago that you are James Hadley Chase.
Here is the key.
Yeah. So that's one of my favorite James Hadley Chase novels. So no orchids for me. So I'm glad you picked that up. No orchids for Miss Blandish. So that's great. And to Paul, just a little bit of a headache for you. So I recall a session or two ago, you were saying, I come on Rudolph's space to drive traffic. Well, that seems to be succeeding somewhat because a lot of people are coming to me to say that, we saw you on Rudolph's. So you might want to put that in your pipe when you're smoking it. So smoke on that. But to the topic though, the thing really that There's no story agitating space more than this chasm now that is playing out within the APC space. So that's the presidency. On my platform, for weeks on end, I've been saying if Tinubu is ever going to be the president of Nigeria, there's only one victory he has to achieve, and that is the defeat of Malam Buhari. So Tinubu is not going to be president of Nigeria if he does not defeat Buhari. And Buhari is presenting now that battle to him frontally, using all of the accoutrements of state to go against this man from Lagos State. But then, of course, is the pen mightier than the sword? So this is what is playing out now. So if the pen is mightier than the sword, then Tinubu will be your president. But if the sword is mightier than than the pen, then May the 29th this year, you will hear that music again, only really for Atiku Abubakar to raise his hand. So game of high stakes playing out within the Nigerian state. So that is what I'm following. Rufus.
Right. Thank you, woman. Paul, you're next.
Doctor, good morning. Doctor, how come you didn't catch that hard and send your bill across? So I know where I'm coming from now, right now, or where I'm going. Very many persons will not like it. I think what Rufai did was completely wrong, but Rufai actually did the right thing. That's the bitter pill that can still heal the wound. Because Buhari on his own is taking selective justice. He's choosing where you want to choose. The law does not work like that. The Supreme Court is the highest court of the land. And the Buhari is supposed to follow that order. That's how it works. We see it with the ASU strike and the likes. So Buhari is supposed to follow that order. Then talking about the CBN, I just feel so bad. My basic economics that I understand, mere economics 101, when it comes to currency, inflation, and the likes. It is simple. The US is trying to reduce inflation. What did they do? They increase interest so that cash flow will not fool the society and everything. So if some people even hold the currency the wrong way, if the economy is working, it is better for the economy when there's no much cash in the hands of people. It is better for the economy. People may not understand this thing. That is the same country that they say less than 500,000 people, less than 2% of people have 500,000. I don't understand where we are talking. CBN released 400 billion. Where is this money going and everything? The fact is clear. CBN themselves, they failed us. They failed the people. You understand? And if they feel that some people are holding the money the way the country is going and pump money to the society, you still have a way to recall these funds back and bring people to book. Somebody will steal a 3310 phone in Ojota or Maitu somewhere there. You see, they beat this person, they mess him up, or police will arrest some other person for little crime to put them on Crime Fighter, will watch it on screen and everything. Bring people to book. Let the long arm of the law work. Do you understand? Telling us all this soap opera and everything will not work. Some of us are just talking with sentiment. The government failed us. You understand? The government failed us. And remember, we've trained the people, the way the society is, the people think very, very myopic, very shallow thinking and everything. That's why they are going, the rampage and everything is going on. It is bad. It is painful. You understand? But the people are very gullible. The POS is not working. You do transfer will reverse himself back. Why do you want me to believe somebody to pay me with transfer when the transfer can reverse itself back? Why do you want me to let the person go? So if somebody want to pay me online transfer, the person need to sit down and forget anything he's doing till I receive the money. If I don't receive the money, the person will not take the product. Nobody want to do things like that. That's why everybody is asking, just give me cash. The CBN failed the people. The government failed the people. You understand? APC is just catching in the Tinubu camp. Is just catching in this opportunity and the panic and everything. And they themselves, to some extent, they just don't know how to use their word. You understand? So it's just so bad. You understand? The country is more or less like a banana republic right now.
All right, thank you, Paul. I just want to mention that we expanded our studio. We can only take 10 people, but there are people who can stay in the backstage. I can see you there. So when we rotate people, we can get people out from the backstage into the main studio. All right, and next is a man of prestige.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Afternoon, even well, it's too early here. It's like about 7 something here. But anyway, I greet everybody. Yeah, it's a lot going on in that Nigerian space. So we're only allowed to narrate one topic right now, right? We can come back.
We're just talking about the stories you're watching. Then we go to our first topic.
Yeah, I'm watching a lot of stories, but I'm going to stick to the Naira because I just have a lot in my mind about what's going on in Nigeria. So I guess, next time, we can go to other ones. So let's stick with the Naira issue. Yeah, it's like a quagmire in that country called Nigeria. I mean, everything that is happening right now, beginning from the Naira redesigning. The concept, like I stated, the concept behind the Naira design is good, for inflation, fraud, and other kind of things. Yeah, but the implementation has been dismal to the highest level. I mean, it's not even, because what they are trying to achieve, if that's true, that Buhari is trying to curtail the election, ringing or whatever, I don't believe that's going to have an effect on it because those people already have the money, or some of them, they may not have all the money. At least they own some of the bank. If they don't own some of the bank, they own the bank by proxy. There's no doubt about it that they have the money. So in that regard, if he was trying to achieve, I don't know if it's against the APC or Tinubu. So I can't follow that. That's part of his party. So I'm not in his head. So I don't know what he's actually doing. Like I said, the implementation has been dismal. But let me state this. What they are trying to do, the fraud and all that kind of things, it doesn't work. If you look at the history, I mean, in Miami, 1984, that didn't achieve anything. I'm recently in India in 2010. 2 years later, 99% of the money they tried to block from the fraud and everything came back to the bank. So it doesn't really happen. So that's a dismal to begin with. But anyway, going back to what's happening in Buhari and APC, I mean, you can't take away you can't take a part away from a whole. APC is the same thing as the presidency. I mean, I think they're just bamboozling everybody what's going on right now, but it's good. I like what's going on. I'm here, I'm here laughing. Yeah, let them continue. The average Nigerians, of course, if you look at some of the APC people, they have their own narrative. They think this is going to help them. I think from what I heard, I don't know how true is it. They said before, before Tinubu made his boss in Abeokuta, there has been a poll that came out, inside poll that came out showed that they're behind, way behind. I don't know how true is it, but showed they're behind. So that's why they decided to do what I call Hail Mary. If anybody here play football in America, you can understand what I mean by Hail Mary, which is a last-minute effort, to save yourself. That's exactly what they're doing. There's no doubt about it. They know what's going on, so they have to fight. They have to fight their own, their own president. I mean, with their own presidential, head of their party. That's exactly what they're doing, and it's not going to help them. And look at what Rufai is doing and everything that he's doing right now. That's what I call an autopilot. I mean, I know he can challenge the president. There's no doubt about it. Like Nigeria go better. He's right. He can challenge the president, but you can't go against the order. I know Buhari went against the order of the Supreme Court. Supreme Court is is the supreme of the land. He's supposed to obey the order, but you don't want to amplify, escalate the whole thing by trying to institute an autopilot in your state. You see the video you showed a while ago. Those people are not going to obey Rufai. They know the president is supreme, so he's causing chaos in that state. People, making it worse than it is. He needs to calm down. That's all I'm going to say for now.
All right. Thank you. I'm sorry about that. I didn't do this. Someone else is manipulating this. All right. Let me go to you, Femi. Femi, welcome to the show.
Sorry, Rudolph, you didn't do it, but maybe that's a better format to have it on landscape rather than portrait.
Oh, okay. You mean this? There's something going on with my
Yes,
computer.
just so people can see the fullness of everyone. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. So, where am I? Femi, you're next.
Yeah, good morning, Doctor and everyone. So to your question, to your point of us starting off, I've been watching several things, and it ranges from the continuing APC versus APC series. I don't know if we're in series 3 or 4. We've lost count already. From that to there wouldn't be a week without a Wiki documentary. I truly enjoyed. What happened in Wiki Land this week as well. And of course, I also would juxtapose this with some documentary I was watching on this guy. Not so much of a documentary on Tayo Aino's page on YouTube, where he had gone on a visit to Badagry. And it kind of set me thinking about something I've always felt. That's in the midst of all of the issues that we continue to encounter in Nigeria before, prior to, and right now. And it points to the fact that my belief my belief that we black people generally and Nigerians in particular are our own major problem, and no amount of politicking or blaming the West, for example, is going to save us. And I will expatiate once we get to that point. But I'll just stop at this point.
All right, thank you. Solomon, welcome to the show.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Where are you joining us from, Solomon?
Oh, right now I'm in Kuwait.
Kuwait, yeah. I know you've been here before. All right. So we're trying to find out, what stories are you paying attention to? What stories are of interest to you?
A lot of stories. Sorry for my voice. I lost my voice. The issue of Rufai. I listened to his words, and somehow I know a lot of people are really angry with what he said. That because he wants to cause more chaos in the country. But me looking at it based on what is going on, he can derive some words and some kind of value in some things that he said. Because looking at the way and the situation where the currency, the people are looking for money and they cannot get even transfer. I made some transfer. Let me use myself as an example. I made some transfer last week. The person told me that he didn't get any money. I try again. I called the bank, and the person still tell me I have to call back home. I called people. They told me that some people told me that they have the same issue. That they made some transfer, but the person didn't get the money, and yet they didn't even revise the money back, and then we are stuck. So people are facing these kind of challenges. When I was in Dubai, that should be like January last year, I heard some news that they are printing some new money, implementing some new currency, that the old currency will still be used, but in some machines or some kind of machine like RT and the rest will not accept it, but they will work on the software. So if you want to buy something and you are given the new currency, please don't panic, use it. This is how developed countries works. If the government say that they have some implementation, they need to new Naira design. It's not something that you just say, we give social ultimatum. After this, we are not accepting it. No, you don't consider people in the village. You don't consider people in the rural areas who has no access to internet. It's not fair. Because like, why I'm saying this is because of what I experienced in UAE. Now, the money, they have not withdrawn the old currency. They are still using the new currency, using the old one, so that the money will be circulating until they can decide to retrieve the old currency. This is how things can work. You can't just put one day that from today to so day to so day, the old currency will not be in circulation. And if you bring it, you are lost. It's not fair. The Nigerian government should consider some things and know that the country have not developed to technology whereby everybody can have access to internet and transfer. That is by the side. Another issue I want to talk about is the election. We know that P2B is the choice of the people. P2P, everybody wants because they need new Nigeria. They need new changes. And that is what we want. But we know that P2B is not a saint. He will do his best Because looking at the foreign countries, like many of us live abroad, if you look at the road designs, you look at the constructions and everything, you see that Nigeria is even far back. You look at exemption of government jobs, they have policies whereby they have minimum wage that is not dependent only on government. It affects both government and non-government.
All right,
That
Solomon.
is the standard, so that everybody.
Solomon, thank you.
Let me just round up.
Go ahead,
I wanted to chip in something about what Igbo, what is this? Igbo basic said about Simon Ekpa. You see, I'm not against Simon Ekpa fighting for freedom. Coming to Nigeria, we know how Nigeria is. So let him do what he felt that is the best way of him to fight for freedom. I read some news some weeks ago about people how Singapore was developed. People who developed it, they were not in Singapore, rather they were in Malaysia, and then fought it and they made some changes. So anybody who feel that this is how I want my people to do or live, have a good life, access to medical care and everything, let them be and do their own part. It doesn't affect what is going on in Nigeria. Let me just end here.
All right, thank you, Solomon. The promise, we are just talking about stories you're watching now. We'll get to the topic in depth, our topics. We'll start with the first one, but give me a story that you are paying attention to in the news.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Damages, and thank you, everyone. Welcome. For me, what I've been watching basically is the Naira issue in Nigeria. For me, it's a big concern because it affects, obviously, I've got my parents back home and then relatives, and then each time I get to talk to them, the feeling I get, the response I get is not something, that is pleasant. In my mind, I feel that the policy, it's a good one. If it's, meant to address what they made us believe, it is meant to address. But the implementation generally has been not very good, in the sense that it's the poor masses have not been taken into consideration by making it available the Naira, whether old or new. I feel that the implementation has been very abysmal. So that is what I think. And also the what's his name? Rufai's video, which I watched. Him talking about, going against the orders of the president. In a proper democracy, that's where it's supposed to be, and that's what's expected. Nobody is democracy is meant to be the fact that you challenge whatever. You can challenge every authority. So to speak, if it's not going in interest of the general masses of the poor people. But I think that how he's gone about it is going to incite the general public, who are already not, happy, and at the end of the day, it's going to cause a very big issue. To the nation. So I think he's gone about it the wrong way by trying to incite the general public, which is not very good. Also, I also saw a video that went viral. I think it was in the east. That was in the eastern part. Some people burning campaign ground. Some people. I think where a place where they set up canopies and all that for a campaign or something. And you see some people coming to burn up, destroy the place, burn the properties and things that they want to use for the campaign. I think for me that was I think it was some Ekpa's people or whatever. But I think that, like the last speaker said, there's nobody's against you doing. Say you want Biafra, but I think that they should allow people to, who want to do election, who want to go by election, to go. They should allow those who want to go by election, go by election. And if you feel you want to go the other way, you don't have to stop other people from exercising their civic responsibility or civic rights. those who want to go by election should bring the change about through the election. Should allow them to go bring the change through election. And if you want to go through what do you call it, secession, there's a way to go about it. Go through United Nations, go through referendum or whatever, but do it the right way. If you must stop if you believe that government has held Nnamdi Kanu hostage, take the fight to the doors of those in the power. Take it to Abuja, not disturbing those in the east. That's what I think.
All right, thank you. The promise. Thank you, Dr. David Chidi. Welcome to the show.
Thank you very much, my brother. God bless you all. I have heard some few speakers on the topic you're discussing. Everything about the cashless economy is a very good program, but implemented in a wrong environment. A cashless economy is fantastic, but how many things can you buy in Nigeria without cash? That's the first question we must ask ourselves. How many transport system can you enter into without having cash? Those who introduce it should have examined that. Most of the things we do in Nigeria involve cash. And I think they should have addressed that before introducing cashless economy. And that's why we are having all the problems we are having. But all the same, if you look at the cashless system since it comes into being, and you discover that there is less kidnapping cases. You've had less security problems, because if you kidnap somebody, how will you receive the cash? And we are very big problems we are having in our systems. So the politicians, they know why they are running hectare-scatter, because their lifeline is cash, and it's been taken away from them. I would say we should disregard the comments of El Rufai. We are not running a parallel government in Nigeria, and there is therefore no reason why he should come out with a different order than the one the president of Nigeria has given. It's affecting them. We know it's affecting them. It's affecting most of us also who are Nigerians. I have some projects somewhere in Nigeria which I have discontinued since the cashless economy started. But it's for a while, because it's going to give us some benefits. So I think we should be patient until after the election, because we cannot afford to compromise this very election. This may be the end of Nigeria if we are unable to address some vital issues in this election. I regard the statement of Rufai as inconsequential, because these are the people P2B was addressing when he said that the case of Nigeria is a place where the madman has taken over the psychiatry. People have to wake up and act madly so that they can intimidate others and be on the top. And this situation must come to an end for us to have a good nation. We must all support our people. We must also send messages to those who are at home to do whatever they can to vote for Peter. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Okay, so let's go in depth on our first topic, which is what's going on with APC governors mainly attacking Buhari over the CBN's policy. Is it now an open war within the APC? What does that mean for the upcoming election, just a week from today? So I'll start with you, Naija Gobeta. I'll go that way. What is your take? I know you said that the government, Buhari, disobeyed the Supreme Court, so it's okay for El Rufai to disobey, give a different instruction. Do you think that where do you think that will lead the country? So people think that we are approaching anarchy, or it's almost here. What is your take?
Clearly, Nigeria currently right now is sitting on a gunpowder. We pray it doesn't explode.
because the way the situation of things right now is really, really tense. Like anytime you call people from home or you listen to news, it's always crisis, people burning banks, attacking CBN offices. So if things should continue that way and like you have few days to the election, some of these conspiracies, postulations by the APC people and some other senior people in the country that some people are planning for interim government or whatever. So 1+1 maybe it's adding up to that, or maybe they are laying foundation for a way that if their candidate lose, that means they can try some other options. So, and I think very, very unfortunate. However, with the look of things in the last 2-3 weeks, if Tinubu is not going to lose election, definitely he's going to lose. He has lost maybe some millions of votes. At least all this crisis will cost him quite a lot of votes. So I think the margin between the three candidates right now is kind of shrinking. I mean, the top three candidates are Tinubu, Atiku, Obi. So I think Obi is catching up. If it wasn't the leading candidate, maybe definitely is getting closer, because I don't see Atiku gaining in the last 2 weeks. The G5 governor, we've seen some of them endorsing other candidates openly. I've seen some of them not campaigning for him. Tinubu, with all this crisis, definitely is losing ground. And Obi definitely, I think, is waxing stronger. However, I fear that this election is going to be a little bit violent. Then, too, a lot of people are still saying that some analysts, which are kind of racing with them, that okay, if before giving they were buying votes 10,000 is what they normally pay. I think the situation that they've kept a lot of Nigeria now, if people see 2,000 naira new notes, maybe that will be enough for them to sell their conscience, because people are really, really desperate now in Nigeria. So if what Buhari is trying to do is to discourage vote buying, I think it's actually making some Nigerians more vulnerable, because they have money. They can now access their money. So now a politician, which definitely they have access to all of these banks, they can easily get money and give it to them, and maybe eventually they will still have their ways. So we don't know until when we see what's going to happen next Saturday. And if you look beyond that, I mean, I actually want to leave after this. Is this why is it that Buhari didn't do this in 2019 when he himself contested? These people, it was in 2019 that, so to speak, there was a bullion van in Tinubu's house. Why didn't he, in 2019 election, implement this policy? I think there's a level of hypocrisy in the way he himself is going about it. If it's all about to stop vote buying, the same machinery was used for him to get there. In 2019, if Tinubu and the like didn't support him as a president, he will have lost to Atiku, right? So it's still like, I don't see him as an angel at this point. He's not even saving us. Maybe they are just taking advantage to play their own scripts. So I wish Nigeria best of luck. My prayer is that it doesn't turn to violence, and let the best man win. I don't have a candidate among them.
All right. Thank you, Niger Gobeka. Igbo Basics. I wanted to look at this from a different angle. People talked about Buhari disobeying court order, the Supreme Court, but this is not the first time. And it appears that people who did not like him for disobeying other court orders are now happy that he's disobeying this one. So what is the role of the people in this quagmire that we're in?
The role of the people, let me say this first, what's happening globally today on the camp of Itobi. They're having what they call the multi-million man march taking place in Washington, taking place in Makurdi, taking place around the globe in major cities around the world. That's happening. That's closing statement for the next 1 week. The election will come and go. So I just wanted to point out that even we at Foundation Democracy Initiative, we are supporting and funding the event in Makurdi, as well as events as far as Ubuluku and other places. We are participating by proxy. Having said that, the case of the monetary policy and the Buhari not obeying the rules of the Supreme Court. I'll come at it from the angle of the El Rufai boo-boo, if I call it that. In my language, we say that what that translates to. If a child or a son go carrying papa scrotum, that thing where they carry, they go the way we are around and you go no matter how strong you think you are. That is what is happening to El Rufai. That will come to pass. Nobody where they grow past a master. In this case, the Ajasco that was being danced, and Buhari, somebody says that it looks like Buhari had a rethink to see if he can make up for everything else that he has done over the last few years. And somebody sums it up this way, saying that APC made a monetary policy, that APC started complaining about its policy, that APC says APC has introduced this policy to stop APC from winning the election for APC. APC went to court to stop APC's policy. APC politician is the CBN governor. APC is the ruling party. APC is the opposition party. APC justices at the Supreme Court trying to stop APC. APC refused to obey APC's court order. APC campaign slogan. APC's campaign slogan. APC campaign slogan is rescue mission. APC wants to rescue Nigeria, led by APC, from APC. APC is currently on trial against APC. Somebody summed it up that way. So it's not easy for Buhari, but let us bear in mind there's only one master at a time. Nigeria has one president, whether El Rufai and the other 9 governors, whether they like it or not. The majority of Nigerians don't have $1 million, $1 million naira in their accounts. It is only those who have bad intentions that are crying foul. Let me put it this way. Last week I said, if they give you the money, collect the money. It is your money that they took. New naira, collect it from them, but vote your conscience so that we will have a new Nigeria. That's number one. Number two, as far as this whole process is concerned, Rufai can challenge as much as he can talk all he wants to talk about the president. The presidency is the commander-in-chief for the next how long until he's out of office. So Nigeria will survive. I want to use this opportunity to encourage Nigerians to continue and to go back to one man. One man, you mentioned something about no arches for Ms. Blandis. I'm going to take it back to fear is the key. And I'm going to take it back to what is happening is fear merchants. What these people are doing is fear merchandising. To put up faces like Ekpa in a place where people like Nnamdi Kanu or Peter Obi is. Come on now, you are glorifying stupidity. No matter what, everybody has a right to fight whatever kind of fight you want to fight. When I'm ready, I will go down to Igbo land and stand. If you want to kill me, kill me. Whatever you want to do, you do. Let's face it squarely. You cannot tell my people at home to sit at home and do what? And starve to death? You cannot tell my people you cannot come out and exercise your freedom of moving around. Go to your farm, do anything you have to do. This whole monetary policy, I take it back to this is the time that it should be a wake-up call to people. Go back to your farms, go back to your fishing, go back to your hunting. Everybody is not supposed to be an engineer. Everybody is not supposed to go to Alabeke. Let's face the facts. All right. For the next 1 week, let's get it done, and Peter Obi will be the next president of Nigeria.
All right, thank you. Woman, I want you to look at this from this angle. Some people are saying that for the first time, years we are seeing Buhari being Buhari, that is maybe fulfilling this, he said during his inauguration the first time, that I belong to everybody and I belong to nobody. Do you think we are seeing the real Buhari at this?
All right, thank you, Rufus. We are seeing the real Buhari, but not in the context that you described it. But first to Igbo Basic, we don't really want you going to the East at the moment because we need you at this thinking level. So we can send people like Man of Prestige. He's more like you can use him as a fodder, but we need you. You know, we need thinking people in safe places. We can send people like Man of Prestige to the East. And that's a joke, by the way, Prestige. I know how sensitive you can be sometimes. No, to the thing though, this is not any Buhari other than somebody. Igbo Basic was just saying about the bullion vans that turned up at Tinubu's house. I'm sure even people of any form of mental functioning, they are not concluding that Tinubu ordered money from his own bank account to be brought into his house with the bullion van. No. The bullion van that landed up at Tinubu's house in 2019 on the eve of the election would have been sent by the central figure, not Tinubu going to raid his own bank. Why would Tinubu raid his own bank account to secure a second term for Amala from the north? No. The bullion van, almost certain, would have been sent from the central space to Tinubu's house to procure that second term from Malam Buhari. So this latter day saint now.
Hold on, one man, hold on. What you just said now, is it different from the person that said that the bullion van missed its way?
No, forget all that. Now we're talking about the serious end of matters.
How do you know? How do you know what you just said? How do you prove
it? Stands more to logic, doesn't it? Does it not?
Well,
it stands more to logic. Oftentimes, just listen. I oftentimes know what I'm talking about. Okay. But no. So Buhari is now this latter day saint that people are trying to paint him as, Buhari of old. Buhari has always been about two things. I'm not sure that it's humanly possible to be more self-centered than that particular character. So it's always been about himself, never been anything outside of. So he's had his two terms and is ready to damn everything just to have his will. So I think Tinubu poking fun at him, it didn't help matters. But then I think also the binary nature of Malam Buhari always lent towards this way anyway, which is wrapped around tribe and religion. So what we're seeing now is my reading of it. I can't say categorically that is what we're seeing, but my reading of it now is that this is an open warfare now. There's essentially an Operation Stop Tinubu going on within the cabal space in Aso Rock. And I've often said on my platform that if Tinubu is ever going to be president of Nigeria, he only needs one victory, and he needs to defeat the Mala from Daura. So that's the only thing he has to do. If Tinubu is able to defeat the Mala from Daura, not only does he get the presidency, he rescues Nigeria once and for all from the clutches that hold it to ransom. But this is what is playing out for me. So Buhari is not any latter-day saint. This doesn't play in any way in favor of Peter Obi, by the way. So any low wit that thinks that there's an undercurrent that rides Peter Obi through, you need to go. Peter Obi is not any element within what is going on. What is going on is a northern agenda playing out against the southern agenda, and that's not even north and south. It's progressivism versus conservatism, which I explained to you the last time, and I've sent you clips on your Instagram to that space. So that's what is going on for me. It's an existential threat and an ideological directional shift within the Nigerian space. So that's what is playing out. So Buhari has rolled out troops on Lagos, as you know, you saw the clips circulating. So it's a game of brinksmanship, high stakes, but who blinks first is the question. I heard that the Council of State, of course, is the committee of former heads of state that sits in an advisory body to advise the persons currently sitting there. So I heard that the Council of State are currently now trying to pin Buhari down. that this disregard for the rule of law is because we are now ruling the country by decree now. If the president, or alleged president, is sitting himself outside of the constitution, then it's essentially ruling the country by decree. And we all know what that means. If you superimpose yourself over and above the interpretation of the constitution, then you are acting extrajudicial of the constitution and essentially ruling the country by decree. So he has run away to Ethiopia, and the country is set to go aflame. And that is where we are, a week to the elections. But does Tinubu win through is the question. Because that's the one rescue plan for the Nigerian state. So if Tinubu wins through, then we rescue all the way completely. But if Atiku Abubakar wins through, then we are essentially in the south, Yoruba land especially, engaged now in an independent fight because we're now subjects rather than citizens of the Nigerian state. If Atiku Abubakar becomes president, then we are now subjects rather than citizens of the Nigerian state because, of course, this is meant to be the turn of the South. So if they return another Fulani man to do another 8 years after a Fulani man, there is no suggestion, any low wit that is listening to Atiku telling you that is a stepping stone to an Igbo presidency, then you really need to check yourself into Yaba West because you are not functioning into the fullest. If we get Atiku Abubakar, that is the final subjugation of the South, and then we become subjects rather than citizens of that country. And then, of course, now we're down in that phase of a battle for emancipation. So that is how I see it, Rufus.
All right, thank you so much. Man of prestige, you're next.
Okay.
Volume is low.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah, I guess we start from where we stop. Let's continue on this narrow with that redesigning. Tobago going on in that country. Yeah, it's a shame. Like I stated before, the implementation is not good. Whatever the tendency was, it hasn't panned out to be the truth. But let me go a step further. About what's happening. The rambling among the APC, because the situation right now, has gone from bickering to embroilment among the APC. The way they are doing things right now, from the presidency to the APC, you can't take anyone apart. They are still the same party. But what some people don't realize, this is whatever is going on right now is going on against APC. Tinubu per se, he's the head of the APC right now. So it's not going to help them. But some people are painting it, particularly when it comes to the APC narrative. They think whatever he's doing right now is going to help them because people is going to think they are suffering. These people are suffering. It's going to blame it on APC. APC, whether it's Buhari or whatever, is the same thing. So I can't see how they can get away with that. But look at the video you showed a while ago, how the people in Kaduna, what they're talking about Rufai. When did Rufai become the custodial monetary policy in the country? Like I said, he can challenge the president, in the US here, governor challenge the president. But you're not an autopilot. You can't institute your own policy. You're making the situation worse. And the people in Kaduna are not obeying him. Why should they obey him? Because he's not the Alpha Omega in Nigeria. So they're doing the right thing. So I hope they resolve this issue because people are suffering. Like I said, I sent money to a family of mine, in Ogun State I think it's been about 12 days right now. It's not a lot of money, but she has, it's for part of her business. She has not been able to, to collect the money. Every time she go to 3 or 4 banks, she can get in. And by the time she stayed there 3 or 4 hours or 5 hours, yeah, everybody's suffering. But maybe for a while, maybe this will get resolved, but I don't know when. And what Buhari has done is wrong. You need to obey the Supreme Court, order. He's not the Alpha and Omega. There are 3 branches of government. But of course, there's no judicial law. Nobody obeys. Even what happened to Nnamdi Kanu, even at all, I'm not a subscriber of Nnamdi Kanu, but they should have obeyed the law in that regard, and release him. That's exactly what's happening right now. In Nigeria, we have we have selective law and selective punishment. Wherever I sue them, they decide to do whatever they're doing. In APC right now, they're all rambling. Look at the House of Majority Leader. I think that's his name. I forgot his name, something like Dangudo or whatever. He came on national TV. The one you just played, yeah, about about the electoral law, the money that he needs to implement his campaign. Yeah, he's right. It's about 70 billion, that he need, and the president, the president is like 1 billion. No, he's supposed to get about 70 million. The president is like about 1 billion. I think the president is like about 1 billion. The governor is like about 100 million. That's how much they're supposed to get. But he's right. But there's no way, there's no place in the constitution, that is stated. Go and look at the constitution. There's no place in the constitution stated that you have to have it in cash. That's where he's wrong. But that's what's going on with the APC. They want the money in cash so they can ring the election. They have a lot of money, but this is going to truncate, their effort. I know they have a lot of money, like I said, but it's going to truncate their effort. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, man of prestige. Femi, you're next. Do you think that the military can control this situation if it continues this coming week?
It's going to get worse. It's going to get worse. And we've seen precedents from previous elections in Oshun, and I mean, basically anything that involves the military, you know what's about to happen. And of course, when I hear things like whatever they're doing is against Tinubu, I mean, this is nothing that's happening now is new now. And why is it that it's only when it affects certain people that certain people start to be sentimental? Look, I don't look at things from Yoruba. Yes, I'm a Yoruba man before anything else. Any other person is able. I'm looking at injustice. And if we're talking about anything, since we've decided to go this route, it should have been the turn of the Igbos. I've said this thing from the onset, and one of our major problems, and that's why I reference Tayo Aino's YouTube video. I mean, I took my time to watch that thing, and I realized that perhaps I was not wrong when I mentioned the fact that not only are we our greatest problems, but slavery started with us selling out on ourselves even before the white man knew. We were the ones that introduced the white people to slavery. I mean, let's just put that in context. Now, the reason why I say this, I'm going to try and be as brief as possible. The reason why I say this is because for every time we blame the West or we blame other people by ourselves for problems that we caused by ourselves, a lot of things don't make sense to me because of some kind of introspection I put to things. Now, with respect to El Rufai, when all of the killings were happening in Kaduna, keep in mind I've always told you I was born in Kaduna. When all of the killing, and there's local politics that happens in several parts of Nigeria, even within people that are related or not so related. When all those killings were happening, there was a reason. Where was El Rufai then? What was he saying? Because they're playbacks, you can go back in time. But see, just like someone said, it is probably because El Rufai, for example, and the likes of Guje, that thief, maybe because they're angling to become cabals themselves when Tinubu comes in. That's why they're making all this noise. Because the heart of man is really wicked. Not until when they get there would you know the real reason when you start seeing some things. Because again, when you start hearing things like rule of law, I beg, since when the Buhari start obeying rule of law? To the point where certain people they're crying more than the Tinubu himself. I mean, come on, let's people stop playing with our sensibilities. Any far up to me already summarized it. I think it's right time we go read this book. Do not die in their war. The only thing that pains me and annoys me is the fact that whatever these people do, it is people that are just trying to make a living that suffer. I mean, let's stop fooling ourselves. Either we decide to sit on the table and decide how we want to live together, or it's not by force. I mean, Switzerland is doing this thing easily. We can borrow from them. Come on.
All right. Thank you, Femi. Dr. David Chidi, I want you to look at this from a little bit different angle. So the destructions we've seen is mainly in the South, but this problem is nationwide. Why?
First of all, I want to add that Tinubu gave Buhari maximum support before he became president. So he feels entitled for the president's support. And that is what the cause of the conflict. he gave Buhari maximum support, both financially and otherwise. But he was giving him this support in preparation in lieu of for his own coming to power. He thought he will be paid according to his work, and that he is not seeing presently. The body language of the president and the presidency is they are not in support of Tinubu. That everybody can testify. So, and I want to thank God for what is happening, because I normally see my own things from the spiritual perspective. Why? Because Jesus Christ himself, when he was speaking, he said, a house that is divided against itself shall not stand. So the division in APC, the division in PDP, I think they are divine. They are divine way of giving Nigerians a third leg, a third chance for them to choose. Because it's only an insane man that will see a party that was unable to discipline themselves and organize themselves properly, and you go and waste your vote in them. You know, obviously, when they come to power, they will mess up the nation. The only party that is well organized now is Labour Party. And it is spiritual. So, considering some personalities like El Rufai, whom I consider to be so eccentric in his vituperations, I think those people we should disregard. These people are agboros. They are touts. And it is not, everybody knows that if you give a child a biscuit and you want to collect it back from him, you will need a fight. So those people who have been in the old system, you are not going to recover power from them without a fight. They are going to put up a fight. Whether it is in the currency redesign, whether there is no policy you use, or however you want to retract power from them, that you are not going to have a very big fight. So it's left to me and you, who are Nigerian youths, to know what we want. Do we want a new Nigeria? If we really want a new Nigeria, we have to put up the fight. Because the fight will have to be now, once and forever. If we lose the fight now, we know we have lost the future of our children. So this is why we must, it's divine. The Labour Party, P2B joined the Labour Party not up to 6 months now. And these other parties have been in preparation for years. And you can see the impact the Labour Party has put on within these 6 months. Nobody needs to tell you that there is a divine authority behind it. And this is going to lead to a better Nigeria if we can all come together and flush out the old and retire the old politicians who do not want to go on retirement. It is my duty and your duty to retire them. And except we do it, and now is the time, except we do it, we are not going to have any nation. I'm praying to all of us, let us do the best we can to end this era of both PDP and APC. I believe, that's my speculation, President Buhari must have had his own candidate in his mind. He would have wished Osinbajo to succeed him. But because of the primaries they held and the manipulations and the money they distributed, it came to a wrong hand, and he withdrew his support. We can see it from everything that is happening in the nation today, that the support is not, and that is why APC members and Tinubu, they are crying. And look at the people who are crying. Very cynical people. Ganduje, who was caught on on camera taking bribe. El Rufai, who has, let us consider the character of these men who are fighting. They are fighting because they are the bad, they are the bad people that kept Nigeria where we are today. and they are not going to leave it voluntarily. It must be taken from them by force. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Let's look at this before we go to Echo for her comment. Echo, your children are on the street. Where is she? I didn't play this for nothing now. Echo. All right, she's not here. All right, Maxi, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rudolph, and good afternoon to you all from my little city here, Bolgatanga, in the upper eastern part of Ghana. I would like to say that you have, the day you decide to vote in a Confucianist to take up the helms of affairs at the highest level, was the day you threw Nigeria into a serious confusion. Since the time this man came into power, nothing good has happened to Nigeria. And we've been voting for over 60 years. Nothing has ever happened. Nothing positive has happened to Nigeria. What do we do? Any policy that the government brings out that is not going to affect the ordinary citizen positively, that policy is a fraud. And any country that refuses to obey the laws or court rulings, especially the highest court on the land, that is a coup against the judiciary. And I would not like my people to be in such a country. Mazen Nnamdi Kanu was refused. They illegally detained him there. Most of us did not shout the way we are shouting today because of this cashless. You are introducing a policy that is going to affect an ordinary people that is selling okra in the market. There is no electricity, there is no card, there is no ATM, there is no POS in the village where my mother comes from. And you are operating a cashless environment. You destroy the country with the 1999 constitution. That is the reason why all these things are happening today. They are not just happening by mistakes. We are here talking of who is going to bring out the country back in a crater where these people has took them in. Nothing good is going to happen to that country. Because when you look at the system that is being in operation right now, it can never, if you like, I was a member of the armed forces, was a very active, very, very active soldier for that matter. And I raised the flag of Nigeria in so many peacekeeping operations and enforcements. Nigeria is not going to get better. With that 1999 constitution, you cannot get Nigeria working. In fact, I am happy with what is going on. I think all of us are crying. I am very, very happy with what is going on because Nigeria is running towards self-destruct, and it is going to happen very soon. All we care is to talk about how to make Nigeria. But what of the foundation? Has any of us spoken about the foundation of that country? Obasanjo refused it. I must tell you people here, Obasanjo refused it. But the powers within, that he cannot control, ask him to go home. When you get there, the people can, I'm having some feedback behind.
Let me see if it's from anybody here. Go ahead. Go ahead.
He told them that, oh, go ahead. When you get there, the people can, at least tinker it, make it suitable for the people, not knowing that it was a deceit. He got in there, he couldn't. The people that benefit today, that are crying today, are those that want the status quo to be kept, are the same people that are in majority in that place. For me, I am happy with what is going on. In every country where there is no rule of law, that country is treading on the path of self-destruct. I am very, very happy. It will make it easier and very, very possible for Biafrans to exit Nigeria, or Duduas exit Nigeria. Look at the kind of agitation, the barrage of agitation that is going on in the country. Look at anger, look at hunger, look at the people on the street. We've not talked about them. We've not, care about them. All we want is to maintain the status quo that has brought us to this situation. And there is something someone said here that I want to correct. Simon Ekpa has no voice. Please. Simon Ekpa has no voice. If the CCTV, the attack at Ikenga's house, and the police people that were identified with the CCTV camera that is played, you will also say it is ESN on IPOB or Mazi Simon Ekpa's voice. People that are supporting the cause of Biafra are doing it out of their own self-will and what they have passed through. Their forefathers went through it, their fathers went through it, and they are also going through it. And if it is not rectified, their own children will go into it. We must do the right thing, not to come and begin to, try to validate the same criminal system that has made us to come here today, for over 60-something years, to begin to shout today. Thank you so much, and God bless you, Dr. Rudolph.
All right, thank you. Before you go, Max, let me ask you, the people saying there will not be election in the Southeast, what do you think about that? Do you support them?
It is their civic responsibility to do whatever they want to do. And I'm in total support of it. Because we've been voting, like I told you, I participated in the raising the flag of Nigeria up for over 18 years. And we are here today talking the same thing. The anomalies, the political malfeasance that are going on in that country. Yeah. So I don't think it is going to get better. I am in support, 110% in support of what the people want to do. If they decide to stay at home, let them stay at home. It is part of their responsibility, and it is part of their civic, responsibility to stay at home. And nobody is going to force anybody to stay at home. People will stay at home, like I am seeing it. It is not, look at, even on Monday, sit at home, you see it. Those people that are enforcing it are the same people that were, identified in Ikenga's house. They are the same people. Because they know if you allow these people to sit at home, effect this kind of injuries on them or attack on them, so that they will blame it on them. I know my people, and I know what we used to do, not just in Nigeria and outside country, like Sierra Leone and Liberia. I know what they can do. So anybody that is coming out here to tell you, oh, Simon Ekpa boy, that person is speaking, that person is not, it's just being far from the truth.
All right. Thank you, Doctor. Thank you. Priest of Peace, you're next.
Okay, thank you. I always said that the only thing that surprises me is what doesn't surprise Nigerians. Because we should look back from where Nigeria is coming from and understand what the system has given us. Let me say it again. You cannot build a bridge where there is no river until the empire structure of Nigeria is disbanded, a new referendum is done, based on the ethnic nationalities in Nigeria to decide how they want to live their life, Nigeria will continue to offer poverty, continue to offer criminality in politics, continue to offer everything that you see that is going on in Nigeria. It is not going to get better. Anybody that is telling you to pray for Nigeria is praying in vain. You know why I say that person is praying in vain is because it is gone beyond prayer. It is where common sense need to be in place now. Pure common sense. APC has a game plan. They have a template, and they have been playing this template, and now it's backfiring. They are fighting each other. It is not because of what is the people agitate. It is what is going to destroy Nigeria is what APC is doing right now. We are watching, and I said this election might not hold. So when we look at what is going on, it is evident. It is evident. It is boiling. It has been boiling, and anybody that is telling you otherwise is how would I put it? Is minute with the truth. Coming to what is going on in the Southeast, look, I am not a proponent of no election. But if there is anything that is different between boycott and no election, you can boycott. If you boycott, it is your right to boycott. So you can boycott election, which has been done before, but you cannot impose and say no election. And what Max said here is, I don't agree with him. If you look at what mentioning Simon Ekpa, I don't know if anybody watched what happened. Some things going on. Finland has sent people to come and check. It is not because of any other thing other than the people, you and I, crying for this, what this guy has done in Southeast. Pregnant women were killed. Women were killed. Children were killed. Finland has sent people to investigate. And they didn't tell anybody. It is on record right now. And the parliament is discussing Simon Ekpa. Finland, yeah. So apart from that, Nigerians, we should understand one thing. The only thing that is holding us down is this empire structure. Until it is calmed down, we are headed nowhere. That empire structure, the only means that it should have been brought down. And since last 6-8 months that I've been, whenever I come and say, look, these 6-8 months that is remaining before this election, let everybody champion and, channel it towards asking for a referendum for a new constitution, people's constitution. This election, if we go into this election, it will validate these criminals. It will validate everything that is against Nigerians. So that this election should have been a referendum, because Peter Obi, I pray he wins, but people will be disappointed. You see, disappointment, we will be here to talk about it in coming days. Nigerians will be so much disappointed if Peter Obi wins, because he's not going to do anything. Is he going to rule by decree or presidential order? Is that what he's going to rule with? He has to be proactive in, making sure that if he wants to make Nigeria better, that constitution must be taken down and a new constitution, people's constitution, will be, put in place for Nigeria to have a breath of life. Apart from that, forget it. It's not going to happen. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you. Paul, you're next.
Yeah, doctor, I laugh when some people are trying to make Buhari being the good person over this issue of currency. It's just so sad. Because if Buhari mean well for Nigeria, the people supposed to come first. Like I said, you take a president, one president, the president of America, to invite 51 president in Africa. Sanction 3. If not, he would have bring the 054 to Africa. Even when Africa ourselves, we have African Union, where they're supposed to say, come and meet us in our own parliament. But guess what? Joe Biden will not do all these things to better the man called Joe Biden. He's cutting all these deals to better the country called the United States of America. But this is how we think. Buhari is not doing it to favor the ordinary Nigerians. That's why they are suffering. He left. He went to Ethiopia. If Buhari is doing all these things to favor, if everybody is telling you you don't need a soothsayer to tell you that Buhari is not supporting Tinubu. If Buhari is not supporting Tinubu, it's an Hausa man. Let him just stand up and support Kwankwaso, his fellow Fulani man. Let him support Atiku. Or let him just shout, obedient. He don't finish. Like one man Mo said, you understand? This is simple. Tinubu needs to win Buhari to become president. If Buhari stand up, and say obedient, he don't finish. Is he doing that? He's not doing that. You don't know his mind. This might just be the highest conspiracy theory than you can ever think of. These guys don't think about Nigeria. You know this funny thing where they say Nigeria likes strong team. Sometimes we'll find ourselves in the street when a soldier tried to punish an Agbo or a conductor person, we will say Nigeria needs strong team, even when the soldier is doing the very wrong thing and every other thing. You know, this is the type of people we have become. And it's so painful, it's so sad when my American people ask me my place of work, what is going on in Nigeria and every other thing? I don't even know what to say. I'm so ashamed of myself. The next minute, one Mexican want to talk down on me. I want to quick to say, go Google. We are the most educated people in the world. Show me written. You understand? We just read book. Just to move from $15 to $17 or $17 to $21 per hour. That's what we do. We are not smart. We are very, very wicked to ourselves. And it's very, very painful. It's very, very painful. I have 2 kids. My son don't want to get anything to do with Nigeria. My daughter loves Nigeria, loves the food. My daughter is about to go to college. She told me, she said, Dad, I would even like to school in Nigeria. God. Eh? If my mother will hear that kind of thing, this is what my mother will do. I reject her with the blood of Jesus. That's our own country. Is it a crime that the girl loves the country that the parents come from? Is it a crime? But this is the type of people we are. And it's very, very painful. I don't know when we can we'll get things right, we'll learn to do things right. Look, the suffering, the way people are going through from the place of the president, from the place. Why Rufai, who talk all this money, don't say, okay, come to Kaduna, come to government house. We'll have money for you to get. Why didn't he bring money to start doing POS to exchange, to give people money? Why he didn't do that? They don't think about the people. The people is just what we call tool. When you are walking in the ship and everything, when somebody fall in the water, they just say, oh, we lost 1, 2. That's how they see the people. You understand? But you see other countries of the world. See what England did. The people who torment people in 78 countries and everything, the Commonwealth countries, they didn't do it to benefit themselves. They do it to benefit that country. This is what they do when you talk about this first world nation and every great countries. What France did, what Portugal did, they did it to benefit their country. They didn't do it, the individual did not do it to benefit themselves. But continuously, we continue to do all these things. That's why we can have Dangote, Lubelu, Adenuga. No one of them want to do business come America. Why? Because they like where they go control people, where they go break laws, they go break orders. You understand? But you see an American company, European company, they invest in Nigeria. They can follow the rules, they can play the game, and their business will succeed. And guess what? We'll call those business multinational. But we are our Dangote, we are our Jimovia, we are our Elimelu. May they come start business for England, France, America. I lie. You go here with the London Stock Exchange, New York Stock Exchange. No business every time. Come on, Gary, they bring out from Nigeria, can't give us. We know if you buy one land, set farm here. Come on, Gary, oil, they bring out from Gambia. My brother, see all the food we they chop for America, Nigerian food. All that mortuary food. Oporoko go there for freezer 1 year. Egusi go there for freezer 9 months. Okra go there for freezer. God. And we claim to be smart, and we cannot catch the opportunity that there are many Nigerians in America. We are our industrial people. We are so wicked That's why we want the country to be that same way, so that we'll continue to intimidate people. I wonder where we'll go from this. This is my submission. So bad. Thank you.
Thank you,
I
Paul.
still love the country, so I love you guys, but I gotta go.
Thank you, Paul. Mr. James, welcome to the show.
Yes, thank you very much. I'll take off from where he stopped, but before then, let me make something clear. Socrates said, if people get the government they deserve. And it has been true since the man uttered the statement centuries ago. Now, I feel sad when people are praising Buhari that he has good intentions. He wants to conduct a free and fair election as a goodbye present to the country. The unfortunate thing is that we did not vote for him to become president of Nigeria to conduct a free and fair election at the end of his tenure. That is not what he promised us. All the things the man promised us, he failed catastrophically. Nobody's remembering him now. The people are thinking of good elections. Oh, he has good intentions. This is why they change the currency. His intention is good. But remember that in 1984, this same man, Mr. Buhari, changed the national currency in 1984. And it was an unmitigated disaster. People suffered severely. People lost their money. He returned again in 2023. He's repeating the same thing. And we Nigerians were clapping for him. This is the same man, when he was Minister of Petroleum during the military era, 2.8 billion naira got lost. Up to today, no Nigerian is taking him to task over that issue, because he was the Minister of the Ministry of Petroleum. They appointed him to be in charge of Petroleum Trust Fund. It was a disaster. And so many other things the man has done. The man has never excelled in anything he laid his hand on as far as Nigeria, the affairs of Nigeria is concerned. But sadly, Nigerian nationals are praising this man now that is giving us a faraway present. He's trying to organize a good election. They are scuttling his effort. To me, they are all bunch of, what's called birds of the same feather. They mean no good for anybody. So this is what we deserve, and we should stop complaining. They are talking of cashless economy. How do you operate a cashless economy in a country where some cities for 3 consecutive months, they have no electricity? Even the experimental stage of this so-called cashless economy, some people remit money electronically. It will be deducted from their account, but it will not be delivered. I've had cases of such happening in Nigeria, and people are still clamoring for cashless economy. And Buhari is defying the Supreme Court. And Rufai is defying Buhari. If you listen to Nigerian intellectuals, some of them support Buhari, some support Rufai. To me, they are birds of the same feather. Something is wrong within their parties, which they are not disclosing to you and me. So I think we should just try to look at things objectively. This coming election is a scam. It's not a solution to the problems of Nigeria. You asked somebody a question some time ago, not long ago, why is it that the destruction taking place in the countries in the south, but not the north? I think the reason is because if you look at NSAS movement, all the demonstrations took place in the south. There was none in the north. But when they started discovering COVID palliatives, the northern youths, they joined the demonstration because there was something for them to gain. But however, I'm sure the reason is because of religion affiliation. It's a feudal system of government they are running up there in the north, and the south is not all that feudal, if at all. So their feudal lords have got firm control over them, and as a result of that, they just listen to whatever they say. None of them will vote objectively in the north. I don't see any state in the north that will vote objectively. Unlike the south, people believe that they are more conscious politically, which is not true. If I'm politically conscious, you will not determine who I will vote for. But in the north, you see them carrying their transistor radios, listening to outside broadcasts, all over the place. But when it comes to voting, people tell them who to vote for. The Southerners are not like that. The Southerners, they vote, they use their own conscious initiative to determine who to vote for. This is why most of the destruction is taking place in the South. And I believe the Southerners are more politically conscious than the Northerners. Their religion is disturbing them for reasons best known to them. So thank you, Mr. Damages. I don't have much to say. Thank you
All
so
right.
much.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. James. The promise, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Damages. Well, to me, what I think is, you see, this whole thing going on. Let's just put it out there. PDP, APC, they're all the same. Like they say, PD, APC, they're all the same people, same criminals. They are not different from the other, you know. With the policy, the matter policy, obviously we all know the impact of what is playing out there, you know. But I feel that, to my mind, this is the opportunity for us, Nigerians. I mean, the other people out there to go out there and do the right thing. Like I've always said, I'm an Obi supporter, and I believe strongly in my mind that Obi's government and Obi's leadership will bring the change that we all desire. Why do I say so? Obi is the sort of person who listens. Even when we talk about the constitution, I mean, the so-called 1999 constitution, I believe that if Obi is on the saddle, he's the sort of person that will listen, and people will be able to come onto the table and dialogue, and we can bring about the change that we want, even in the constitution. This can be, at least Obi will give us that kind of the platform, the table, for people to come around and dialogue and talk about what the issue is for the country to be able to move on. So I believe that this is the opportunity for us, for people to, get the right person in there. APC, PDP will not give us that opportunity. They will not give us that chance. They don't listen. They've been there all these years, 16, 24, 20 years or more going. They're not going to give us any opportunity to be able to see the Nigeria of our dream. So, but I believe that Obi's premiership or Obi's leadership will give us that opportunity, because he's the sort of person who is empathetic to the people. I mean, the suffering of people. He listens to the people, and he's the sort of person who has the intention or the desire to bring about a new Nigeria. So I implore every one of us to support and get this, do the right thing. That's all I will have to say.
All right. Thank you. Jude, before I come to you, Jude, do you mind if we go to Don Brando? He's joining us from Nigeria and he's having internet problems. Let's hear from him first.
Okay.
Don Brando, welcome to the show. He's surprised.
I'm moved, Brando. I'm moved.
Unmute yourself, Don Brando.
Okay. Let me avoid the noise. I hope you can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Sorry, the video will not be clear because I have to avoid the loud outside to come to somewhere where I can be audible.
What's going on outside?
We're having a meeting outside, so the place is a bit rowdy.
APC.
Let me start by saying that.
Hold on, Don Brando. You don't tell us only what you want to tell us. Who is having a meeting there? Is that APC?
That's what you expect it to be, of course. And let me start by saying that this is politics. And politics will not stop being politics. I listen to a lot of persons and they see these things from outside. They're not inside. They don't know how it is in the kitchen. So they just have a faint idea of what these things are. If I got the message right about what's happening with APC, how divided against itself and all of that, yes, the APC is divided as it is. And the reasons are glaring. Someone made it very clear earlier that this is why these things are happening. Because it seems from all indication that the president wants to support the candidacy of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, but without saying it, his actions gear towards that direction. How do I mean? He made himself the minister of petroleum, and I think he did that so he can be on top of the petroleum issue. So he made himself minister of petroleum. But as I speak to you now, a simple question you ask now, Nigerians can answer you. What is the price, the pump price of petroleum in Nigeria? There is no price. And these things have been lingering. It's not the best. Even if we import it, as long as we pay subsidy for it, we should know how much we import and what we imported and how we sell it. But when the thief is the one who is sent to catch the thief, I'm afraid that investigation will not come to an end. So I see complicity in the petroleum sector and this financial matter, like I said before, not in this program anyway, that I support the policy of the Naira swap. The time is short, I agree. But if they put the right things in place, it can be done. And whatever goal they want to achieve can be achieved. But the goal, like they say, the devil is in the details. The goal was not to just do the Naira swap and let those who have stockpile of money suffer. The goal is to suffer the average Nigerians. Like Daniel Buala said on Arise channels yesterday, he said, APC is what is on the ballot. That was what was voted for in 2015 and 2019 that produced Buhari. And on the day of election, next Saturday, APC is what is going to be on the ballot, not Tinubu. So a vote for APC is a vote for the continuation of this pain and suffering. And that is the politics being played here. Let me just let the cat out of the bag further. As we speak, the CBN says they did not give any directive for old notes to be collected. But we have sources within the banks that have this credible memo from CBN. And they are acting on it that even today, Saturday, they are going to collect money from the people. Now, you want to mop up the remaining balance of 500, 200 that people are struggling to run the economy with. So that if by 22nd of February, the Supreme Court said even the old and the new money are legal, what we will hear is that we have incinerated the ones who collected. So there is no one to give to you, and we can't bring new one to give to you. Your suffering continues. And all they want you to do is get angry as much as you can. Plan A is get so angry and lose it. And there will be state of chaos. And something can be done. Maybe the military takeover, maybe problem beyond election will come, and we can't be thinking of election when the entire state is in a state of anarchy. And at worst, if the thing didn't work out fine at all, if the election is going to hold, you'll be so angry that you will have to punish the APC by voting against the APC. Even if you're not going to vote for whoever you want to vote for, you simply want to vote someone else and not APC. Anyone but APC will become your new slogan because they have suffered us too much. And these things are very clear. And someone asked, why is it that there is no unrest in the north that is considered the worst hit than in the south? The answer is simple. They didn't do much of what we did down south by returning almost all the money we had earlier. They believe this thing is going to last longer because it's more difficult to get it done up north due to distance from the level of penetration of the banks. Now they still have money with them. And at this point in time, they are being told by their nearest authority, the governors, that this money will be valid. They are still valid, and they will still be valid even after time T. So even if you still have it, if you have a level of confidence in your governors, you tend to be calmed more than someone down south who is made to feel like APC Buhari has betrayed you and has ruined your everything, and you don't have money again because whatever you have is now paper. So you want to dump it as much as possible. And now you have dumped all the ones you have, and you are struggling to dump the rest ones you have on you, and all you get in return is nothing. You don't have money to do anything. it gets to your nerves so much that you react. And naturally, we are reactive. I'm from worry and know the way we think and act. So the results are what we are seeing. And I think these things are planned for by the executors of this policy. So in brevity, the APC is relatively divided into the side that are hiding behind the finger called president. Many are skeptical in naming the chief culprit, but I don't owe anyone any apology. President Muhammadu Buhari is the chief culprit. He is the CNC. Everything is advisory. The actions that have been taken in his name, and he has given his stamp to them. So he is the one. And from all indication, he is not helping the APC at all because the pain on the street is real. We've had it very hard. But what is here is teetering on the brink of something really, really bad. And if this continue much longer, we will get worse reactions than it is. So at this point, you can't even do transaction online and it will work. I had a haircut 3 days ago. I made a transfer to the salon. Till this very moment, he has not gotten the money, and they've deputed me. And if I'm to pay before I leave, that means I'll still be in the salon 3 days after. So these are the concerns, and I think to answer your questions in brevity, APC is divided between the APC governors and the candidates that are on one side, and those who are behind the president and the president himself on the other side. And his actions did not show who exactly he wants to win, because I've not seen him working for B or Atiku, and it's hazy and annoying for someone like me who stood firmly and supported his candidacy. Thank
Hold
you.
on, Don Brando.
Can
It
we ask him a
appears.
question, Rudolph? Just one or two.
Okay, we can later on. Let me ask him first. So let's say it appears as if people are now free to criticize Buhari, as if he started performing badly now. What happened in APC? Why now? Is it because he's leaving?
There is some. I'll be very blunt. When you 6 months to the end of your tenure, there is very little you can do for me or against me. So even if I have managed the excesses to a certain point, I can call a block and say this is what I have to do. But this is not the case. I, as a person, anytime I see a policy I consider not okay with me, I condemn it. Not because I support him doesn't mean I think like him or I will take everything he shove at me because I'm a member of his party. No, I don't reason in that manner. Time and again, like I started by saying, this policy I support it. If it were implemented with a human face, I'll be very glad. It shouldn't be this bad. If you want the small persons in the street to spend, I gave this advice earlier to CBN that if you don't want the people to suffer, print more of the small denominations, pump them out. Cashless policy is not to be forced down our throat. If you make smaller denominations readily available for whoever needs one, you can't tell me I don't have money. All you look for is I want bigger denominations, and that's your headache. I saw a commissioner, a serving commissioner, buying fuel at the gas station that their POS is not working. He paid 25,000 naira with 50 naira notes, 5 bundles. But because he must transact, and that's the money he can get, that's what he got, that's what he used to pay. And everyone is happy. But
all right,
these ones are not readily available. Higher denominations are not there. How do you expect people to transact? Even the e-channels and platforms are not functioning properly. So the hardship is tailor-made for the poor masses to endure and suffer so that they can punish the APC.
All right, man of prestige, what question do you have for him?
Yeah, Don Brando, can you hear me? I think he's still talking.
Loud and clear.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate you. And thanks for coming back today. Okay, yes, that last time, you and I, had a little bit of fun. I said you came to speak, but I thank you very much for coming up today. You're the only APC I've seen in any platform that have taken up their APC hat and was very objective. I mean, this is what we've been saying. Everything you said enumerated. Forget about not laughing or whatever. Everything you said enumerated, all what we've been saying about the embroilment among the APC. It's a fact, and what's happening in the North. And you have been very, very objective. I thank you for that. I mean, we all come here, I'm on obedience. Sometimes we spin and everything, but this is the most objective opinion I've had on any platform. Thank you for that. But having said that, let me make a point. You just said about the money. It's official. You can go to the bank and return your 500 and 1,000, but there's a threshold. It's not more than 500,000. So that's, it's not anything like room or whatever. Yeah, you are right in that, but it's very official. You can return the 1,000, you can return the 500, but 500,000, that's the minimum. And you have to fill out a form to show where the money come from. I just want to clarify that.
I think over 500,000, you have to take it to CBN. Nearest.
No, you are definitely right. Yeah, that's what it is.
But for less than 500,000 to any bank.
Yeah, you're right. You and I are on the same accord. Thank you very much, Brandon.
Okay, so
sorry. What you're saying now is not.
So, Brandon, you are now.
Hello.
Yeah, you are our accidental guest. So.
Ordinarily, the banks have stopped collecting any of these monies, 200, 500, 1,000 already. The only option you have is CBN at this point in time. But they said for the purpose of the crowd and whatever, if your money is below 500, come back to the commercial banks. They gave out this memo because it is not the status. And they withdrew it, that they didn't say so. But in reality, it is being abided by. The bankers are not spirits. They are people we know. And they are telling you it is still standing in the office. So as I'm talking to you now, I'll be going back to the office. And today, Saturday, I'll be going to the office to do this. But the CBN is telling you we did not give such authorization. And let me be clear. What they are doing is what Festus called confiscation. If you have deposited all your old notes that you can bring up at this point, by 22nd, the Supreme Court now ruled emphatically that the old and the new notes are legal tender. And the CBN has collected the whole money. Let me use that for the purpose of this. They have collected the whole money from all of us. And they tell us that we have incinerated the ones we have collected. So we don't even have the old ones to give back to you. So at this point, we can't print new ones overnight. And the old ones, we have burnt them. And we can't write on paper as money for you. So the goal of suffering you and I on the street will have been achieved 100% because there is money coming from nowhere anymore. You don't have any window. All you'll be left with is what they left you with. And that will serve their purpose of keeping you in a perpetual state of agony throughout the process of the election.
So, Brando, so why are they doing this?
I said it earlier, it's a plan of a few hiding behind the president, using the president as a willing tool. And he offered himself as this tool for whatever reason too.
What's the reason now, Brando? What's the reason? Why are those cabal behind the presidency or the president doing this? Why do you think they are doing it?
Okay, and someone I won't name told me in clear terms.
Neymar. This time they're not they hide again. Only your vote. Neymar. If you vote, Neymar. Look me well. On your vote, Neymar.
Please name them.
You don't hear me. Now me be the mama HO. Neymar begin. We not there.
I give the man a break, please. Let him do whatever he wants to. Okay. He might have a reason.
What's the reason? There's a breeze blow. Foul match open.
Now, this is the reason. If Bola Ahmed Tinubu becomes the president, and he is poised to become the president from the figures we have, Nigeria will not be handed over with a powerful presidency as we know it. And if he break the country down to the regions as he intends to do, it will make the North not to have that monopoly of controlling things like the puppeteer from their seats of power or whoever whoever is in power moving forward. So he is not the kind of president who will give power to. And considering the kind of reach and capacity behind him, he is not going to be a puppet of no one. So he will do what he wants to do and how he wants to do it. And how he wants to do it doesn't favor us. And if we let him get there, this is what will become of us post his term. And that is too much to swallow. Power is what we must have over the rest of Nigeria. And even if it is by proxy, it must be someone we can puppeteer from our bedroom. And that's the whole reason.
All right. Thank you.
The governor, I must add, the governors who are supporting him are doing it for the same reasons, but in the opposite. The reason is simple. If we do something like this to keep power in the north for another 8 years, you would have told the average Southerner that they may never become president of this country ever after. And the day they realize that, hope dies. And when it dies, faith in one Nigeria will die with it. So the Southeast, the Southwest will leave. And when they are leaving, they are not going to fight. They are not going to shoot. They are not going to protest. They know what to do and how to do it. And unanimously, they will succeed from Nigeria. And that will start an avalanche. Once they go, the Southeast window is no longer negotiable. They are gone. And the South will not stay. So the North would have been cut from the sea. And that is too much for them to lose. So they will rather lose the power in the interim, whatever becomes of the power and presidency after these 8 years or whatever is better than losing the whole lot. These are the two philosophies behind the problems we're having from my own mirror.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Brandon. Jude, you are next.
Yes, thank you, my fellow panelists and all our listeners. First of all, before I make my submission, I hate to listen to some people, especially I will name names. One man go to more that comes there every time to kind of spin, the truth and make us look as if we are all idiots as they themselves are. Because when they are spinning this kind of spinnings, they don't know that they are the one so stupid and idiotic than we that are trying to confuse. How can you tell me that the bullion van wasn't from Tinubu? If the bullion van wasn't from Tinubu, okay, and he is saying that common sense will tell you that how can Tinubu bring it? But okay, let's assume Tinubu didn't bring it, but they brought it to him to use, to bring, to buy votes, to elect Buhari, and which he said before the whole world that he single-handedly made Buhari to become a president. Okay, so they brought the bullion van with money so that he can bribe and use it to buy votes. Now, it takes only a fraudulent man. It takes only somebody who is so fraudulent, a GPT man, to key into a program that is like, giving him a bullion van to go and buy votes. Me as an individual, I can't accept such arrangement that would dent my image. It takes only somebody who is already polluted to accept such a arrangement. So whichever way he looks at it, Tinubu is not being exonerated. Even if the bullion was brought to him by whoever, by the spirit of his party, to carry the money and use it to buy vote, because that was what happened, to get Buhari elected, but he must be a fraudulent person to accept such an arrangement. Well, that is that for that. Well, what is happening between APC and APC, I would say, I think we should look at it beyond squabble. You see, because Rufai is one of the closest persons to Buhari. In fact, Rufai, I want to say, is probably one of the few people that can get into Buhari's bedroom. Okay, and for him to come and be saying what he's saying now, counteracting Buhari, I don't want to see it literally like that, because Rufai, being close to Buhari, he knows all that is going on, and being a Fulani stock, he knows all the plan, all the agenda for the Nigeria. the plan of taking over Nigeria, handing it over to the Fulani people. You see, yes, people might call this what I'm going to say now as a conspiracy theory, but what I'm seeing is just like, let us not believe everything on the surface part of it, because this might be, at the end of the day, an orchestrated plan to confuse you and I, to confuse the Nigerians, while they are behind internally perfecting plan to, one, scuttle the election and cause chaos, and at the end of the day, the chaos will lead to problem, and then they will now institute an interim government, and from there, the election is gone for probably forever. Before you know it, they will impose on us a military regime, and who do you think they're going to bring to head that military regime? Trust me, 100% is going to be a Fulani stock, who will now and perfect their plans. Okay, so that is the way I look at this thing. It's just an orchestrated plan, which at the end of the day, I am only telling those that still believe and still hoping that the election will hold, they should brace up for the greatest shock of their life. Okay, I have only spoken for 3 minutes.
Yeah, there's 2 minutes that we give.
No, I wrote it down. People have been speaking 6 minutes, please. Except if you don't want to talk, I can. I have been writing it down. Look at.
No, okay, it depends. There are some exceptions. Okay. So, for instance, if we make someone our guest, accidental guest.
No, not even the guest. James, I promise spoke for 3. I don't want to debate on this.
All right,
James and then Paul. Okay, but that's okay. That's all right. Because
okay, Jude, go ahead.
This. It's okay. That's all right.
Dude, go ahead. 2 minutes. I'll give you more 2 minutes. You probably.
I've been writing it down because I know it's going to be like this.
No, it's not science. Sometimes I'm also doing other things.
No, I have 3 people I wrote down. Not even the last person is 6 minutes. Okay, what I'm saying in essence is this. We should all brace up for what is going to happen. Okay, these people we are contending with, they are not ready to give up this power. They have made a lot of gain in their Fulanization agenda of Nigeria, and they are not going to give it up to Obi, because they know that if that happens, it's going to, push back. It's going to, counter all the gains they have made. Okay, and all this plan, what is it called? Rufai is part of that plan. So whatever they are doing, they are only pulling a wool on our eyes. We are only seeing more than, but we don't know what happened behind the doors, behind the closed doors. So we should brace up for what is going to happen come 25th of February. Okay, I hope and I know that these people, they are going to break up Nigeria that they don't want to break up by themselves. And at the end of the day, people like us who believe that there's nothing salvageable in this polluted, adulterated country called Nigeria, except to break it up and let everybody go their own way and start building, first of all, formulating the ground, the premise on which they are going to, rule themselves, making a good people's plan or people's agenda and rules that will govern them. So they will start from the scratch, because when people collectively come together and make a plan, they will key into that plan because they will be part of ownership of that arrangement. But Nigeria, the constitution of Nigeria, which we are running upon today, none of us was there. That is why nobody can claim ownership of Nigeria. That's why nobody is alleged have that 100% allegiance to Nigeria, because nobody was there when the agenda, the fraudulent constitution of Nigeria was made. And then we say, well, let them scrap it and let them start another one, and nobody wants to do that. Nobody's willing to do that, because people who have been leading us doesn't have that capacity, that fortitude to do what is right, because it's favoring them. Okay, so that is the truth, and we should all brace up, because we are going to have the greatest shocker of our life. Many of us, I'm sure many people know this, but those who still believe that something good will come out of this present system and out of this election, that they have concluded plans already to hand it over. Let me say this, to hand the election over, even if it holds, to Atiku, not even to Bola Tinubu, is to Atiku. That was why the meeting they had in Atiku, where is that country? UAE. at Dubai, and I think sometime last year, which they summoned the director of the election, the man in charge of election to come, and then the main agenda was to make him promise them that he will do whatever he can to make sure that he announces Atiku as the winner of 2023 election. Okay, this is the agenda. This is what is going to happen.
Let me ask you a question. Were you there when that meeting was held?
I don't need to be
sure that meeting held.
I don't need to be there to know when a meeting was held that was broadcast, that people knew that there was even a leaked tape. I don't need to be there. You don't need to be there.
Let me just ask. Sometimes, there's some kind of assertion that people will make that I don't like a situation where somebody is talking so confident that this happened when you don't have the concrete evidence about it.
Oh, okay. So were you there at the CBN when they were doing all these things, this change of money? Were you there? But don't you talk about what is going on now?
The CBN governor came out and told me that I am changing the Naira notes to a new one. And that is the official mouthpiece of the CBN. Look, I feel our pain, but sometimes I'll say like scientists, we only talk things with empirical evidence.
Okay, what empirical evidence do you want to tell than the leaked video from the same meeting? Just like, for instance, now, wait, hold on. I wasn't there when that man in Lagos when they had that meeting in Lagos, where they were forcing particular people that if they don't vote for Tinubu, they should kiss Lagos goodbye. They should get out of Lagos. They cannot leave. I wasn't there. But I need to be there to delete that video.
Good. That is a video that was taken by.
Let me ask Jude something. Jude, okay, like Austin said, you have to say something from empirical point of view.
Empirical evidence.
But hold on, Jude. You should have said this is your own point of view. You have no facts. I mean, your narrative.
I said there is a leaked video. Do you want me to give you the video?
Hold on, Jude. Your narrative may manifest, but that doesn't make it a reality. You just said you are just speculating. You are not there. It may happen, but it's an opinion.
Proceed. The video that I made reference to now, of the incident that happened in Lagos, were you there? Is that enough evidence enough?
Yes, we saw that. But how did you cause something?
How did you want me to show you the video?
Hold on.
Do you want me to play the video to you?
I saw that. I saw
that meeting. No, not the one that happened in Lagos. The article meeting in Dubai. Do you want me to play you the video?
Yeah, play it to us.
I'm going to search for it. I will search for it.
Play it.
Late last year. I'm surprised that you put it.
No. It happened like about a month ago. Play the video.
Yeah, that's why I don't know.
Don't come here with a conspiracy theory with no facts.
Okay. Let's leave it. But the video is out there. Okay, you can Google it. Find it on YouTube. It's out there.
Just say it's your opinion.
It's not my opinion. Okay? I said video I watched. Okay, whatever.
Who is doing that play
now? The kicker.
Even Dr. Damages was
away.
Mr. Jude, we're not in charge, Mr. Jude.
The truth of the matter is that so many things in Nigeria, you can't just wave it and say you are not there, because these things, Nigeria is like a country of possibilities. Anything that cannot happen in Nigeria does not exist. Anything that cannot happen in Nigeria does not exist.
All right, thank you.
Because Nigeria is an abnormal country with abnormal people that reason abnormally.
Mr. Jude just kicked you out. It's not APC versus APC. Both of you are APC versus APC now.
This was a plot, and
it's a plot.
Yes. Oh God, Jude, you talk more than 7 minutes.
All right, Jude, thank you so much. I think you got 10 minutes now.
Good.
So you should be happy. Let me go.
Stop talking.
Yeah. Let's go to people we've not heard from. I know.
No, you jump me when I go bathroom. I hear you when they say me I can't see my children, so I don't come back. No jump me at all. No way. It's my turn. Emiloko.
All right, Echo, go ahead.
You see, I thank God because He dey answer prayer. When I tell them, say it's not going to be business as before. All the people when they do permutation, when the election start, that is on a lie. Now everybody don't dey confused, which is what I asked Papa God to do. No person fit palm who go win again. Then for Oga Jude, when he said they don't do conclusion for Dubai, say na article. I won't let you know, say there is only one person that has finance in 2023 election, and that is God Almighty. I don't care the meeting they have done in the Kovu. I don't care of the meeting they did in the moon, or in the sun, or in the sea, or in the graveyard. The only meeting that will stand supreme is the tears of the people that have reached the throne of God, and the blood of the innocent that is crying for vengeance. That is the only one that has the final say. As far as 2023 is concerned, that God wants to be in power will be in power. Their money will fail them. Their cabal will fail them. Their international connection will fail them. Not the person when he sleep, wake up, they enter throne. Then they go rig election now. When they rig and finish, and they not sleep, wake up to enter Aso Rock. Story never change. It is not over until it is over. Our Father will answer the cry of the blood of the innocent that are crying for vengeance in Nigeria, and the tears of the people that are crying for freedom. And freedom we they get, whether they get Kaba or not, they do not have the final say in Nigeria. Whether they get Fulani agenda or not, Fulani agenda will not stand in Nigeria. And anyone that wants it to stand, the person will pay with the blood of his firstborn and the blood of his secondborn and lastborn. Nigeria belongs to every one of us. No one is more Nigerian than other. Never. It will not stand. If it stand in the days of my grandfather, if it stand in the days of my father, in my time, Mama H.O., and in the time of my children, I say no, it will not stand.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, so let me hear from Austin, and then who else is new here, and H.E. Samuel. Austin, go ahead.
So, greetings, everyone. Throughout, I don't know, anywhere you are. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. So, my point, what I wanted to talk today is based on Rufai's broadcast. Really, it seems like a house that is divided among itself cannot stand. I picked something from that broadcast. I like that. Let me not say I like. I picked that position where he said that all people of Kaduna State should get their money, that he will help them deposit in the central bank after the election. That was a very strong part I noticed. Why can't you deposit it before the elections? Must it be after? That sentence, for me, if I want to infer, it means that something, there should be somehow a vote buying. And I think such statements is treasonable, really. Talking against, how will I call it, counteracting the powers of the president. And I think that was not really beautiful at all. That was not beautiful at all. I just saw another, some journalists went to Kaduna to feel the pulse of the people. Are they respecting the orders of the president, or they're respecting the orders of the governor? It seems as if the people are respecting the orders of the president. So I don't think that that is, if you go to the market, you don't still collect the money, because he was claiming that anybody who rejects the money will face the wrath of the state somehow. But the people are not even following up with that. So I think they should try as much as possible to make sure that people get their money back into the bank. And most especially, the CBN should try to circulate the money to other people. It's very, very important. The whole fighting here is all about vote buying and all this. Every day, as they keep on talking, if you listen to them logically, you know that the only thing they are crying is vote buying, vote buying, vote buying. Then the second thing I wanted to talk about is about the people. Really, I think Nigerians don't know that the people are the most powerful in this room. If you see all this vote buying and everything they're talking about, it is you. It is the people who are the main persons. If you want this country to change today, the people can do it. And I'll keep on insisting and insisting and insisting. If a particular state say they want to be better and they have a good government, they will become Dubai, because the way states are being arranged, they have everything they need it takes to be better. But the point is that we always keep on throwing at the center. Yes, the center is very powerful and it has some limitations when it comes to the constitution. But I'll always remember what my old man, my father, will always tell me, that if you are a good person, you lead a good home. If our governors were good, I will talk. Let's start from maybe from Anambra. If the governor of Anambra State is always good, I'll tell you the truth, the state is going to prosper and everything will be fine. So if I see people throwing stones and this is happening, they did this to us, they did this. Come on. If we decide we want to be better in our own state, we'll be better. And this whole conspiracy theory, this and that, let's not allow our emotions to take us away. Let's just see what is right. If you see empirical evidence, if you see videos and you see that this is true, you go for it. But you see things which are alleged, don't carry it up. Because these days we talk everything on the social media and the rest. So that's where I'll stop for now, at least.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. H.E. Samuel, are you there? Samuel. Okay, he's not there. I want
you don't come up from Molue.
Oh, okay, he's back. H.E. Samuel, yeah. Are you there? Can you hear me? Is this a picture? Hello? All right. I'm not sure it's real. It looks like it's a picture looking at us. He's driving. Are you flying or are you driving? All right. So I want us to move a little bit to a different topic. There have been several polls that just came out, and they may be the final ones in this election. So I want us to weigh in on the polls that came out. Let me show you guys the one that is interesting. It just came out today, I believe. Let's see. Okay. This is what it says. Let's start with Bola Tinubu. Oh, okay. It's showing us article. Let's see. Oh, Bola Tinubu. Right. So the poll says that Bola Tinubu will win 9 states if the election should happen today. And let me see. That he will get 25% in 20 states. 9 states, 25% in 20 states. That's Bola Tinubu. Then it also says that, let's see, for Atiku will win, hold on. Atiku, okay, this is Atiku's figures. Atiku will win 11 states and get 25% in 27 states. 11 states. He will win 11 states and get 25% in 27 states. Now, for P2B, this is what the poll says. And the poll is very detailed in how they were able to arrive at their conclusions. Oh, no, this is not. Okay, for P2B, he will win 17 states and get 25% in 25 states. So I want us to talk about the polling so far in this election and what people think will be the outcome. We're going to let new people in. So when I take you out, it doesn't mean that you can't come back. But once you weigh in on this, I will get other people to come in and weigh in on this. So I'll start with you, man of prestige.
Okay. Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, but from the map you just showed, it's not detailed enough to show us what state. So how can we pay our narrative? Because I didn't see what state Tinubu will win. I believe probably most of the West. Where did he get his? It's a 9 state, right?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It shows the
it's not
states.
telling me what state is going to win. Apart from the 6th state in the West, that's a definite. Maybe Lagos. I will put Lagos maybe. So But anyway, having said that, let's give it to him. 6 states in the West. So
the states are these states in hold on, let me see if I can make it bigger.
okay, I'm looking at it.
Well, I can. Okay, this is the
Okay, doctor, let me just call the state. I'm looking at it from the TV.
Okay.
Zamfara, Kano, Jigawa, Kwara, Oyo, Ekiti, Oshun, Ogun, and Lagos.
Okay, so that's what he's saying, that Tinubu will win, and that the one that I'm also interested in, that he will win 25% in 20 states.
Okay. I mean, okay. Let me ask one more question. Do you have more detail about how this poll was conducted? Was it
Yeah,
kind of sampling?
I just saw it now. It's online now. It's on I think most platforms published it.
Okay, I guess we read it. Yeah,
I haven't read the details, but it's the latest. There was one that came out 2 days ago that had Tinubu winning.
Yeah, we saw that, and we analyzed that on a different platform, but we analyzed that. But that one is, in my own opinion, it said about 19 or 17,000, but it was more of a projection, in my own opinion. In that one, there's no analytical, that tell you who was poll and what was poll. But I won't say that it's just a poll. So, from my own opinion, I don't read much into a poll, but poll is just a sampling. So, in my own opinion, particularly in Nigerian space, if it's like in American space, maybe the margin is like 2 or 3 or whatever, I say it's very close. But when it's like 5 or 6 in every poll that is conducted in America, it tend to pan out that way. Of course, during Trump era, we missed it a little bit. That's a caveat in that. But when it comes to Nigerian space, the poll is a little bit of sampling, but I don't really paint it as definitely it's going to say who's going to win the president. I'm not saying Obi is not going to win. I'm obedient. So, I hope he wins. But the poll in Nigeria, there's a little bit of, it doesn't really give me a confidence. Even at all, it said somebody's leading by 10 points. It doesn't give me confidence or whatever what's going to happen in Nigeria, when it comes to Nigerian space. So that's what I have to say that. But let's go to this particular poll you just portrayed here. Yeah, I can see the poll, him winning those states, that was enumerated there and getting 25%. Yeah, particularly in the north. I don't see him getting any 25%. This is my own opinion, personal. I don't have a fact, so I'm not going to come here and say this is where I got my data from. I don't see him getting any 25% in the south. Maybe it's not even going to get it in River State. Forget about what's happening him and Wike. It's not going to get it. OP is going to win that. PDP is going to get their 25% in there. If he's going to get any 25% in the south, of course, it's not going to happen in the south. Forget about Hope is or the and the other one for Ebonyi State. And in the south, he may get something from Edo State. If that's my personal opinion, maybe 25%. Definitely, Obi is going to win Edo State. I mean, Obi is going to win the whole south and southeast. That's that's my own permutation in that regard. Definitely, he's going to win the whole southwest. Lagos, I will put a caveat there, but I'll give it to him. But Obi is going to be stronger. So if there's free and fair election, hopefully, what is happening right now, what Buhari is doing right now, mobilizing, the troop to go to Lagos, which is the epicenter of this attack of other party. Buhari is doing well in that regard. Even at all, I don't like him. What's happening in Lagos State, because it has been a lot happening in Lagos State, because I mentioned it, some people was making it like nothing happened, because the APC governor vice president was attacked in Surulere. She has the tape, and the people that came and attacked them, I'm talking about what happened 2 days ago, I'm not talking about the weekend. She has everything on tape, and this, it's a Yoruba woman, of course, not to be ethnic or in my point. She was attacked. She has the video, and the people that came to attack them said, yeah, we did. We're attacking you. We both should go back to where they come from. They said it, and she has everything on tape. She said it on Arise News. So it's not like he said or she said. So everything that is permutating in Lagos State is APC. So let's not hold any bar on that, okay? And I said, that's definitely what happened. But anyway, let's go back to what we are talking about. I see where the poll may be in terms of analysis wise, not a fact base, because nobody's God here. I see where Tinubu, I've always been saying it, Tinubu is APC is going to come third. What's his name? If the election really hold, like, and I see Atiku, coming second, And the permutation they go for B. Can you show the B? I have to analyze the B one. Can you show the show the PDP one first?
Hold on. I wanted to make sure that hold on. Can you guys see this?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So when I was conceiving this program yesterday, this was the poll I saw, and it says that Tinubu will lead, and Obi and Atiku will be in the second place. And this one was conducted by the Nigerian Human Rights Committee. I don't know who they are, but it's a poll that is out there, and it's the only one that has given Tinubu the lead so far. But as we were on, I saw the other poll that was a lot more detailed in some of the things they did. And,
which company?
This one, the other one. The other one this one is human rights. I just mentioned it now. The other one is the SM Intelligence. It says I don't know who they are too.
You're talking about the one that was conducted that gave Tinubu the lead.
Yeah, the one that gave Tinubu the lead. That one is the
we already analyzed that in a different platform. You know.
Okay.
No, I'm not talking about the one that gave Tinubu the lead. I'm talking about the one we're analyzing now with the maps.
Okay. The one we're analyzing one is called is from hold on, let me see again. It's from they say SBM Intelligence.
Do they have people that
man of prestige you were talking about? You wanted to see the Obi figure.
No. Let me see the article first.
Article, okay, all right.
Yeah.
So, but I know that there are the controversies about polling, but I think it's also important that as we go along, the country will need to find scientific ways to identify things. It may not be perfect at this point, but it's,
it's a sampling. It's a sampling. There's no doubt. I'm not disputing that. You know.
All right. So this is it. What are you looking for, a man of prestige?
Yeah, I'm just trying to see where they gave Atiku, to win. Katsina, Kaduna. I'm just looking at, and you see where he's going to get his 25%. I think. Okay. I'm looking at. Okay.
All right. I've just been told that that it's not the only one that gave the Human Rights Committee community polling. It's not the only one that gave Tinubu the lead. That's the only one I've seen. But if there are other ones, I've not seen them.
I think I think what those people may be referring to was the one that came like about a month ago, before this last one 2 days ago. That one was pretty much a projection. They didn't give any kind of sample size. But the one that gave Tinubu, I think they say they have like about 17 or 19,000 sampling. But the way they conducted it was make it seem like more of a projection, in my own opinion, that has been analyzed. But anyway, we need to go more in detail about this. See what kind of empirical data that they use to collect it and how they sample it. Whether it's by poll, did they go to the village, local government, or just in the city? So that will bring a little bit of fact to the poll. Of course, like I said, I don't read it, but it's just something for us to have here. In my own opinion, it's an academic exercise in my point of view. So yeah, I see what they give Atiku. I can see that of most of those states, that they give Atiku. I think I will give it to him, in my own opinion. And some of the states where he get 25%. Yeah, I'm with that. So I want to see the OB. How did OB manage to get 24 states? Because
27 states, and also
I always have a doubt in that. If OB was
also that poll said that OB won on those states, which I don't know how they.
Yeah, so I'm very concerned right now. I don't know about this vote.
All right,
I always say that it's going to go to second round. That's my opinion. So I don't know how they come up with this.
All right, thank you, Austin. You're a scientist, and we hope that one day we'll become a scientific-minded people. So how do we, because this is my concern. Without credible polls that people would believe in, with people counting on what they see when politicians go out there, including people paid or people who came out to see. How do you convince the voters that whatever result that is announced is going to be credible?
Because are you talking of INEC result or the polls result?
No, the final result. Whenever the final result comes out, because at this point, most people believe that their candidate will win. I mean, at least the top three. how do you, whatever is announced, how do you convince? Because these are the supporting things that most countries use to say, okay, this is true, this is right, this result is right, especially.
We normally say, look, even in the Western world, this pose, or let's say the media is like a knife. What it pierces you with, that is what you believe. They say sometimes when you lie over and over through the media, it becomes truth. So I won't always want to talk about the polls here and there, but I think if we need to believe this election, INEC needs to do better. That means, like, for example, there was a time INEC like a post against one of the candidates. All those things should be avoided. You should try to make sure that we have a level playing ground. Even during the collection of PVCs, we saw that there were some discrepancies based on either ethnic or religious inclinations. All those things will make life very unbearable. But I know that the one on that day that's going to really help people to trust the polls or not is the collation of results after the voting. So what by the time people have results, it is being uploaded with the beavers and everything goes well. From the polling booth, people will now say, okay, we are trusting this result or we are not trusting this result. But if we have the people at the returning officers at the post, either complaining of network or maybe some people deprived of casting their ballots and the rest, that is when we'll start having problems whether the post is good or not, whether the post will be good or not. I always like to take this case. I remember in 2015, during the voting, I don't know, I don't have it at the top of my mind, but I know that the number of post-election cases that came up were about 500 to 600 cases. But if you go to 2019, the number of post-election cases was about 2,000 to 3,000. So it tells you that people did not like the elections. There's a way if they win, if you are being defeated free and fairly, you will not even need to go to court. So if we need to trust this post, for me, what I think will either make us to trust this post or distrust this post is one, if all those who come that day with their PVCs are being captured by the beavers, they vote and the elections are uploaded and the results are uploaded using the beavers at that position. If that happens and we see it in the election collecting center online, then it will increase the trust in the process. Two, if there is no fighting like distortion of voting, talks coming to destroy things, that will be the second thing. So if all those things work very well and INEC does the job very well and all the voters feel satisfied at the polling booth, then I think the elections will be trusted. But if any of these things goes wrong, then people will not trust the results.
All right, thank you. Where do I go to next? Igbo basics.
Dr. Damage, can I give you some update? Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
There's something. There's a rally going on all over Nigeria right now, particularly in Abuja and Lagos. The military everywhere, so that's a welcome development. I'm seeing some of them online.
So what are the military doing there? Trying to keep peace?
Yeah, try to secure, any kind of violence, particularly in Lagos. Yeah, it's online right now. Yeah.
Okay.
Which is good. I'm just saying it's a welcome development.
All right. That's good. You informed us. I know that there is also something going on in America, in Washington D.C. for P2B and other parts of the country. It will be interesting to see how this all plays out next week. And
yeah,
for
there's one going on in LA, so but which is like about 2 hours from me, but I'm unable to go. I just want to come here, there's one is supposed to be going on in LA today, about 2 hours from my house, yeah.
This is from this happened sometime this week in Lagos. Someone was noticing the military.
You don't say to the don't roll soldier enter Lagos. If I hear pin, almost see soldier. This was they don't need to beat you now. You just sit there, you don't die. You don't piss. They don't know touch you.
Yes, it's true. They go piss for body. Hey, it's true now.
All right, Janaba. I know you like soldiers, and I don't know if you were once a soldier or you have them in your family. Do you think it's a good thing that we have soldiers all over the places coming out from the barracks?
Really?
I'm just asking a question. Is that a good thing?
With this plan, when they plan to kill my children, and they don't pay, so make them do Agbero work. Make soldier dead there where so that they not go kill my children. Everybody want go vote. You go waka go vote peacefully because with soldier we go do all correct, sir.
Dr. Damages,
9 feet us right now.
And you think those soldiers are actually coming to keep peace? You think they are being sent to keep peace?
But the truth is that with what is happening in Lagos, if nothing is put in place, there will be more chaos on election day than ever. So something just have to be done.
I even trust the Agberus more than the soldiers you're talking about.
The Agbero that will make people not to vote.
I actually called John Abba. And
did you jump me to John Abba?
No, I'm coming back.
You start from Igbo basis to Jonaba. Maybe you should just give me in the middle. Just give me in the middle.
I know. I'll come back to you.
Igbo base have been around all this while. I just come to say hi in the first time, and Dr. Damages discriminated against me and kicked me out, which is okay. The issue of soldiers on the street of Nigeria, I think soldiers are supposed to come after Jude and all of you that are even interrupting right now. Because you guys were not the one that they called and you jump on it. That's why there's soldier in Nigeria. Because people jump and go where they are not supposed to go. When they are not asked to do something, they will do it. This is what makes us Nigerian and makes us unique. But going to your question is that as things stand right now, it's a lot of confusion. Nigerians are panicking, no leadership. So I think whatever it takes to make sure there is orderliness and let there be a peaceful election, people should go to the polling station or vote to cast their vote peacefully, and then we take from there. Well, now, since I'm talking, let's talk about the poll. The problem we are all having here, we have biased mind, and the rhetoric on the media will set the house on fire, which is Nigeria. Whatever will be the result, we have to tell our people back home, after casting their vote, they should go home and watch just like every other person. And nobody's supposed to die because you go out to cast your vote. It's a franchise. It's your basic right to vote. And after that, you go home. I encourage your brothers and sisters, they should go and vote for people of their choice, but they shouldn't go after themselves, properties of the innocent one, who are also as poor as they are. Destroying it will not affect any of the elite in Nigeria space. And so we also have responsibility from diaspora, especially some of us here that cannot even go and vote. All we need to do is to encourage people to vote and vote their conscience and not to instigate any fight that will cause more innocent life. And I think that should be, the poll is when it's in your favor, you say it's a right poll, and when it's not, then you say, oh, let me watch this again. Let me look at it again. Then because it's the biased mind. But all that will come to rest on Saturday by God's grace. And we all can talk about after election, and then people that will get on medication to calm themselves down will. And the people that will say, with life, when you win, you're happy. And when you lose, it's a wicked song. And it's a wicked song we're all going to sing after the election. When they are happy, when they are mad, you are happy. And when they are not,
as when they pain them, it is sweet us. Is that the song?
Jonaba, you just said that the media there's something you said about the media. is it the fault of the media that they are publishing polls that are coming out? It's not their fault. They have to publish.
No. That's not what I say. I
You
said
said
when
something like they will set the nation on fire. I want to make sure
I
you.
said our words and the media should not escalate anything. Rather, whenever it happens, we should, after the election, we tell the people, go back home, let there be peace. No one should go after lives and property. There should be a peaceful election, and after that, everybody should go home and let's watch. I'm not saying that shouldn't. I always say about the poll that when it's in your favor, you can say what you want to say, and you are happy. When it's not in your favor, then you look closely and you say, pull it again. I want to see it. Yeah, you're going to pull it after 20. All of us, we're going to be shocked when INEC and when they announce what they announce, and everybody will be okay. I'll be here. I hope I invite Paul to come with that hat to my house. It's like in a rock coming for me.
And I go come.
Thank you, General. Igbo Basics. Go ahead.
All right. We're on closing statements. I know we're talking about polls and stuff like that. From what I've observed this past week, thank God for YouTube and social media. Everybody is now a journalist. Everybody is now a publisher. Everybody, just anything goes. Closing statements in any given campaign is what is happening now. Some are demonstrating their own closing campaign by their supporters. Others are drinking gari somewhere. Tinubu was supposed to be marrying today, I believe, the daughter of some kind of emir or so in far north. But in this same week that we have witnessed some things, Buhari, after Rufai and what's the name of this other guy that, when this other guy was talking about coup and the DSS invited him, Buhari came out. Buhari came out, I think yesterday, and said, these are jokers. That's not the exact word. So there's nothing such as such coup. And then the army chief, also in the Sun newspaper yesterday, warned all these miscreants and say, you better have a fast rethink. So what am I saying in essence is, as it stands right now, the closing statements that are rolling out, Peter Obi has done his own closing statements, going back to his base, talking to the traders, going around. I have seen his activities all over the places. Intimidation is what was going on in Lagos. And with those intimidation, somebody like Oshemole carried the same intimidation to Edo State, his own place, wearing his Abamade Biafran suit. Maybe he doesn't know that suit that he's wearing, but that's an Abamade Biafran suit. That's his signature outfit that he wears. He went down there and the people chased him out. He went again yesterday and the people chased him out as he was waving his broom. As far as polls are concerned, right now I don't delve too much into the polls, but what I delve into the polls on the street, man on the street polls, is what we should be looking at. As the campaign is coming to a close, in a way, the events that happened in Lagos was what brought the army to show full strength. I am wondering whether the army will also preempt those who are in the southeast claiming there should be no election. I'm wondering if the army should go down there, not to go and start killing anybody, but to go and put on the ground their same energy that they are putting out in Lagos. Or are they, is Eastern Nigeria no longer a part of Nigeria? Are you going to only defend Lagos and not defend all the other places so that people can go out and exercise their franchise? What am I saying is that anybody is entitled to sit at home if you so desire, but go and ask those who are sitting at home. Nobody is sitting at home because they like to sit at home. People are being forced And nobody should be forced in any part of the world to do anything, and you claim that is something that anybody can even consider. So I am saying that the Nigerian government, with all these threats that is going on in the East, what is happening is propaganda on top of propaganda on top of propaganda. That is what is playing out now. It reminds me of Okokundem. All these are strong voices. So in closing, I go back to the same thing. If you love your fatherland, if you love your motherland, let be and let be. Live and let live. Don't force anybody to do anything. Do your own part. If you want, sit at home. That's your problem. But do not go out there and prevent anybody who wants to go out there to exercise their own right. Having said that, I will try to close with just a little bit of a caution. That my caution is, as far as the East is concerned, I appeal to our brothers down there. I noticed somebody said Igbo Basic should come home and do this. All of us have roles to play wherever we are as at this point in time in our lives. I was in Nigeria for 9 years. I did the National Youth Service Corps. And I can share the sentiments of Brando, who came out here. Anybody who is actually on ground, inside the kitchen where the thing happen, can tell you the truth of what is going on practically. So for anybody who thinks we are not cowards, I go home more often than a lot of people. I go to the bushes. I can tell you where the Nama legs are inside the bushes. So please, play their own role. There will be election. They will count the votes. A president will be declared. Nigeria's tripod quivers, and that is what you're seeing in those polls. Atiku in the north, Tinubu in the west, Obi in the east. If the election goes fair and square, Obi will be the next president of Nigeria.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Bob Basics. Paul, there are people who have not said anything, and Jude is raising his hands again.
I just wanted to say that
you were going round. Paul spoke, all right?
No, mind you.
were going round.
That's why somebody said they make their carry soldier come.
Go ahead,
so talking about the poll, the poll, I don't want to believe it. I don't want to believe it, not because I doubt it, but this is a first of its kind. For the first time, we are practicing this type of election. What we practice for the most part in Nigeria all the time is a two-party system. And the two-party system always cuts between the North and the South. But for the first time now, it's not a two-party system, and the third force is so strong, even though whichever way you want to call it, Kwankwaso may be a very strong, formidable candidate in terms of regional. So which means that will also hurt the so-called presidential candidate from the North. So it's very, very hard for us to use the poll right now. I would say I don't have any fact to back it up, but I just understand that the way some of us want to calculate this election, that, oh, this person going to win this zone, this person going to win this zone. I think it's going to be tough. For example, if we want to say a place like Lagos, if you look Lagos very well, I don't know, Obi will definitely get his 25%. Tinubu will win more. You want to talk place like Kano State, you understand, and then Atiku will probably win Kano State. Kwankwaso will win Kano State. Tinubu may also win Kano State 25%. So it's really, really hard to use this permutation in terms of this third force thing that is on now. So I can't really, really say the poll that I want to believe the poll because of the way the election is taken now. Though, first thing first, in my own knowledge, I strongly believe that this election will still there'll still be a rerun on this election. That I know it may likely happen that it's going to go for rerun. That I can see. Then also, with the way the country is going again, we don't even know how the election will look like. Some of us here are very, very happy that they are bringing soldiers to Lagos. But doctor, because of the type of people we be, you understand the quota system, the way we do things in Nigeria. It is hard. Even when you see soldier, you might be one who very happy. What about the all Fulani soldiers? Now they carry on Lagos. You understand? These are the things. Are you bringing 25% soldiers from the east? An Igbo man go Lagos, the Yoruba man come Lagos, an Hausa man come Lagos. Because for the most part in my life that I've lived in Lagos before I moved to the United States of America, every time I see soldier, now godo. You understand? This is what I see. So you bring strangers and everything. I don't understand how they also want to play the politics, what type of soldiers they are bringing. Because if you bring soldier that will also favor the interests of his own people again, then the soldier don't mean anything. It becomes thug. It becomes militia. That's another thing. So I still don't believe that the soldiers will still help issues. We've seen all those things in Nigeria, where you see soldiers, you see all these security men and everything, and crime will be going on. The police are everywhere. When Agbero is abusing people by the day, we see all those things. We see our soldiers will be abusing person. The police will be there. We see our police will be also abusing person. The soldiers will be there. You understand? So this is Nigeria. So I don't want to see it from that I'm good at the soldier. What type of soldiers are they bringing? Are you telling me that if they brought soldiers from Anambra State, an Igbo man, to go quench peace in Enugu, there will definitely be peace. But if you bring soldier from Zamfara to go quench peace, you understand? Then go say these people need a year word. You just treat them like animal. You understand? The way an Akwa Ibom man will see dog, and sweet is sweet. You understand? The bar where they use dog do juju, you know, go think to chop up. You understand? So that's how it works. You understand? So I don't want to believe this thing, but it's up to Nigeria with the way we are. Let's make this country work for all of us than finding all this shortcut that will lead us to nowhere. Tomorrow again, to break out the whole thing, you discover that it's also a conspiracy theory. Some soldier will say they transfer me, they ask me to go back, they just give me money, they say I should remain back in the base. You discover that all the soldiers that will go to Lagos, you might not see one Igbo soldier there. You'll be so shocked. You'll be so shocked. So these are the type of people that we are. I arrest my case.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Olu Bedu, welcome to the show. Unmute yourself, please.
Hey, hello, my brother. How are you?
Hi there. How are you doing?
Okay.
Thank you for that. Turn off your YouTube. I think you have YouTube and you're also on StreamYard. So that's why you feedback.
I'm not on YouTube. I'm only on.
Yeah, it's a place you're watching. You are in two places. That's why we're getting feedback.
No, I'm only watching it one place.
But it doesn't happen with anybody else. Can you guys hear
feedback? I don't know why it's echoing.
Now, what I think is happening here is that you click on the link, then you open on a new tab. So close that one where you started with before.
Which one?
That's when you click on the link to join this
your
platform.
YouTube. Close your YouTube. Close your YouTube.
My YouTube is not on. I'm only on everything. Okay, let me switch everything off on my screen. I'm only on here now. How is it now?
Okay, I think it's better now.
It's better now, yeah. Okay. No, I don't know.
Okay, go ahead. Just keep talking.
It happened last week too. I'm sorry for this, yeah. Anyway, I was here last week and I saw my video go everywhere about what I said, which I'm not changing my mind. The day that we will all wake up in our house and we believe in our government or believe in what anybody is drawing or writing in Nigeria, we are all done. Because there's no one truth out of everything they are sending to us. They know what they are doing. We didn't vote in Nigeria, they select. And it's up to everybody to get up for their rights, because I'm from Lagos State and I see the way they vote, because my first voting was in 1979. And we believe Awolowo is going to be president, then Chagari become president. And I was one of the boys in the voting unit. And I saw how we do rigging. And after all the rigging we did in Lagos State, we did not win the election. And then in the night, when we are counting the vote the next day, and they announced Shagari as the winner. And the man beside me was so angry that Shagari won the election. And I asked him, Baba, why are you so angry? He said to me, those people, they are stealing. They steal all the votes. And I say, how did they steal it, sir? And he said to me, instead of them counting one, they count three. I said, like we two do. And the man have to give me a knock in my head because I was still young then, that I should shut up. Since then, there's never been election in Nigeria. It's only election. It's only one election we have. It's the Abiola one that they cancel. So now see what they are doing? They're bringing military in. They are the one that take up the petrol. They take up the money. They look for our trouble. And now the boys start making trouble. So they start making the military in to start. What are the military coming in for? All the PVC cards they find in foreigners coming into the country, where are they coming from? Have they count them together so that they will say, so somebody have win? Or are they deceiving all of us? Listen, I didn't believe in them. Anything they say they would like to see, they will say it, because they never come with the truth once in their life. All what they do is lie, and they keep on lying to us. And as you know, I won't hide my feelings. We've said it all. Let's share this country and everybody go on their way. Let Igbo take their Igbos and go and roll it. Yoruba take their own and go and roll it. We can pay more less than that, because anything happen, we've showed them how to rig. Buhari know how to rig now. So now they are punishing Tinubu and other people on it, because everything they know how to do this election is with money. And now they're holding back to the money. So the day we sit down and we believe in them, the country is upside down. We wish somebody should come in and turn it back, but how will the person get in there under the 1999 Constitution? Anyway, I rest my case.
All right, thank you, thank you so much. Forefathers, welcome to the show. I know you've been patient enough. And
yeah, thanks for having me, Rudolph.
Also be patient, Dr. Damages.
Who are you? Who is speaking? I don't know who is speaking.
Samuel here.
Samuel, we've been calling you. You come in and you go out. So go ahead, Forefathers. We'll get to you.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I guess polls are always polls, I guess. And there's always this margin of error that can swing it either way anyway. So one should just I guess look at other indicators too that could point to the direction of the election. One of them for me is this madness going on with the APC right now, that the Tinubu's APC seems to want to fight the Buhari's APC, which is crazy, because if I was an opposition leader, man, I would so carve it onto their head that they are the ones causing anarchy in the country. And these people, they forget that they are the ones in charge. They are a party in charge. And Tinubu, for one, is crazy, because what does he think he's doing, fighting Buhari? Where is he going to get his northern vote from? If northern people are noticing what he's doing, can you imagine that was a southern leader, president, that a northern politician is treating like this? Would you want to vote for that southern leader? That is what Tinubu is doing. I don't know where his mind, I don't know what he thinks. And why is it that they hate this policy particularly? They started hating it even before the notes came out. This one that are pretending that is the people, they were the one that sent DSS to go and arrest they tried to get DSS to arrest Emefiele. Even before the notes controversy even started. Now they are pretending as if they care about people. When university students were sitting at home for 9 months, none of these APC, I don't know what to describe them, whether these leaders are all, cared about them at all. They left them to languish there. Can we count it? Our leader, our people are jackbarring like crazy. Thousands. Do these people care? They don't care. But the one they care about is note change before an election. That is the one that is making them lose their mind. And it concerns me because CBN says almost all the money is in. So what are they worrying about? So it means that they must have currencies that even the CBN doesn't know exist. What is all this fight about? Because they are risking losing the election doing all these things. That's how significant it is. And I fear that what these people are doing, they are undermining the state. I don't even know what Tinubu is doing. I don't know whether this guy has read history at all. He wants history to repeat itself. This is how Abiola's vote, this in the election was cancelled. He wants to destabilize the country now and create a situation whereby the military comes in. What do they think they are playing at? These people don't know the dangers that the dangers they are creating here. And Tinubu is giving Rufai the nod. Go ahead and do that. Cause more problems for Buhari. And I see that's where the play is going to end. You get that under control, you are going to see military come and take over. There's constitutional imbalance. They're going to talk about interim government. All hell breaks loose. And guess what? Many Nigerians don't even know what it's like to be under military. They will welcome them because they are tired of this madness. Because nobody's telling them the history of Nigeria. Nobody's telling most Nigerians that, okay, military regime actually sets us backward. Nobody's telling them that. They are going to welcome them, and God help us who is behind those military officials. If they are the kind of leaders that are not for the people, then we are stuck with them for the next 20 years. We will be stuck with them, and Nigeria will never move forward. This is a trial of our democratic credibility as a people. And our citizens, they decide that, okay, politicians tell them what to do. They go and start tearing the streets up. If Nigerians just cared about each other a little bit more, this stuff wouldn't be this bad. Just, hey, I need to get food, or give me some money, give me some food, I'll give you the money later. That will stop this problem. But instead, some politicians would order some people to go on the street and they start tearing the southeastern state up. Mostly, if you look at this problem, it's mostly centered at the southeastern state and by this in the Edo and maybe Delta a little bit. But it's the southwestern states, I mean. That's where most of all this trouble is coming from. Guess who is there? Look at Oshomole was found the other day using tribal and trying to cause chaos in public. These people just do these things. And for me, I really find it, I don't understand how the country sustains this type of people. They are the ones causing our problems. And last year, I think it was last year or last 2 years, when they wanted to pass a hate speech law in Nigeria, Nigerians hated it and they blocked it. And this is where the people come in too. Because when they want to pass a law to prevent this type of behavior, the people block it. I don't know how we are going to get out of this mess. We blame our leadership, but we are also corporates. Many of us are selling Nigerian notes as if we are hawking dollars. Many of us are hoarding the money when we should be helping to stabilize the country. Emefiele, there's blame to go around. Emefiele, that one wants to print money, assume that Nigerians are not going to be Nigerians. You go and release how many $1 billion that you know it's not going to be enough. The rich are going to hurt the whole thing, even if they don't need the cash.
So forefathers, I like what you just said now, as if Nigerians are not going to be Nigerians. So apparently we know Nigerians. One thing someone pointed out that shocked me, that I didn't think about it, was that we all know that Nigerians won't go when you tell them this is the deadline. They wait until that deadline to do things. We know the Nigerians, who they are and how they behave. So how do you now? You can blame the government for not factoring that in, and you are blaming Nigerians for being Nigerians. But we have not dealt with what things that make Nigerians behave the way they behave. You're expecting someone who has opportunity to sell the naira not to sell it. But they look around, they see politicians, they see everybody taking advantage of every other person. How do you tell them that this time that he is the one that is in the advantageous position, that he shouldn't take advantage of that? How do you expect him to now do that, or her to do that, when other people, the headmaster of his child's school, is taking advantage of that position? Everybody else is doing it.
Yeah, and this is why there has to be a cultural change. This is on us as a people. And I've been saying it before, when people keep accusing the leaders, oh, it's the head that is rotten. No. It's not the head that is rotten. That is a dead organism. A living organism, if the head is woozy, if the head is not behaving well, it's what is coming from what is the head is ingesting. The people are the part of the problem. We are the ones generating these leaders because we are also part of it. We like to abuse the leaders, but many of us will do exactly what the leaders are doing, maybe even worse. How is it that we are not going to be honest with ourselves? Look at Turkey is burying 40,000 people right now. There are many countries that are making sacrifices and going through hell. You don't see them doing what Nigerians are doing. And there's an element of our people feeling so entitled. I'm getting fed up with it, really. They even come here to the UK and they do those type of things. I don't know where Nigerians get this entitlement. Your forefathers have been enslaved and colonized, and you still think you're entitled to stuff and you're not going to have difficulties in this world? What world do you live in? I don't understand it. Why do these people always think things have to be easy? Here I'm in the UK, things are not easy. Many of us have to work very, very hard. Even if we get paid, that is just to survive. I don't understand why we feel so entitled. We don't have a spirit of sacrifice. I don't know whether it's our leaders are not doing it for us, but we as a people don't seem to understand it. We've lost it. Any people that do well, you understand that they have this idea of delayed gratification. They go through hardship for the greater good. Just currency change. Look at what we are doing to ourselves. We are trying to invite a greater anarchy that will damage the nation significantly. Every time we are fighting, we are denying ourselves money that is supposed to be coming into the country. Somebody that is about to make a decision to invest in Nigeria will think, I don't want to do that. This is what crazy. They will move it to another country. We keep losing out because of all these silly things that keeps going on in our country. I've seen Nigerians on TV complain how their life is so hard. And I imagine, I just on the other screen, I will see Somali children that are really dying of famine. And Nigerians, they don't understand. We have been made to think that we have a lot. We will enjoy all kinds of benefits. No, you won't. You have to earn it. You have to have a culture that nurtures good things, good outcomes. If your leaders are doing bad things, like Oshomelena that was caught on camera, who is holding him accountable? All those bank managers that are not releasing the money, who is holding them accountable? Where is all the money that was printed? Where did it all go? Most of this money is in the hand of the rich. Why are they not releasing it? Oh, and see, this is why I blame the current leaders that are in office, like Emefiele and Buhari, because they should have factored all these things in. Nigerians will always be Nigerians. You have to treat them as if they're already criminal before you even started. You send EFCC officials to the banks and all the rest of it because they are going to look for a way to sabotage this thing as soon as possible. That's where I blame the leadership from. But you can see that the APC leaders that could have been helping the process, advising people stay calm, stay at home, help each other out. This is for the national good, for the greater good. No. They are worrying for themselves. This is, I say this from the point of view that we still seriously have to be searching ourselves and asking ourselves what is good for the country. And it's not always about what is good for you. Personally, if I fall because the country does well, so be it. Many people have fallen to have their country do better. We seriously have to take ourselves personal feelings out of the equation because our children's lives are at stake here. This is some serious issue. A military coup could happen any moment because of this silliness. And we will just be staring at the military leader. Nothing, you can't do anything, no. It's too late. You won't do the leader anything.
Thank you, forefathers. Sam, you're next.
Can you hear me, please, Dr. Damages?
Who is speaking?
Samuel, can you hear me?
Oh, we can hear you, but your mouth is not moving, so I wasn't sure. All right, you're out. All right, Henry. Welcome. Henry, welcome.
I suppose forefathers, Can you hear me? I'm still speaking, Dr. Damages.
No, why will you speak first? I'm going around, otherwise I will miss somebody. why you?
Dr. Damages, can you hear me?
No, I didn't call you. I called Henry. Henry, you're next.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
I was supposed to speak after forefathers. Okay.
All right. We are following.
Good evening, everybody.
Yeah. Go ahead, Henry.
This issue is first of all, we always blame the leaders. We stay here. One of us can be leaders from somewhere, right? if we don't show good example as a citizen, then if we go to this position as a leader, we should be behaving like these other ones who are blaming their leaders. First of all, look at Lagos as a whole. Lagos, former federal capital, it still look like a mob. Look at the way they behave in Lagos. Lagos, Agbero. The state, Agbero. Who's the governor of Agbero? Tinubu. And some people since sitting down, telling me, and they live in Western country, and telling Nigerians to go up and vote for this same this same kind of people who are bringing us backward, who's making Nigeria seem backward. I cannot imagine so-called I would call traditional leader or traditional rulers in Lagos in camera or in voicemail, a voice message telling people who are Nigerians they don't vote for APC. They need to pack their load and go back to the east. First of all, the Yoruba people, I'm speaking to those Yoruba who supporting APC, who claim this is their right to have Lagos belong to them. They should go and go back to history. The Bini Empire, they rule that Lagos everywhere. Lagos is no man's land, belongs to all Nigerians. They should keep that in their memory. They should go and read history if they don't know this. They're so-called king or so-called rulers. They should go and read history. So they should keep their mouth shut sometimes when they start to oppress other Nigerians, behaving racist to Nigerians, telling them they don't vote for APC. Who give them the right to say Lagos belongs to Yoruba? They should keep their tribal things to their bucket in their home and stop in Nigeria, in Lagos. I support the ministry to come out now to bring those.
Henry, we are having difficulties hearing you. I think you are far away from your.
Let me move this off. Let me move it. Let me move this off.
Go ahead, Henry. Oh, we can't hear you anymore. Okay, we'll come back to you, Henry. Sydney, you're next.
Thanks, Dr. Damages. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. First of all, I want to say that with respect to a lot of people talking about...
No, Henry, we moved on. I will come back to you later. Sydney, speak up a little bit. I know your voice is low to begin with.
Okay.
Yeah.
A lot of people talk about divisions. Everybody should go their way. The truth is that even if we do that, we still need to interact with each other. We still need to do business, even if we are separate countries. So I think we should start thinking like what forefathers says. We should start thinking about the nation. With regards to what's happening, it's a fight between two people. And they had already been giving us a precursor to what was going on. The president has his interest. The Tinubu group have their interest. Now, I'll give you a roundup of what happened. The president had a media brief. They asked him a critical question. Who will be your successor? He made a statement. He said, if I name my successor, they will kill him. I don't know whether I will remember that months ago. The next week, Tinubu made his move and came to him and declared that he's running because Tinubu had sensed that he was not the president's candidate. So if you look at the build-up to this moment, it has been a build-up. Before the primaries, the president was just gaslighting everybody. But he had his man. And it was obvious that his man was Osibanjo. But the president now talked to the northern elite governors and say, I've allowed you guys choose your successor. Allow me choose my successor. They refused him. They told him to hell with him. And that was where we had Emiloko, because the Tinubu group was feeling they don't have the president's backing, because when the president backs you, he releases the instrument of state to support the incumbency. So Buhari kept aloof. And now Buhari kept everything to his chest. What I see happening here is Buhari's last stand. I call it the last stand of a general. He's creating a last stand. Buhari basically is telling them, I will make my next move. If you realize, this monetary change was in between two people, Buhari and the CBN governor. Even the finance minister had no clue what had happened. The ministers didn't have a clue because Buhari is somebody that he's not very savvy. You can read what he wants to do. When they interviewed him, he was very clear. I want to stop vote buying and using it to amass touts to cause violence. He mentioned those two things. And so he's very clear. Yes, it's going to impact the nation. And I don't like the way it's impacting the nation. However, there are two people playing moves on this table. So the Tinubu group is basically saying, okay, if you will not listen to us, we are going to move external forces to create a problem for your government. What are they doing? They move through the courts, they move through creating skirmishes so that the government looks incompetent. Buhari says, okay, you know what? I don't care what they do in the courts, but I'm going to drag this till the 25th. And that's what is happening. Buhari has checked out. But Buhari is saying, I'm going to give them the last stand. I'm going to move in the army there and I'll see what they will do. So we have been seeing the game play. It's just that when two big elephants fight, the grass will generally suffer. So what I want to appeal to Nigerians, especially in the south and some parts of the north, is we don't need to play into their game. If you realize, Obi has focused on his campaign because this is the last stretch. And based on the polls, I mentioned it when we started discussing on this. I said a few factors determine Nigerian elections. One, the Council of States, who are mostly generals. If those generals come to an elite consensus, then they will make a move. I believe they have done that. It's very clear, their elite consensus. They have to look at the population's consensus. And those factors are beginning to show in this election. And like I said, my only concern in this election is INEC. If INEC is compromised, then the problem. And that's why the president is taking a last stand. Because he believes, I believe the president believes that INEC may be compromised, the judiciary may be compromised. They are ready to influx money into the system. And the only way to smoke the rat out of the house was what the president did, to create a system where the money comes into that banking system and he chokes their money on the ground. If not, there's no way he can't go ahead of them. So all this play must happen. You will notice after 25th, this thing will not be a problem. The question is, how does the media and these polls condition the mind of Nigerians for the result that is coming? If it's an Obi result, I think the nation will be peaceful. If it's not an Obi result, there's going to be real issues. So these are the things that the powers that be, Nigerians must begin to discuss and say, if Obi doesn't get the result, we need to find legal means for a right election. But based on what you showed as the current, as a poll, I want to agree with that. I think that is close to what I think is going to happen in terms of the allocation of voting. I think that based on, I've done averages of all these polls, based on what is on the ground, based on the permutations of people, that is what is going to happen. And It's going to be a very tight election, but I think Obi may win it narrow. It will be a narrow win if, like I said, if INEC plays their game. And I think that's why the president is releasing an army in Lagos, because that is an election that will turn. And there are a lot of going issues already in that space. I yield my mic now.
All right. Thank you, Sydney. Thank you so much. Henry, okay, let's try again.
Sorry, it was my earphone. Sorry. So, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
So, as I was saying,
yeah, I think we heard him the last time.
I've
Yeah,
not
we
finished
did.
talking.
Let him conclude. Yeah, go
I've not
ahead.
finished talking. Come on.
Nobody finishes anyway because we want you to come
Yeah,
back
I was
another time.
talking
But
then.
I want
Bro,
you to
yeah.
conclude. Yeah, conclude, please.
So, I think I have some minutes, right? So, as I was saying,
1 minute.
Yeah, as I was saying, everybody wants a better nation. I said, I want that country to be better, so that when you go home, you feel free. Like I'm free here in Germany. But some of us, we sit here in Western country, we're calling they don't believe in this one. They don't believe in this one Nigeria. It's fine for you, fine. You don't believe in this one Nigeria. It's okay. You believe they should share Nigeria. It's okay for you. But the question I'm asking some of these people who is from Western country, living a better life, I would say, do they love themselves if they become one country? Maybe let's say the Biafras go on one side. Do they Biafra love themselves? It's a question. Do the Yorubas who call themselves want to be Yoruba land, want to be Yoruba nation? Do they love themselves? That's one question. So we should focus on what we have at the moment now. And this is one Nigeria, and this election is coming now. We want peaceful election. The problem I have with these people playing tribalism, mostly from the Yorubas, they're playing this so-called tribal issue. We have a problem with that. Big problem with that. This tribal stuff, we have this problem with that. I support the military to be in Lagos to move those out, because the police in Lagos is already compromised. It's already. So the military is the backup, and I support it. Anybody want to make any nonsense, they should take them, use them as a breakfast. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Are they welcome to the show?
Yeah, good morning, doctor. And I'm from New York.
Oh, is it still morning in New York?
We are neighbors.
All right, it's nice to see you.
Yeah, I just want to. I've been listening to everybody talking, but I think it's a shame when we have people in their 40s, people in their 50s, 60s, and some people don't even know the history of Nigeria election. Some people do not know the voting pattern in the Nigerian election. People just think that everything just
Ade, do you want us to come back to you later? All right, let's go to HL Samuel. Where is he? HE Samuel.
Can you hear me now, sir?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
I don't know who said he has left his Molo. That cracked me up. Dr. Damages, thank you for this town hall meeting. This is truly the town hall that is different. And let me start with the question you asked forefathers. I was wondering what is the age of forefathers, because number one, I like his name. His name matches his pattern of reasoning. He reasons like a forefather. But then all the things he said was nice, and you asked him, what is the problem with Nigerians? Because we have this negative thing about us where you say somebody is a Nigerian, it seems to appear to represent something that connotes negativity. We also want to be unfair to each other. We want to use any opportunity to enrich our own selves. We cannot understand that we all are going through the same pain, and as a result, should partner together to make the burden easier for us. An average Nigerian seems not to understand that. And he made you ask a question, what then is wrong with us? I have looked at the whole Nigerian situation and I asked myself, if I'm to prefer solution to our corporate madness, what would it be? I found out that the National Orientation Agency is dead. What is that office doing? Because forefathers talked about shifting the culture. Then how then do you shift the culture of a people? When such an office that should be creating a positive image for the nation, such an office that should be promoting what Nigeria stands for, if that office is working, Nigerians will not be insulted at the airport whenever they are traveling. No, you cannot be insulted because we will create an image of an outstanding, for crying out loud, people, and whoever is watching us from all over the world. This country is the biggest black nation in the world, biggest. And if you divide this country into different lines, each lines will still account to be very significant as long as Africa is concerned. But let me now begin to speak to next Saturday's election. And whenever it comes to election, there will be permutations until results are called. So I'm not saying anything assertively. I'm not saying anything factually. I have the right to permute, just have my own permutation like everybody does. And the permutation is that southern Nigeria, what is our game plan? If there is somewhat a conspiracy theory, as it has been for years against us, what is our plan B? Because if they do what they want to do, they will come out and say, oh, the election has happened, let peace reign. I mean, look at Wike, for example. Wike suddenly appeared to be the bad person. There was a primary election. Nobody is supposed to speak after everybody has spoken. Suddenly somebody came and spoke, and not only did he speak, that he's stepping down, he ceded all his votes to a particular person. Injustice. And everybody is now saying, oh, calm down now, the person who has won has won. So they will mess us up in 2023, God forbid. And they will come and start preaching to us, calm down now. I mean, if somebody has won, if you are angry, go to court. Which court? The one they have bribed. Let us wake up and start looking at this situation like people who went to school. See, personally, I'm tired of them making me look like I didn't go to school. You can't be insulting people's intelligence. I hate, somebody say some of us are 40 something, 60 something and above. I hate all of us, quality men, business owners. Any one of us here can run Nigeria. I hate us being insulted by people who can't speak correct English. They will carry up staff during national anthem. We are discussing all manner of people at our level of intelligence. Nigerians, please, let's wake up. And Dr. Damages, thank you for your time. I yield the mic.
All right, thank you so much. Kulata, you're next.
Hey, thanks, Rudolph. Wonderful show as usual. I don't know. The topic has been kind of all over the place, from poll to currency to,
military, everything.
Everything. I don't even know what to say or where to start.
At this point, what we're doing, we are midway in the show now, so you can talk about anything. We'll take a break after you speak, and then we'll come back and do the rants here.
Yeah, the APC on APC. I already came here. I predicted this like 3 weeks ago, so it's now boring to me because I could see all this playing out, and it's played out. We can see it. Tinubu has created sufficient distance from the president, and his men are they're battling. They're battling. It's an interesting thing. I think the outcome of this will be a positive for our democracy. We need to define what federalism is, because the Supreme Court cannot stay a case while the president now makes a decision, because essentially the president has stifled the Supreme Court. Because what are they going to say now on the 22nd? Because Emefiele and Buhari will just say we've incinerated all the 500 and 1,000 naira notes. So they've kind of like almost forced the hand of the Supreme Court, and that is tyranny. We should not accept tyranny. The Supreme Court should be the final arbiter of anything related to the Constitution, not the president. So the president or whoever San is advising him is a boneheaded move. But whatever the intention that Buhari is trying to do, is trying to use a shotgun to kill a cockroach. because I don't see where you use monetary policy as a tool against fighting insecurity or fighting corrupt politicians. It's dumb. It's pretty much dumb. Because what you're trying to do now, you're making the population more desperate, and the politicians will buy votes for cheaper now. It's not even going to be that expensive because people are desperate for money. And these are people that even have money in the bank that can't get their money in the bank, but they just need cash, and cash is going to go around next week. So it's going to defeat the purpose. And at the end of the day, I mean, I like the fight because a governor was elected as an executive, and whatever you're going to do that will affect the life of the governor, the citizens of the governor's state, the governor needs to be able to bat for his citizens. And governor and the president both swore to the Constitution. So if the president is cheating on the Constitution, there's a problem. He should have waited till the 22nd at least. Respect the Supreme Court. Respect the Supreme Court. I mean, but we'll see how it plays out. I like it because it's going to help our federalism, because we need to define. This is not the first time the governors is going to drag the president in court and won. They've done it before a few times. There are a few cases where the governors have dragged the president and won in court. So that is interesting. I mean, election is next week, so a lot of all our jaw going to end next week, and we're going to have a president, Atiku or Tinubu, or to a long shot, Peter Obi. We're just going to have another president next week. So everybody will calm down. I can't wait for this thing to be over. Honestly, it's gone for too long, and people have fought each other for unnecessarily. But I mean, I wait. I mean, whatever happens next week, I just hope there's cash going around in the country in like 2 weeks' time. I mean, the suffering of the masses is terrible. We're not ready for cashless. We don't have the infrastructure for cashless. I mean, even online transactions aren't going through. You pay someone through whatever, the alert comes in that it's been debited, and the other side doesn't get the money for days afterwards. And we're talking about banks that have lost their IT staffs to Jackpot syndrome. The banks don't have IT staffs, so they can't scale up, they can't support, and then you mop up excess cash. So it's just a draconian way. The GDP will shrink. You will see our growth come out. The GDP will shrink. They will be looking at indices like, oh, this has reduced inflation a little bit. But when you take a nuclear warhead to try and like resolve a knife conflict, you're going to shrink the GDP. So Emefiele and Buhari, whatever intention Buhari has, this is excessive. You should not punish the population if you intend to fight corrupt politicians. The population shouldn't suffer for it. And if you call something a cash swap, a swap by definition is I take this amount, you give me back this amount. This is cash. You confiscate cash because people give you cash. And I mean, if I go to the bank and give them 100,000, I'm going to go out of the bank with only 20,000. You've already confiscated 80,000 naira of my money. So it's not a fair policy because there's no monetary policy that should be punishing to the people. People do currency exchange. In the UK now, they're swapping Prince Charles for Queen, whatever. I mean, do you feel it? You don't feel it. All you do is go to your bank. Your old notes don't come out of the bank, but they still give you new notes. So it's only in draconian ways that we do things in Nigeria that just makes things very hard and punishing. But at the end of the day, it's not going to matter. The fundamentals of the elections are the fundamentals of the elections. In 2019, 3 of the candidates were in PDP. 1 of the candidates was in APC. Those are the fundamentals of this election. And people need to be cognizant of that. Forget all these polls. Every poll is just saying one thing or the other. Polls in this election cycle are total garbage. Almost all of them, they're total garbage. Because when you scrutinize the polls, you're just going to see like the ridiculousness. I mean, the poll you were looking at said Atiku is going to win Borno State, right? Said Peter Obi is going to win Ondo State. I mean, those are kind of like ridiculous. What has changed in our demography in 4 years? Our demography hasn't changed. Our patterns and habits have not changed. So those kind of polls is just wishy-washy nonsense.
All right. Lata,
Yeah.
let me ask you. I know you are keeping a tab on the changes and your own projections. Did anything change in the last 1 week in your projection? Any major event that you think?
Not really. That's why I keep arcing on the fundamentals. The fundamentals being 3 PDP guys going against 1 APC guy. But then overriding economic and extraneous circumstance, which is this current. So the game 2 weeks ago, I was confused. I did not know how this would play out. But I kind of have an idea. Right now, is a messaging game right now. It's a messaging game. The messaging game that the ruling party has been able to do is to come out and distance themselves from the policy. So now it's now an immediately Buhari policy, and if you support it, you're anti-people. So that's the message. How far that message has permeated and effective, I don't know, but there are signs that is effective in some spaces in the north and the southwest. I don't know about the south and the southeast and the north central, because they're now having some jingles like Kudi Bakudi. They will still support Tinubu. I can't speak Hausa. There are many versions. There's some Yorubas too singing that. Okay, I heard something from a neutral habitat, but don't take this seriously, because this is just this is just an anecdotal evidence. I know of some people, educated people, that weren't going to vote. They were going to skip this election, but now want to go and vote because they feel they're cheating Tinubu. And I was like, where is this coming from? You guys don't like this guy. Why are you now going to vote? You're not supposed to go and vote. They said no, they're going to go vote because of obvious things that they can see. So it just shows for every action there's equal and opposite reaction. I mean, you can't tell how people are going to behave. This is a study in human behavior you're watching right now. So let's see if the number of people that are pissed off with what's going on and want to punish APC is higher than the number of people that think otherwise, that no, this is against the candidate. It's now going to be a majority swinging towards PDP and Peter Obi, but those are 2 people. It's going to be divided. Is that going to be sufficient? Because it's not going to go heavily into Atiku or heavily into Peter Obi. Depending on the region, the protest votes is going to be shared. So do you get enough protest votes to overcome incumbency? That's what everybody needs to think of, because it's not, protest vote is not just going one way. It's going 2-3 ways.
One question.
Yeah, sure. That damage, it be like say some people they give them more, and this is not fair.
You saw what you said about some educated people that didn't want to vote. They felt strongly and they wanted to now go and vote. Don't you think the opposite will happen in the north when they see that Tinubu is trying to bully a president that they voted in? And we just played a video that showed that the people are listening to the president. And guess who is going to lose more votes if both sides are playing that game?
We're going to see. Yeah, that's true. I'm not discounting that. Some people, this is what I'm going to see. Those kind of people should already have been pissed off with Tinubu, because you have to go back to the first Emilokon speech when Tinubu basically dissed the president. So those people will already feel disrespect that this guy has for the Buhari since the Emilokon. Because he said Olule. Olule and all those things. That was against Buhari. So those kind of people that will have the behavior you're talking about should have already been pissed. Do you understand what I'm saying?
That's why it's showing that Tinubu is losing in some of the polls.
I don't know. We're going to find out in a week. That's why time is it's no longer far. It's just 1 more week now. Actually, 6 days. So we'll find out.
All right. Thank you so much for HO. I heard you. Sometimes I'm actually busy trying to do other things, and it's so conversation going on.
But when it reach me, you go first mark me down like say me and you there for feed or play.
I'm not getting the opportunity to speak.
Who said this now? Sam, I've called you several times, and
I'm sorry, I had a technical glitch.
So it's not our fault. It's not our fault. Yeah. But what we're going to do now is that we're going to take a break. Just think about this. We've been sitting here for almost 4 hours. So let's get a break in, and then we'll be back and have the rant and more conversations with everybody. I appreciate your time. I'm sorry, if we skip you for whatever reason, but it's not intentional. I do really value your contribution. Thank you, everybody. Let's take 3 minutes break. All right.
Look here, face me like Facebook. Na go see Lisa, na go say na chameleon. Time don't come for us to wake up. My people, it's not time for action. Yeah. No more talk. We know how. Yeah, leaders, we don't tire. This situation, we don't need you.
Them say the way you lay your bed, now so you go lie on top. When you sell your votes, not poverty, you dey invite to make you shine your eye.
Make you no sell your vote, no shishi for bribe. If you talk, you say, and I talk, you say, no shishi for bribe. If you talk and I talk, and we all the talk, you say, no shishi for bribe. You say, no shishi for bribe. You say, no shishi for bribe. If you sell your vote, sell opportunity, sell your tomorrow.
You say good roads, good health, and education.
Them say the way you lay your bed, that's so you go lie on top. They go try to bribe you with chichi, make you no say your future for chichi. Them go surely take them back with profit, now you go suffer. Suffer, Naija. Monkey go the walk, bamboo go the shop. Say that's how we go there. Make you not sell your photo. No shishi for bribe.
If I do my part and you do your part,
No shishi for bribe. Make we play our part and we build this land. No shishi for bribe. You say no shishi for bribe. You say no shishi for bribe. Nigeria go better.
Corruption kill us, bribery finish us. Last, you could still got us. Who won't change Nigeria but us? Let's make it work again, everybody rise again. Tire for the talk, nobody want do the work. Nobody want die there, I speak with no fear. Change out for them, you can't buy my soul. No shishi for your votes, this not the new oats. How much is your vote really worth? How much they want give you for the pain? If we choose wrong, then waiting we gain. My brother, waiting we gain.
Don't go sell your future to some criminals who don't get the conscience. Don't be say we go just date the fun vex and still allow nonsense for another 4 years. Cause my people still dead jobless. Every day my people still they die in hundreds. So make we shine our eye, cause no be only 2 bad choices where they the contest. Give me one more verse, please. I'm talking to you precisely. You day school office or they do NYC. With your PVC you can vote wisely. Even when the offer they bring in is so spicy. No shishi for bribe. If you talk we say, and I talk we say. No shishi for bribe. Make we play our part and we build this land. No shishi for bribe.
you say
No shishi for bribe.
you say
No shishi for bribe. Nigeria. No shishi for bribe.
if I do my part and you do your part.
No shishi for bribe. You talk and you talk, we all the talk. Say no shishi for bribe. Say no shishi for bribe. Say no shishi for bribe. Don't say your vote. Listen, Foster.
It's because I think that he will make a very good president. I'm an Igbo woman, and I am proud of him in the way that one is proud of a person who has achieved something and who also happens to be from one's place. But there are also many other Igbo men who I admire or respect or I am proud of, but I would never vote for them for president because I don't think they would make good presidents. And so the basis of my support for Peter Obi is because I think that he will make a very good president. I don't think, I think that it's unfortunate that we often turn our opponents into caricatures, and I don't think that's necessary. What's important to think about is not, how can we demonize the opponent, but rather who is the best. And Peter Obi is by far the best. So one thing that is so significant is how he has completely changed the political landscape in Nigeria. We've never had this kind of organic, grassroots enthusiasm from people all over the country. And most of all, we've never had the sense of hope. I've always believed that there's nothing more essential to the human spirit than hope. People might say cynically that hope doesn't win elections, but actually it does. Because what happens is that hope propels people. Hope gets people out to vote. Hope gets people to believe in a government. Hope gets people to feel carried along by their leaders. And I think it's wonderful to have manifestos. But the reality of leadership is that when you get in there, sometimes your manifestos and your ideas don't quite align with the reality of what you find. And so while I think it's good to think of the ideas that leaders, the potential leaders have, I think it's even more important to think about the sort of person they are. Because increasingly, I think that leadership is really about character.
In association with Iroko Post TV, invites you to the definitive debate of the 2023 presidential election season. Non-partisan Nigerian journalists Sonala Olumense, Oke Ndebe, Farouk Berogi, and Rudolph Okonkwo, with nearly 200 years of combined experience in the profession, are pleased to invite you to the definitive presidential debate of 2023. Date: Sunday, February 19, 2023 at 6 p.m. Nigerian time, noon in New York, 7 p.m. in South Africa, 4 a.m. in Australia. The program will be televised in and outside Nigeria and carried live on all social media platforms. Here are the presidential candidates invited. All Progressives Congress Party's Bola Tinubu, People's Democratic Party's Atiku Abubakar, Labour Party's Peter Obi, New Nigeria People's Party's Rabiu Kwankwaso, Social Democratic Party's Adewale Adebayo, Action Alliance's Hamza Al-Mustafa, African Action Congress's Omoyele Sowore, African Democratic Congress's Dumebi Kachiku, and People's Redemption Party's Kola Abiola. Media partners for the debate include The Cable, Premium Times, Sahara Reporters, People's Gazette,
All right, welcome back, everybody. This is Have Your Say for Saturday, the 18th. We are 1 week away from the election, and hopefully you guys can join us tomorrow for the what we think will be the final debates for this season. And after that, we are going to have the election next Saturday. I'm sorry for the technical issues I'm having here. I don't know where it's coming from, but we'll fix it before tomorrow.
Now from your village now.
I know. All right, I'm using a different system tomorrow for the debates. We're okay. Let me hear from Dr. Eberichi. Yeah, Eberichi, welcome to the show. I'm sorry you've been.
I beg, I want you. I make I go for one meeting.
Just hold on, H.O. Let's hear from Eberichi. She's H.O. You can wait a little bit. He's here for the first. I mean, we've not heard from him today, so let's see.
Then we pop champagne for. I'm gonna pump champagne.
No, this is not the first time he's here. Eberichi, Dr. Eberichi, go ahead.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Yeah, nice to have you.
Yeah, I'll be very brief. I'm not gonna take a lot of your time. So, just talking about the different posts that have been coming out, especially the ones you showed only a few minutes ago. The level of skepticism that Nigerians have over poll, especially during this election cycle, is quite interesting. And I'm just wondering whether the reason for the skepticism is because most of the polls seem to always put P2B ahead. So I'm just wondering if most of the polls have been putting Ahmed Tinubu as the front runner. I'm not sure people will have the same level of skepticism towards those polls. So, but in a way too, that has to be that has to be a positive for the Labour Party, because one of the things that happen is if people believe in this polls, especially if you are the leading, if the polls put you ahead or continuously put you ahead, it may have an unintended consequence of creating an unhealthy level of complacency among those who may want to turn out to vote for you. Who would might begin to count the chicks before they are hatched. So I hope that level of skepticism, the sense the sense that the dispose don't really matter anything would actually drive people to the poll, especially the Labour Party supporters. And but having said that, I look at the poll as well too, and I believe that there has been one or two polls that people ought to give more credit, or people need to attach more credibility to. And I believe there is one of this group is this Anna poll, and my understanding is that this group has been in the market for several years, and they have always they have a very decent record in terms of their call, the election call, their presidential election call. So if that is true, and I think they've been very, very consistent over the last. I think they released the poll. I think they probably released their last poll a couple of days ago, I believe, and they still insist that based on their scientific, trusted scientific approach, that P2B Labour Party seems to be in a pole position to win the election. Now, the election itself really is just 6 days away. Obviously, there is so much expectation. A lot of people are really surviving just by remembering that date. I think the closer the election gets, the more resilient people are. Because if you look at what has been going on in Nigeria over the last 2 weeks, you wonder whether the country is going to break. But I think one of the things that has kept the country still trudging on, is the sense that after next week that there will be some sanity. But one of the depressing things I see about the poll is the idea that APC is still in the running for this election and might even win this election, which in my view is an indictment on Nigeria and its population. I mean, the idea that APC is still maintaining a decent showing in the polls, kind of depresses me, because I'm just wondering. I mean, if 1/3 of what APC has done to the country, if any party in America, for instance, or in Canada where I live, actually subjects, if a ruling party, actually subjects its citizens to 1/3 of what APC has put Nigerians through, I'm not even sure the candidate will even win an election as a dog catcher, much less as a president of a country. Like, it just doesn't make sense to me. Like, so I'm kind of, so at the end of the day, if Tinubu wins the election, we may need to actually take time to to discuss the mentality of Nigerians, whether the Nigerians actually genuinely want change, or whether Nigerians are genuinely interested in a functional democracy, or in a democracy that actually makes sense, that actually meets its constitutional as well as economic obligations. So that is what I'm looking forward to see. It might very well be that by this time next week, or by tomorrow next week, Bola Ahmed Tinubu is going to win. And frankly, that would break my heart even more. I mean, like, I'm not really a fan of Atiku either, but I can scientifically and even to an extent, morally make sense of an Atiku presidency. But I just cannot, by any means whatsoever, justify or even make any argument for why APC would return power for another 4 years, given what Nigerians have been through. So that is my little contribution.
All right, thank you, Dr. Berichi. We are going to rank now, and I will start with Echo because she has to go. Echo, you go ahead.
Oga Eberechukwu.
1 minute.
If your scientist, he get as he build, you look other candidate finish. You look my pikin Showore finish. Your scientist can't they give us the person when he dash our $60 billion to influence, they can't give us total darkness. Your scientist not see my pikin Showore. Go back to your sleep and dream the dream again. And to all of you now, when never ready for freedom, when they come here, call they kabash nonsense. Me and my children are ready for total freedom. Now they hear, if I want stay for slavery, make una pack una kaya come out from this obodo ibo, mona go sit down for Nigeria, they suffer with them. Because this one at all, not they make sense at all. If una continue like this, mona not worry. I don't tell una. If you want total freedom as a Nigeria living abroad or living in Nigeria, the answer is Showore. If you want partial freedom, go for Obi or Kwankwaso. If you don't want freedom at all, Adashu Kuku, which is Atiku, and also Daju Tutu. As for Oga Buhari, you know, say me, are you not agree before? But for this, your money policy, I like her. When they talk of Supreme Court, who can use less Supreme Court we get? Supreme Court not being given. Who's waiting to Imo State? Number 4 can become number 1. Now Supreme Court be that. Useless stupidity Supreme Court. One of they call Supreme Court. What Supreme Court when we get? When they don't begin to deny Adeleke, they say useless Supreme Court. Supreme Court, who's useless Supreme Court? When they talk say Senate president, why not contest for election for senatorial that they give her? Who's useless Supreme Court? There is no Supreme Court in Nigeria. The only person when I see when it comes to Nigerian law, now let Daddy Falana, every other one, they go collect Ghana of gold. They give stupidity judgment when it goes to collect their first pikin and their last born as a ransom sacrifice for the evil they have been doing to us. It is not business as usual, and it is not over until it is over.
Thank you, Echo. We said 1 minute, so for everybody else, Echo is a special case, and rant is for 1 minute. Mr. James, you're next. Mr. James, I can't hear you. You're muted.
I'm sorry. Thank you so much.
Okay.
I just want to comment on what Mr. Forefather said while I was watching on YouTube. You see, we should not blame the people. If at all, we should not blame them so much. The problem is with the leadership of the country. I'm sure you were not around during the days of Yakubu Gowon. Nigeria of those days is not what we are going through now. In any society, we have rights and responsibilities as citizens. Now, you should expect changes to come from the top and not from the bottom. If you expect changes to come from the bottom, you are asking for a revolution. That is changing that comes from the bottom. But if you want a normal change in a normal society, it normally comes from the top. In South Africa, when apartheid ended, there was massive corruption during the early days of what they call a freedom in South Africa. But the people woke up to the responsibility. There's what they call state capture. People like Shabi Sheikh, Jacob Zuma, the Gupta family, some of them were sent to jail, irrespective of their positions in society. That is a society struggling to fight corruption by ensuring that changes should come from the top and not from the bottom. So this is it. And if you look even at the United States, what you call corruption, there is not what we call corruption in most African societies. Time will not permit me. I would have explained. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. James. Austin, you're next.
My own rank will always be when it concerns the people. I've always said that we are the good. So every Nigerian should try as much as possible to do his own part of the whole deal. In the election, try your best. We'll see what we can do and see how it works. But let's not always support evil. Even if you have a candidate and the candidate does something bad, you should be able to call your candidate out. The more you call your candidate out on things which are bad, the more they know that you don't support evil, even though you like this person, but you don't support the evil the person does. And with time, you see they will come to their senses. But when you see the people hailing for something that is bad, and we now say they are treating us like tyrants, it means we give them the orders. So please, let's try as much as possible to know that we're in this together, and we should try to call evil when it is evil. Because when I see people supporting evil, I'll just look at it and just smile. I believe we can do it.
All right, thank you. Sam, you're next.
So I want to speak to the importance of the polls to the general elections. Some people have tried to dismiss the importance of polls. They've tried to denigrate, polling, probably because of partisan reasons, or not really understanding the importance of research in any endeavor, be it politics, be it education, be it medicine, or whatever. The major benefit of research is for quality improvement, really, in politics, in government, medicine, whatever you call it. So some people may argue that, look, because of the performance of this present government, they should not get any vote at all, 0% there, or even 5%. And the other people may try to come up with some things that, okay, that they are winning the Northwest, they are winning the Southwest, they are winning this one and that one. So the polls will now give us what people think, not what the politicians, the politicians are trying to sell to us, or the citizens are trying to say. So the polls are scientific. The pollsters like Next Year, like ANAP, like Bantu Page, and the rest of them, they pick like 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 samples. That is very, very difficult to do in a research. A research of 500 samples is very, very significant, no matter the population. 500, 1,000, your methodology should be very good. So if your methodology is good, sample size of 500, 1,000, 2,000 should give you what people think concerning the presidential candidates. So the presidential candidates should now take the results of those polls to work on them.
Sam, thank you so much. I know you don't know this, but this is a rant, and we give 1 minute. But what you're saying is important too, but not this segment. Okay, we can get back to that. Yeah, thank you, Jude. You're next.
Right.
Jude, go ahead.
My own issue at this time is just like that other guy spoke, is the fact that in a country that I think, or I was hoping that people should actually be fed up with the situation that we've been going through. You could still see candidates like Chief Tinubu and Articulator polling, making progress in polls to the extent that people are now considering looking at them as likely one of the likely candidates that will win the election. To me, it's very disheartening. It's very heart-wrenching. It means Nigerians don't even like that. Nigerians don't just want. They don't want to be delivered. They just want to remain in perpetual bondage under the captivity of these evil, old, rickety, wicked, heartless politicians that have held them bondage for this number of years. That somebody like these two candidates should still be polling. People should still be campaigning and supporting them to the extent that people are beginning to think that they might win the election. Kai, I feel like weeping for that country, for people of Nigeria. What has happened to our sense of judgment? What has happened to our reason? Don't we want to make progress like every other country is making progress? Let's forget about Western world. Look at Africa around us, African country around us. Many of them, even tiny, tiny states, countries that is not up to Lagos, many of them are making progress. And we're still buried in this tribalistic, sentimental way of thinking that you can't even look at candidates and say, for the fact that this person have been in this situation, like Tinubu, who has cornered all the resources of Lagos, breeding with corruption, with all kind of evil things, and you are still supporting this kind of man, and Atiku who has stolen Nigerian dry, it's a shame.
Thank you. Kulata, you're next.
There's nothing really to rant about. Life is good. The only thing is, I pity Nigerians going through unnecessary pain. The cash thing is really squeezing. We have parents back in Nigeria. We have family members. Monetary policy should not be politics. Even in the US, before the elections, you don't have you don't have the equivalent of the central bank increasing interest rates. They pause things like that. So, everybody that feels this is favoring my candidate, if your candidate loses in next week, you're going to tell me how you feel exactly about the cash crunch. That's when you'll look at the situation objectively. What is bad is bad. Nigerians should not suffer for other people's war. Because you feel, okay, stifling cash is going to help this candidate, help that candidate, then the candidate is going to lose next week. And then you're now going to say, oh, I still support the cashless policy. It's just, let's try and apply some common sense here, guys. When something is not good, it's not good. You can't be watching people suffer, people die. And then because of your myopic interest, think, oh, because let's just go through this so this person wins. That person is going to lose. And then you're going to face the same issue because you cannot print 500 and 1,000 notes. You cannot pump the economy quickly with cash. It's going to take months. We're talking about a destruction of our economy that's going to take a long time to fix. For those that don't realize, it's going to take a long time to fix. Election is just 1 week. Atiku or Tinubu will win. And then you're going to come back to that same policy. Your parents, your family members, they're still going to be suffering because that pain is still going to be there. I'm good. I hope my parents are good, but I wish you guys the best.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Kulata. Forefathers, next.
Yeah, for somebody that didn't have anything to rant about. That's a lot. I think some people are really masters of doing some of all this. You see, Kolata, stop this game you're playing. Nobody said the rollout was good, and but that said, when I said that Nigerians are part of the problem, because it's a feedback loop. The leaders feedback to the people, and the people feedback to the leader. It's not only one-sided. I'm not saying that the leadership is not a problem, but if we keep pretending as if it's only the leadership that is a problem, then you are missing the bigger picture. The people are part of the problem if they don't change their culture. Because I've seen people attack reasonable leaders that didn't steal money from government. They see, I saw a lady malign this guy, that they treated the guy as if he's like a leper of the family, that he didn't do the right thing by the family because he didn't make himself rich from being in office. So if you are in a country and a culture that behaves like that, what do you expect? We see our young people travel overseas, come back with a lot of money. We don't ask them where they got the money. We just welcome them home, whether they steal the money or whatever they sacrifice human beings to do. We don't care. That there's a cultural problem there. We have to, because we are not the poorest people in this world. We have been poor before. Indians were poor once, but we don't see some of these traits in Indians or other people that have suffered. Yemen is going through worse than we are going through right now. You don't see some of the behaviors you see in Nigeria in those countries. You still see honorable behaviors among them, more than you see in many Nigerians. So there's a cultural change that is needed amongst the people themselves. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, forefathers. Henry, you're next.
Yeah. Forefathers, I support. I just spoke my mind. Till Nigeria stop this is their madness. Till Nigeria stop this is their madness, we're still going to be the same. Look at people in the Ukraine. They don't behave like Nigeria behaving now. Look at Turkey. They don't behave like Nigeria behave now. We know the cash, the situation of the cash issue is a problem, but that does not give the right to go start burning banks, behaving like it's an insult to animals, more than animals. Okay, the same bank they are burning, destroying. These are the same bank they will go to and collect money from. It doesn't make sense. Some people will sit here in Western countries, start talking like it, as if they will behave like that when we're in America where they are living, or in Europe where they are living. In America, when you go, the day you fly from Nigeria to America or Europe, you have to follow the law automatically. It go automatically in your brain. Why Nigeria cannot even change their mentality? Till then go back to their culture, the way to behave right, that country will not remain the same. Because some people will still be worshiping all this Babake, Babarere, this Omonile, all this chief and whatever who's killing the country. How can somebody be promoting violence in a country where we all call ourselves Nigeria? Somebody one Nigeria will be better than another Nigeria. Everywhere you can be in any state in Nigeria and become and build a house and start a business there. You don't have to say this person don't vote for this party. You have to go back to the east or go back to where you come from. Who give you the right? Tinubu will never win president in that country. Only a fool, only a coward will vote for Tinubu. Thank you.
Thank you. Adeshola, you're next. Welcome to the show anyway. This is your first time, I think, speaking. Welcome.
Okay, thank you very much, Rudolph. I've been following you since 2014, and it's quite interesting that a week to the election, I have an opportunity to speak on your show, and I hope I have more. But I'd like to single out a few things here. I appreciate forefathers. I've been hearing people say forefathers, but I listened to your last comment. And it's painful to me. I am actually in Kaduna in Nigeria. I was born here, and this is my 41st year on earth. I see myself, if you permit me have more than 1 minute, as a more Nigerian than many of people who are speaking here, because I was born to, and I like to correct Henry Gabriel, I'm a son of the soil from Badagry in Lagos State. My forefathers were slaves. So we are from Lagos State, but that doesn't give rights to anybody to issue quit notice.
Lagos don't belong to Yoruba.
Henry.
Have it. Go to history.
Anyway, Rudolph, my suggestion would be that I don't have a problem with you. I'm only saying facts should be sacred. So Rudolph, try and add fact check to this program to enrich the program so that people don't just throw spurious comments and make things. It's like coming to tell you that even the Edo state you are from, they say no man's land. This is derogatory as far as I'm concerned. However, it is wrong in a federation. In fact, in any part of the world, the British royalty today is German. The patriarch of the current lineage is German. And nobody has come from Germany and told them to leave the throne because of that or go back to Germany to be that. However, my point is, for you guys who are abroad, some of the things that are going on, you don't really understand. I live in the state where the so-called Emperor of Kaduna have come to declare. And as excruciating as the cash situation is, people have decided rather to go against him because it is the people who are suffering, not him. When CBN have been increasing, sorry, let me talk to my son, go back outside. When CBN has been increasing interest rates incrementally for the past 7 or 8 months, where was he? He never spoke against it. We've been living under the clutches of kidnappers and bandits. He never did anything. And so people will come here and say that APC will win and all of that. My own plea will be that you encourage your people. I am obedient, but I'm not here to advertise P2B. The point is this: of all those that we are seeing on ground, who is the person who at the very least is addressing the issues? Who is the person that we are not having scandals to talk about? We said this thing from day one, and I can challenge you to go and check my Facebook page. We know this guy. I grew in Kaduna. Somebody that couldn't even write a pamphlet after he left the office and said he wants to become president at all costs. He never had an idea of what he wanted to come and do. And so this same person, another person is coming now and telling you that it is my turn. Your turn to do what? So we need to conscientize our people. We are the ones at home. We are the ones who receive these text messages every time. Bros, 2K, bros, 5K, bros, this. We know what the pain is. And for those who are disparaging the polls, you will be shocked. You will really, really be shocked. Because we are hitting, we are feeling the heat here in Nigeria, and nobody is teaching anybody again. Let me round up on this note. I work in the financial sector, but I won't tell you what part of it. As August last year, Nigeria stopped issuing LCs because we don't have FX to fulfill our international obligations. Do you know the other countries that does that in Africa? Somalia. So when your country is in the same company with Somalia, know where you are going to. If you are happy that you are sending dollars home, very soon, even that dollar will be hijacked, and then you will understand that you are in a big problem, bigger than your tribe or your religion, that your country needs to be saved. Thank you.
Thank you, Adeshola. Thank you so much. Ade, we are next. You're next. Unmute yourself, Ade.
Yeah, thank you, Doctor. The other time, I think something is from your side. You cut me off.
Oh, I can't remember. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Well, I just want to say that majority of our people, we don't like to apply history into whatever we are doing. Every areas of our lives, we don't usually like to go back and look at what has happened and look at the pattern that those things has always followed. I was a very young boy in 1993 when the Abiola election happened, and I studied history in school, and I have looked at the Nigerian history from even before 1960, and I have seen that pattern since when we got the independence, that the people, the Fulani hegemony on the Nigerian state has always been there, and those people will never want to give up power anytime it is their time to leave. 1993, somebody won the election, but it was truncated, cancelled. Abiola never became president. This time around, if there is any one of us who is still believing that Buhari will hand over to a Bola Tinubu or a Peter Obi, then that person is daydreaming. They don't have that plan to leave. Some people in Nigeria think that Nigeria belongs to them. Bola Tinubu, they don't want to hand over to him, even if he was he's one of the people that founded APC. And for anybody to think that if soldier has been injected into the street of Lagos will help Peter Obi or will make sure that there is free and fair election, you are just joking. Because soldiers in Lagos is not going to help. For Buhari to come now and tell me that he wants to make sure that there is free and free and fair election. There is no cash in Nigeria so that the politician will not be able to buy votes. He's joking. How much did he spend during 2015 election? How much did he spend in 2019? The Tinubu of this world and other people spent money for him to become president. And now, all of a sudden, he is the good man who wants to rescue Nigeria from vote buying. They don't want to hand over power. They don't want to give it to the South. It's as simple as that.
Thank you. Ade, thank you so much. Somebody said that Rudolph said he's full. That's right. It's true. The person is right. Sometimes John, be honest.
So the young man that spoke now, meaning that we don't believe in the electoral system now. So Buhari will just hand over to whoever he wants to hand over to. When we keep coming and saying things like this, then we are doubting the system already, and that will create another chaos because we don't have all the facts together. And we say, let us have facts so that the platform can be interesting to people who watches it. So when we come and say, okay, it is not willing to handle, there are other presidents in Nigeria before that. And Goodluck was not a Fulani guy. Babangida was not a Fulani man. Those are all the divide and control. The elite, they're all together. Tomorrow, if they win the election, they will be fine within their own caucus. It's you and I trying to fight each other on baseless issue that is not going to help us in the long run. Let us keep improving the system. Whatever happened after this election, let's keep the momentum. But if we get discouraged that, okay, we have tried, they take it from us, and then we go back to the go backward, then what is the progress we have made so far? So let us encourage one another. Democratic process in the people where we are coming from, where everyone, Nigeria is pure open prison. So when we keep saying this word to them, I think that put us back, and we should not do that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yemi, welcome to the show. Unmute yourself, Yemi. Welcome to the show.
Hello, thank you. I just want to respond to the Kalata guy. He's a propagandist. What he's saying, everything he says is annoying and is wrong. Why are they putting lies? They are the one confusing this government. This policy is a very, it's you. This policy is a very good policy. Maybe there is some, I don't even know, because what he's saying just made me of Festus Keyamo's interview when I watched it. He was just saying everything Festus Keyamo was saying when I watched that interview on Channels TV. When he was saying something about the policy, money policy cannot cope mopping of funds, those politicians, they have this money in their votes, which is they've come out. Some of them have come out to say they've accused each other, and CBN has told us that the money that is in circulation, that the money that is being mopped up, they will still have much in their vote in the system that they are trying to get from them. This monetary policy will help to help us turn that money into tissue paper in their vote, because we want to make it useless. I'm not even anybody can buy votes, but what is the after the vote buying? If we still allow that money to remain in their vote, if Supreme Court reverse that judgment and they allow this thing, the old notes to be spending that speculation, it will allow all these politicians, give them time to come to exchange this money in their vote back to the new note, and we still be in the same condition. We not start, maybe we go back to zero level, and we are starting afresh. What's the essence of the policy? The money they used to print the new notes, it will go to waste. What I'm saying is, if let us allow CBN to do this policy. It was citing UK. What's the reason? Why can't we listen to CBN governor? Why can't we listen to his speech? The reasons why we are changing our money is different from the reason UK is changing their money. We are trying to to collect this money, take our money, all our stolen cash, want to take it back from these politicians. I'm not even want to talk about vote buying. That's another thing. But let us spoil that money because they can't bring it out. They know that EFCC will be on them if they want to change this money at once. That's why they're trying. They're look for any ways to extend this policy so that they can use thematically to change this money. Maybe by maybe changing this, stopping this money. But we should not allow that. Allow this policy to reign. And those governors that are fighting, that they are saying they are fighting for the people, what have they done for the citizens since the inception of this policy? What have they done for the people? If they are very responsible as they are claiming, they would have done something. Maybe work with the CBN. Look for the way that this money can get to the common citizens, not into their vote. They are fighting for themselves. That's why they keep giving confusing people. They're going to that supreme. They're the one that causing confusion. But if CBN has not proclaimed that judgment, people would have taken their money. Everybody, Nigeria doesn't joke with money. They would have taken their money to the bank before the deadline. They allow people to keep that money, and they're not causing the chaos in every part of Nigeria now. They're not blaming Buhari. Buhari knows that if they allow that money to be if you allow that policy if you allow that supreme judgment, injunction to stand, it's going to be like we are going back to square one. We are starting all over again. Because if those politicians, what I want to say, but I don't know if I can say it on this platform, those politicians, most of them are sponsoring Boko Haram, all these bandits. And these are the ones that are using to sponsor them. If you don't take this money from them, after the election, if they don't win, they will use it to fight the government that is coming in. They will disturb where they disturb Jonathan government. They will use it, the same thing they will use it to disturb this government. You people should think. We should be. I'm a Yoruba lady, but I'm not a balista. I support Peter Obi 100% because he's the only one I know he can do it. It's the only one because he has that character he can use. When somebody will not see this person will work 100% for what day and night, he will not sleep. Not the when we Tinubu initially when I don't know anything about Peter Obi, I was like, I will go for Tinubu. But later I said researching about Peter Obi, I was like, this is person we should all vote for. Any Nigerians, I don't want to know. Even my sister is supporting Tinubu. I used to curse her every day, but she's the enemy of this country.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Mike, you're next.
Oh, thank you. I think that monetary policy, first of all, I kind of want to align with El Rufai and all those people because am I against the policy because of the whole excuse they're giving an election, buying and things like that. But if you're going to do that, at least do it maybe a few days or a week before the election. Don't post something like that on Nigerians. I mean, 2 weeks or 3 weeks because people have been suffering. People are going through hell. Some of us in diasporans, we don't care. We just think, oh, this is it. We don't know what people are going through in our country right now. Like a lot of people are really, really suffering. Like they are going through it, man, big time, you know. And it to me, it's just a disaster. Like it's not worth it. It's just not worth it at all. I understand it. They could have took a better approach. At least if you don't want vote buying things like that, there are many other ways they could have gone about it. Just don't put people through pain simply because it was a retarded move. I'm sorry. Buhari screwed up. He screwed up big time. And I can understand why the other APC guys will jump against him for that and let the people know that hey, we don't support this because first of all, it's very bad for your political party anyway. Because you just make your party look like stupid people because you just put the whole country through pain when the election is about to happen. So that move worked against his own political party. That's one, you know. So I totally disagree with the way they went about it. They could have waited at least if you want to ban the old money, wait at least maybe 5 days before election where we know that okay, that money will not be used and people can go through pain for like maybe 3 days and right after the election you reinstate the policy or something, whatever it is, you know. But 2 weeks or 3 weeks of people going through hell, that's just terrible. Let me talk to a point. Correct my brother Ade when he just spoke. I think it was in there. Was saying Babangida that the Fulanis they don't like to uh, transfer power back and things. First of all, Babangida was not a Fulani. Babangida was a Nupe man. So let's stop blaming Fulani tribe. This demonizing Fulani people is not good. Nigeria, we need to stop it. We need to end tribalism in our country. It's not good. all this tribal politics is not good. And thirdly, these people that keep coming here saying Lagos is no man's land is very insulting. You guys, people need to stop saying that thing. Lagos has a king. We have an Oba of Lagos. Obalonile. The land belongs to the king. You understand? And some people are mistaking history of Lagos, saying Lagos is part of Benin Kingdom. Yes, Lagos is part of Benin Kingdom, and Lagos is part of your empire. For those that don't know history of the Benin Kingdom or your empire, these are brother kingdom. The Benin dynasty and the Oyo dynasty was founded by Oromiyan, the father of Eweka and the father of the first Alaafin for Oyo. Oromiyan is a grandson of Ududua. So the Oyo kingdom and Benin kingdom were brothers, were one family. It was a family palace back in those days. So many land you go, like we go to Shekiri, you go to many kingdoms in Yoruba land, you always find them, they always have some relation to Benin kingdom and Oyo, or Benin palace and Oyo palace. So let's not be mistaking this, oh, Lagos belongs to Benin, Lagos belongs to Yoruba, this and that and that. Today, present day, although the historical dynamic has kind of changed where the relation is not like as tight as it was during that time. But present day, Lagos is Yoruba land. And the owner of Lagos is Oba of Lagos and the indigene of Lagos. I'm an indigene of Lagos. Everyone is welcome in Lagos. If you are born and raised in Lagos, you are a Lagosian. We don't discriminate. You are welcome to be a Lagosian. You are a family. But don't now tell us that with the indigenes, we are not the owners of the land. It's very insulting. We don't like that. I can't go to another state and be telling the people that your land is no man's land. I can't come to Anambra or Sanfara and say your land is no man's land. It's an insult. We don't want that. Please, people should stop saying those things, man. Thank you.
All right, Mike. Thank you so much. Coletta, I will skip you. Just to get to people who are here to say something, then I'll come back. Queen S, you're next. And welcome.
Hello. Okay. Good evening, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. Happy Saturday. I'm so glad and happy to be here today. I've been watching in the background, but I felt like I just wanted to come on to say a few things. First of all, I'd like to thank Adeshola and Yemi. And I'm happy to see Ngozika. I'd like to hear what you'd say. For me, it's always insightful to see people back home giving us the real detail, because for we that are in the diaspora, we have our own very blissful, wishful thinkings, like Kulata. And actually it is Kulata that brought me on this platform this evening, for now anyway, because Kulata comes with his mask and his hood, which all of us has. He comes with his cover-up and he tells us about his own polls, but on the other hand, tells us to disregard polls. In my normal word, I will always say, make it make sense. It's always good for him when he comes and tries to propaganda, give us a vision. He doesn't want to stand with his full chest and tell us that that he has Abado in his pockets. Yet, he doesn't want to own up to that. But then he has the audacity to come here and tell us that really wants a change for Nigeria, because a change in Nigeria today is a change for me, a change for my children and my children yet unborn, my grandchildren and great-grandchildren. I am not thinking about just my own gain in Nigeria. But the likes of Kolata, who I don't know the word to use, brainwashed, comes here and pretends that he's on this side and this could happen, he's on that side. So when the result comes out, he will say, I called it. Kolata, you called nothing. If you're going to stand for Tinubu, you stand it with your full chest. Just like I am standing for Obi, because Obi is the most competent. He has the character. He will deliver. At least we have a foundation. I'm not telling you that Obi will do a miracle, but we have a leader who will listen and begin to be accountable to his people. He has said it time and time again that him, Ahmed Dati, in fact, they're intelligent. You can see intelligent leaders than those that think they are entitled. So, Mr. Kulata, please stop with your bullshit. We are tired of it.
Actually,
Tell
Tinubu is better than Obi.
Mike, I
I
am
think
not talking to you. Mike, I am not talking to you, please. Thank you. Mr. Kulata, you can tell it to those that really want to listen. But on this platform, we are intelligent people. The things that are about Nigerians, listen, I'm not going tribal. I don't care about tribe. But I want to be straight and factual. We are all suffering. I'm not in Nigeria, but I have family and members. And even if I don't have members, I am a humanitarian and I see the pain of the people. All of a sudden, you come out here and you're telling us, are you CBN? Are you now El Rufai's junior brother? You're coming and you're telling us the monetary value or the monetary policy is not helpful to Nigerians. And if they were going to do it, why do it now? This was done 3 months ago. Stop comparing Nigeria to the UK. I am in the UK. In the UK, yes, in some things we are changing to our king and it's not affecting, yes. But Nigeria is not the UK, so why play that comparison card? Nigerians were told 3 months ago about this monetary issue, but I guess the Emilokons felt that it is their time, that nothing is going to happen. I am not a fan of Buhari, but on this, I am 150% in support of Buhari. Buhari should now show us why he's a general. These people think it's business as usual. And somebody came and they said that Buhari will not hand over, the Hausas or the Fulanis will not hand over. Nigerians, we are more enlightened. As the year goes on, we are more enlightened. And that's not the case. I don't believe in this case. Everyone is tired. The Hausas are tired. The Yorubas are tired. The Igbos are tired. We want a Nigeria that works. Because a Nigeria that works for you and it works for me. Like, why do we have to go down the route of saying, oh, Buhari is doing it for Tinubu? Can't you all see that Tinubu is not capable? The man is not capable. We were saying the national anthem. He held up his stick as if he's in Wakanda forever. Like, come on. Like, really? We don't do that. We are better and bigger than that. Nigeria is the most populous black nation in the world. We need to stand up and be held for the giants of Africa that we are. And we are fighting for that. So please, Mr. Kulata, I'm sorry, it's like it's you I'm facing, but truly, sir, it is you I'm facing tonight.
You can face me, it's fine.
Thank you, Adeshola. Thank you, Yemi, for you all being on ground and telling us facts, because we need to know. We need to know. I'll be honest with you, last week, I think, was it on Monday or Tuesday, I couldn't eat. I was so worried for Nigeria when I saw the game that the Supreme Court and El Rufai was playing. But you know what? This is a case of Koniman die. Koniman dig the grave. Koniman come bury him. We are all watching. Dr. Rudolph, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Rudolph, can I go?
Rudolph, you're not asking people to like the video, you know. You're not how people are going to see this. People are not going to see this.
Like
Hold on.
and share.
Please, I want to show this because it's one of those classic moments. All right. So
all right, Rudolph, can I go now? Finally.
Okay.
You turned me to something else.
Hold on. Maybe you should tell them to like the video. This is very poor, you know, because almost like,
share, and subscribe.
Ulata, why do you fear to show your face now?
Rudolph, you don't market your channel at all.
I can't see it. I don't know how many people.
Yeah. Okay, now they are beginning to like it now. Okay, because
just say like, share, and subscribe. People will do that.
Please like.
Okay. So
Ulata, why do you fear obedience now? Show your face now.
Mike Farabale, let me talk to my people. Queen S and who else? I can't remember who the person is.
If you want to talk to me.
I beg, you can mute yourself. Have I told you guys go and vote for one candidate or don't vote for one candidate?
You do it indiscriminately.
Yes. Hey, I have the floor now. I have the floor. Calm down. You are educated. Behave yourself. You're educated. I let you speak. Let me speak. It's easy. So have I told one of you ever since you've heard me speak that go and vote for this candidate? This is the candidate you vote for. You'll never ever hear me say that because I don't give a damn who you vote for.
You do. You do. And
I
that
want
is
to
why you
think.
always push everyone
Can
towards
you
your
please keep quiet? Just behave yourself, ladylike, you know. So I've never told you who to vote for. You own that right who to vote for. And you being educated means you can use your intellect to think things through
Then
by
stop coming
yourself.
here and
All
lying.
by
I am
your
a
can
lady.
you
Stop coming
just
here and
please
lying, Mr.
stop in
Let him
Masculine.
talk
Rudolph?
now. Nobody
Tell
interrupt.
your guest, tell
Act
your
like a
guest
queen. Like a queen now.
to
Relax. Ah.
tell her to try and contain herself. I just calm down. Just a few minutes, I'll be done. So I don't have control over your brain. I do hope if I have control over people's brain, then and I should stop coming online. Because it's a simple thing is I don't care who you vote for. I'm not voting. I'm sitting my back behind in my house and I'm not going to vote. And I'm not going to tell you I support this or that. And then when you now start making proclamations about monetary policy that you have no inkling or clue about,
Then that's rude.
all wrapped up in emotions, and just
Neither do
blabbing,
you.
excuse me, if you don't understand monetary policy, then it will do you good.
Adeshola works in the
It will
finance.
do you. Stop yelling, madam. Stop yelling. Everybody respects you. Calm down. I let you speak. Let me speak.
Kulata, you calm down. Adeshola
This
works in
this
finance and
is
he
this
stated
is
the
this
fact.
is this is unbecoming. This is
Dr.
very
Damage is
unbecoming.
not fair, man. Whenever
Eh?
obedience, don't let people talk. You don't tell them to stop.
See,
When we
no
start to
matter.
interject obedience now, you begin to tell
No
us
matter.
not to interject. It's not fair.
Wait, Mike, I'll be done. No matter, the thing is, no matter the amount of yelling she's going to yell, it's not going to change the result next week. The result is going to be the result. It's going to be one of those two goons that's going to win. So she can yell from now, yell to her bedtime. I'm going to sleep fine. I'm going to eat pepper soup or something. We're all going to be fine. So when you don't understand monetary policy, you have to think, do sane countries do money confiscation? You can't be confiscating currency and saying it's monetary policy. This is not the first time we're going to change our currency. Nobody like does draconian ways of taking money from people and stifling their ability to use that cash. What infrastructure has been provided to facilitate the cashless policy? You answer me that question. What infrastructure did they give fintech companies enough leadway? Did they tell the banks, go increase your capacity, go increase your staffing because we're aggressively going to what's it called, cashless? Nobody said that. You drop these things, you give 3 months, and then when did they start releasing the new currency? In the 3 months that was given. This is common sense. Sometimes emotions can cloud common sense. When you shove your emotions aside, you will have the ability to think rationally that this is a botched implementation of a well-intentioned policy. We're not ready for it. It's clear, it's obvious we're not ready for it. The errors, the access, there are people that have jackpot that can't even support it. But you yelling your way somehow in your mind, think by yelling and just being obnoxious is going to just make things work out for you. Good luck to you and your candidate. Eh? I'm
Man,
not.
this guy,
I'm not
you are
voting.
a voodoo machine, man. Just
I'm
stop.
gonna be in my house. I'm not voting.
It's not fair.
I'll
You guys don't
probably
care
be
about Obi.
drinking red
You care
wine,
about the suffering
and
of
Nigerians will vote for
Why
whoever
are
they want
you
to
making
vote
too
for.
much effort to talk if you are not triggered
Okay,
yourself?
hold on, guys. Hold on, guys. Hold on. I'll go to Ngozika, but before then, let me hear from Adesha because I think he has something to say about the banking and something he may share with us. Adeshala, go ahead. Go ahead, Adeshala, go ahead. Unmute yourself if you're muted. Okay, he's frozen. Adeshala, you can go ahead if you can hear me.
He has obedient network.
Adeshala. All right. So
I don't think he can hear you. He's moving, but he can't.
If you can hear me, forefathers tell him, maybe he will hear you.
Yeah, I think he's not hearing. He's saying that he should talk. Oh, he's frozen again.
Fine, yeah. All right. So we will go to.
Can I just say something about what Kolata does? I think Kolata, the problem people have with you is that you cloak
don't speak on
propaganda.
my
Can
behalf.
I just say
I
no?
will
I'm
appreciate
not
if you
speaking
do
on
not
your
speak
behalf.
on my
I'm
behalf.
giving you my own analysis.
Then zip it.
Now you are doing exactly what you are accusing the lady of. You see how you guys are doing
it. Don't speak on my behalf. I don't need your help.
All right, guys. Ngozika, you're next.
Okay. Sorry, I'm back. I'm back on now. And the
Oh,
problem is what you guys don't experience over there. So we have even issues enjoying the data we pay for. So when I'm hearing about monetary policy, I'm laughing. You know, last year I wanted to take my family on a 2 hours journey to Abuja. The train was shut down. God had just blessed us with a new car. And I told my wife, okay, let's drive from Kaduna to Abuja. And my wife is like, well, you can go alone, but the children and myself are not going with you. But I tell you that I went to Abuja a few weeks ago. Why? After this cash mop-up thing, banditry has reduced over 90%, even if I don't have any statistics I'm working with. But almost on a daily basis before now, there are communities in the Kaduna I live, which the same Rufai who is suing CBN to court right now never addressed the issue, can now go back to their houses they built. So don't tell me or compare Nigeria with maybe India or the UK that is changing currency. The CBN stated it clearly that part of the issues they wanted to address was the monies that were in the hands of non-state actors. And it is achieving that, my friend.
EFCC? Is CBN EFCC? It's part of CBN Act, EFCC
Excuse
work.
me, you were just telling somebody to be civil, uncle. Would you allow me to speak?
No,
So
just a question
if
for you.
the CBN is not EFCC, but they operate in the economy that is threatened by this insecurity, you tell me it's not part of their duty to find a way to address it, since the money is the transactional means with which the insecurity has increased? Come back home and stay with us and not be able to live in the house that you built. Then you come and tell me that this currency thing is not working. By then, I'm ready to share my phone number with you in the chat, private chat. Then let's live together in Kaduna, and then you tell me that the CBN is stupid with this. People had over 100 days notice to move these monies into the banks. They didn't do that. And then people like Rufai now wait till the 9 minutes before election and begin to play the card of a siege mentality, and you are buying into it because probably, I don't say for you or maybe other people, because they have a preferred tribal candidate. That won't cut it this time around. Nigerians are wiser. Their pockets are drier. They are not safe, so they know what to do this time. Thank you.
all right. Thank you, Adeshola. Let me hear from Gozika. Gozika, you're next. Gozika, you have to mute yourself.
Queeness, good evening, everyone.
Yeah, good.
Queeness, special shout out to you. Adeshola, special shout out. And good evening, sir. I don't even talk because if you can see, I'm eating my pepper rice. I had to put enough pepper because it's the only way to stay in my belly so that tomorrow I'll have strength to go and start looking for cash. But I'm not complaining. I'll look for that cash and I'll see it. I get upset when people like Kulata make very fancy assumptions about policies they are not living on. Kulata, first of all, are you living in Nigeria? Which part of Nigeria are you living in?
What does that have to do with anything about understanding policy?
Okay.
This guy is rude.
Okay, that's by the way.
Yeah.
It's really offensive. Very, very offensive.
Very rude.
Very, very
Like
offensive. When you are
the
not,
policy is written in English, you read it, you understand it,
I
and
am
that's
no
pretty
longer
much it.
talking to you, Mr. Kulata. I am no longer talking to you. You answered my question, and that's that. So somebody is hiding his face. We don't know who he is. He could be a ghost. He does not live in Nigeria, but he wants to tell Nigerians how they are living under a policy he is not under. See,
Do you
Doc,
live in
I
Nigeria?
was having this conversation yesterday. See, there's something people do not know. It's not that people do not know that they should deposit their money. It is this Nigerian mentality. Nothing they happen, nothing they happen. People had since let's say since January. People had since the whole of February, since the whole of January to deposit their money. Do you know why they did it? Nothing they happen. We are used to doing things anyhow. We are used to anyhowness. Nothing they happen. And I've heard people say to my hearing, it won't happen. How can they lock up people's money? Do you know what they're going to do with the money? What if I go and put my money there and I'm not able to remove it again? The policy won't hold. How can
But
they
that's
take
what
money
happened.
all of a sudden?
Yeah, put it there. They can't get it back. Is that not what happened? What
Mr.
are you?
Mike, please, can you mute yourself? Thank you. Mute yourself, Mr. Mike. Thank you very much. People had time to deposit money. The only people that have my sympathy are people like me that cannot see money to withdraw. That is the only people you should be pitying. Anybody that has old currency, I am saying it and saying it clearly. If you have old currency till now, I have no iota of pity for you. I live in Enugu. I have no 1 naira pity for you. As I yesterday, I was speaking to somebody in Benin, my friend in Benin. The day they had that protest in Benin, her child was nearly hurt. She was in her shop. I was not like, why are they protesting? She said, they are still spending old currency here. That you hardly see new currency. I said, how come? We stopped spending old currency in Enugu since the 10th. What are you people doing with old currency in Benin? Say, they don't care. They say nothing they happen. Nothing they happen. That nothing they happen mentality. And you want me to feel sorry for you when something has started happening. See, I have my issues with Buhari, but you see on this one, we died there. I don't mind staying in the bank from morning till night to queue for 2,000 naira because sometimes it will enter their head. They will start giving us 2,000 for our money. No problem, I will queue. And there are lots of people that are willing to sacrifice, that will not get involved in this senseless fight. People like Rufai are inciting. Everything that has happened in Southern Kaduna, Rufai was rubbing it in their face. He was rubbing it in their face. He was so aloof. He was so aloof to their plight. Everything the people of Southern Kaduna, I'm using Southern Kaduna in particular because they are the one that went through hell. Everything they went through, Rufai did not even raise head. I think one time, when they were still burying their dead, he came to install a new king. That was how aloof he was. And now, when his principal can no longer do what he is known for, he is suddenly the man of the people. It will not work. I will stand under the queue for how long it takes. And a lot of Nigerians, like people like Adeshola, will gladly stand in the queue at the ATMs. If the cash finish, we'll come back the next day. But you see this policy, we must see it to the end. No going back. Anybody that is not happy with it should take it up with the court or wherever they want to take it up. Maybe they said Supreme Court said Supreme Court did not say. The same Supreme Court, somebody made a joke yesterday that he went to file a case and they are not collecting old currency. The same people, they are not collecting old currency. So Mr. Kulata and every other person that are telling
Rudolph,
us,
I need to leave. Let me go after Ngozi.
You can leave now, please. No, you can go now. You can go now. Without pleasure,
No,
sir.
it's just 30 seconds. I'm only going to say one
No,
thing.
sorry now. You can leave now.
Wait. I'm leaving now. Let me just respond with one small
I have
thing.
not finished talking. I have not finished talking. Now you can't respond to
Okay.
me. I'm not talking to you.
I'm not responding to you. I thought you were done. So if you are done, let us know.
I'm not done talking. So you can leave now because I'm not done now. Thank you, sir. So the elections is in a few days, sir, and there's one thing I want to appeal to Nigerians. I want to tell them, please. You see, this fight is between the two elephants. Do not be the ground that will suffer. Do not, under no circumstance, should you be the ground that will suffer in these two fights. Let them fight it out. We know the game they are playing. The policy is not their problem. It is what it is preventing for them. That is why they are fighting tooth and nail. They do not care about the average Nigerian. No. That we do not see money to buy. Even these things that they're saying we are not seeing money to buy. People are adapting. I can tell you for a fact. If anybody told me that I was able to pay for Obono, I cooked Obono yesterday. If anybody told me that we were able to pay for Obono with transfer, I no go believe. My customer, apparently, she collects transfer. Old woman, I no go believe. The only thing she told me is that it is to a certain amount. If it is everything I'm going to buy must be up to 1,000, they should collect transfer. People are adapting. All this force you see people they are making. Okay, let me give you another example. As at early February that I was in the village, almost every grandma that I spoke to, because I was helping somebody do a bit of research, every grandma I spoke to had deposited their money in the bank. Most of them did not have cash to spend. They took their old currency, gave whoever they could, and they deposited it for them. They did not have cash. The people you see indulging in this tomfoolery are the people inside town. The people inside town that should know better, they are the ones indulging in this. Go and check your grandmas in the village. They do not have this old currency. That you know what? When you say this informal sector, they will suffer. Our grandma is a lie. Most of them do not have the old currency again because what is the quantity of money they are keeping? They've released the old currency, giving it to whoever. If you come back to the village, my daughter, they say they are changing money. They will even be the one to tell you that they are changing money. Please help me change it. And you now tell them the money is not ready, or let me help you keep it. Most of them that I spoke to, they did not have cash, but they were managing themselves as that early February. And people inside town are still holding on to old currency, and you want me to pity them? There is no pity for them. Anybody that is holding on to old currency know exactly what they are doing, and there should be no pity whatsoever for them. The people that deserve pity are people like me and Adeshola and the remaining sensible Nigerians who have deposited the little old currency we have, but we can't withdraw new one. Those are the people we should be pitying. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ngozika. We are going to give Kolata 30 seconds.
Just 30 seconds. It's very simple. For the people embracing the policy today, if the election holds exactly on, is it Friday? If the election holds next week, Friday or Saturday, I don't know. I hope by Sunday you're still loving this policy. God help you all. God bless you. Good luck to your candidates. I'm not going to be voting. I'm just going to be observing. So do all you can to win whoever you win. And if the people you don't want to win, I hope Nigeria will be peaceful. And I hope you make peace with this CBN cash monetary policy. Talk to you guys next week. Bye-bye.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Kolata. All right. Mr. Shaw, welcome to the show.
Yes, sir. Good evening. I'm in the UK, so it's evening for us. Most of you guys are in the US, so it's morning and afternoon. I've been away for a few weeks. Today, I wasn't meant to join, quite busy, but I knew it was going to be fireworks based on what's happened the last week. And I thought to myself, even if it's only 5 minutes, I have to come in. I mean, what I would appeal to Queen, Ngozi, and a few people who get emotional, and there's nothing wrong. I've said it on every forum I've been to. Emotion is it's fine to express emotions, but don't let Kulata pull your strings. Kulata is a smart guy. He's intelligent. You can tell he's intelligent. He's smart. He's smart. This is part of the problem. When you say it's not smart, he's getting a reaction out of you every time he comes in. He is achieving his aim. That's the sad part. Kulata comes here, I listen to him.
People that like showing that they are smart and they are not smart. That's the kind of person he is.
Okay.
You know he guys smarter than you, sir.
Okay. Oh, you see? So this is the problem. See, when people like Kulata speak, you listen to them, he comes in, he goes out, you let it go. You can debunk what he said because for people that will watch this in the future, debunk it for, just for posterity's sake, but don't engage and get entangled. Kulata is getting exactly what Kulata wants of you. I listen to him. I don't particularly address him. If you check Kulata, Agbado will drop. But he won't say it to you. He won't say it. And there are people who probably feed back to him. He's probably listening, thinking, oh, that guy said. You see, he has the right to support who he wants to support. And he doesn't owe us the duty to say, I'm supporting Tinubu. He doesn't have to tell us, but we know who he's supporting. Now, this cashless policy, the way I'm supporting it, I'm in the UK, and you can say you're not feeling it. My mom is a septuagenarian. She's an amputee. So she's not as mobile as she was 3-4 years ago. But the woman is telling me we would endure.
Oh.
We would endure this. It has to be this way. We would suffer it. See, the people that hid Indomie and palliatives from you now tell you they care about you. Thunder fire them and their supporters. How can they say they care about you? People that kept Indomie, they were printing their names on it to give at parties.
Amen,
they now come to say that they care for you.
Them and their generations.
They are concerned about your cashlessness. It's a lie from the pit of hell. Don't listen to them. These two shall pass. They will pass. Nigerians have survived worse than this. All of a sudden, you want Buhari to listen to the court. We can start counting how many court orders Buhari have done deaf ears to. You didn't come and speak. That idiot in Edo State, he said he's an economist. So you're an economist. You've been the governor for so long. You couldn't fix the economic problems. But now they've taken cash away. You have an issue. These guys are fighting. You know when you kill a chicken and it's about to die, That last struggle. That's what they're playing. I don't know what the medical term is. Is that last struggle? Life is about to leave them politically. That's all there is to it. Don't listen to them. They are not fighting for, they've never cared about Nigerians. Never. And they are not going to. So all this that they are doing is selfish interest. That one in the House of Rep, it's been there since 2007. It's now the I think it's the leader of the House. He's saying that he's allowed 70 million. There are 360 of them. Times that by 360 honorables. 70 million naira. He said cash. We're allowed. So these are the things they do. This is why they are complaining. It's nothing to do with the average Nigerian. And most Nigerians, and I'm glad Ngozi is here, Adeshola is here, people who actually live in Nigeria are telling and that's why I said, don't, Kulata, take it with a truckload of salt, not a pinch. A pinch won't be enough. Don't listen to Kulata. You live in Nigeria. You are telling us that you're ready to deal with this hardship because you know that the end goal, the bigger picture, you can see the bigger picture. My mom lives in Nigeria. I've just told you. She said we would endure this as well. She's paid everything she has into the bank. She wasn't waiting. But now people like Rufai are saying, keep the money. We would change it for you. They are saying that it's a cryptic message telling the people they are going to induce to vote for them to say, collect the old cash we'll give you. We'll change it for you a week later. Simple. That's the summary. You must be blind and dumb if you can't see that. That's what they're saying. So when these people come and say they are fighting for Nigerians say don't fight for us, not by force. We don't want you to fight for us. Go and fight your fight alone.
All right.
That's what I've come to say. If I feel the need to come back, I'll come back. But when Kulata comes, I'm not sure, Mike. I've seen Mike once or twice. I'm not sure what side of the aisle is. And people are entitled. But don't let them rile you up. Don't let them rile you up. Let them say what they have to say.
The game with Kulata is that he's playing a dangerous game, which a gullible person will buy into.
And that's why I said debunk it, but don't engage him. I've debunked Kulata. I didn't engage him, even if he was here. I'm not interested in Kulata. It's not my cup of tea. I don't care about Kulata. He lives in the West. I live in the West. Kulata is not my problem. You debunk him. You debunk him and move on. And they will tell you, they will say take emotions out. But Kulata's principle, all his principles in APC, they know how to cry. Yes. See, that party is the den of thieves. We can go through them. But Javier Miller, $25,000 as a lawyer in the US. He kept it for many years. He didn't release it as a lawyer.
PDP is
but Javier Miller only. The one in Kogi State, his wife, she's on the run. EFCC is looking for her. The people taking Nigeria to court, Kogi governor, his wife, EFCC is looking for the lady. 3 billion naira. These are your champions. The people you are queuing behind who bewitched you. Kogi State governor is your champion. Rufai that they are killing people in Southern Kaduna never raised an eyebrow. Is your champion. And which other one? Javier Miller, only America. It's not lies. The idiot, the one in my own state, Shameless, Ogun State, that one too in America. He went to jail in Miami. He went to jail for fraud, identity theft when he was a security guy. The Ogun State governor. See, they don't debunk these things. It's not. I won't come and tell you fake news or anything. There are legal documents. There are legal documents. Ogun State governor, APC is the den of thieves. You go from the top to the bottom, you find them, and the people propping them up, they are looking for the opportunities. Check these guys in the UK, in the US, where they are criminals in most cases. Check them. They are waiting for opportunity to go and run for office and clean all the money and clean their image. People that should be in jail are our governors. Ogun State.
Please, I just want to say something. You see what Rufai did. I hope we could keep this on record. Let it be on record that a sitting governor challenged the president of the Federal Republic and told citizens to go against an executive decree, and nothing happened. Please, let's just
we forget quickly.
I want it to be on record because tomorrow now, somebody from the southeast, maybe not even a governor, maybe an ordinary tweep, we make a tweet. If I hear they do not hand them down,
look at Ganduje now. If he was bit of it, that was caught when he was caught for collecting pound, putting in his pocket.
I just want to point it out.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead. Defied Buhari. He told Buhari to go and do his worst, and Nigeria is still standing. Let it be on record, though, because when somebody now from the southeast will now come and make a single tweet, they will come and ransack the whole southeast just to look for the person.
Why is Kanu still in jail? Is it not because Buhari said he insulted him that they still kept him in jail today? But Rufai did more than insulting Buhari in the presence of the whole world. And he's still there. He has not been arrested.
All right, let me go.
That's the double standard.
Let me hear Queen S. There are some people in the back room that I have to bring up. Queen S, go ahead.
I just wanted to say, my issue with Kulata, I still go back to that. And I don't have a personal issue with him because I don't know him. But my issue with him is he's playing this game. By God's grace, next week, Saturday, or whenever, Obi is declared the winner, he will come here and say, I said it. Did I not call it? I called that if he could win. And then if it is a Tinubu or what's he called, Atiku, he will come. For me, I'm a direct shooter. Tell me where you stand so we know how to interact. So for me, that is deceptive.
Let me tell you where Kulata stands. Can I help you out?
What do I expect from someone that covers himself? It is not tribalistic. So when my emotions, that is where he gets me. I don't listen to his polls. Those are the things that bother me.
This is the way Kulata is hiding behind one finger. You can see from a mile away. He's hiding behind the finger. He's not hiding. It's not. He will come and say 60%. If 60% turn out, Obi will win. If projection, permutation, the guy go to play William will die. Put it here, put this one there, put this one.
Let me tell you where me I stand. It's similar to where Kulata stand, right? We are not really the fan of the top three. Our candidates are not the top three. But among the top three, we think Tinubu is better than Atiku and Obi.
You have a right to that. You have a right. It's fine. Honestly, it's democracy. You have see if Hitler wakes up and contests in Germany, people will vote for him.
Brother,
you have the right.
You guys understand. You don't understand. Maybe you guys have been living in diaspora for 30, 40 years. You don't know. You are not on ground. You don't know what's going on. Listen. You see, Obi is an extension of PDP. What you are looking is APC versus two factions of PDP. Labour Party and PDP, they are one and the same. Now, let me tell you why. Let me tell you why we think. One thing we can say is APC is better than PDP any day. Why? The 16 years of PDP rule, they built nothing. Absolutely nothing. 16 years of their rule. Obi is part of them. And 36 years of the military rule, they built nothing. Now, this APC, we're not saying they perform the best way Nigeria should be, but if you go to Nigeria today, they built a lot of infrastructure. They fixed a lot of roads. This second Niger bridge, they had all this obedience I've been crying for 40 years since the Biafran War. This APC government built it. So we know that this APC, and who's responsible for all this infrastructure is Tinubu's team. The people Tinubu gave to Buhari, the fasholas. They are the one building all those infrastructure. So listen, anything good, wait. Anything good you see in Buhari's administration was responsibility of Tinubu. It's Tinubu that giving those.
Can we give him the bad as well?
Brother, listen.
Can we give him the bad as well? Or are you cherry picking?
All the quality ministers in Buhari's cabinet were Tinubu's boys. So we know Tinubu himself is old and he's weak and everything, but he's a team player. We know that the team is going to appoint in his cabinet with people that will perform, but they may not. I will not say they will take us to heaven and anything. But Obi, listen, my brother. Let me land. Obi will just be like another Jonathan. He'll be surrounded by wolves that will be ready to loot. Just loot. Obi is a good man. Jonathan was the good man, but he didn't have a team to perform. So Obi will just end up be another Jonathan. He will be a good guy that wants good things, but he won't have the team that will do the work. There will be a bunch of looters like Okupe, all those people. They'll just be stealing around him. Like what's that lady? Madueke, all those people, Alison Madueke, Alison, all of them looters.
Like our current AGF.
Let me use you guys with truth. They don't want to hear truth. They don't want to hear truth.
Unlike the AGF.
Dr. Damage should not be fair. If you're allowing obedience to talk all day, make me talk now. You're meeting me. What's going on?
You spoke now. You spoke, but
I haven't landed. Let me land. Listen, you guys need to understand how Tinubu, he knows how to appoint the quality people. He's a team player. So Tinubu, the man himself, is not who we are supporting. Wait.
Just like he did in Lagos.
Yes. Which state can compare to Lagos in Nigeria? And nobody won't compare to Lagos. What did they talk? Lagos, I was already abandoned. Everything was collapsed. The team that's building Lagos, that team was put together by Tinubu. He's a team player. The man himself is not the man we are supporting. But he's a team player. He knows he has teams around him. And those guys, they will perform better than Obi will perform. That's what we know for a fact. So it's not tribal, it's not anything. You guys can talk all your agbado, all those insults, anything. We know, the critical thinkers. We that we know how to do critical analysis. We know that
Okay, Mike, thank you.
Tinubu will do better than Obi by far.
Mike, thank you. There's something you said when you came on. I think you were the one that said that we should fact check people. You know, the reason why we don't do that is that to slow down the show. Basically, everybody that opens their mouth here, people say things that you can actually question. For instance, you just said that the people that Tinubu brought to Buhari's government, they are the people who are performing. You know, you can also say that the guy that what is his name? The guy that was put at the Federal Internal Revenue came from Tinubu, and did he perform? He was removed for corruption. So things can be questioned, and it will slow us down. So
who was that? I came from Tinubu that way.
The former commissioner, the
Fowler.
Yeah, yes, exactly. Yeah, he came.
No, they would deny that one. No,
you came from Tinubu.
Oh yeah, from the government in Lagos. So and it didn't perform. But anyway, I'm just saying that everything we say we can be questioned. So we want to move on and keep.
Was he found guilty of anything? Propaganda only follow.
You're going far now. We are not
propaganda not begin.
Yeah, going far now. We're not saying whether someone is tried, found guilty or not. Okay. Additional.
So you say he was found guilty of corruption, which is not true.
No, he was removed.
I just want to say a few things. You see, Queen, let's just channel the energy positively the right ways. Those we need to encourage, the last minute undecided voters, encourage them. You see, Mike, I don't want to attack anybody on this show because it's my first time. I've been a follower of Dr. Rudolph from Dr. Damage's show. So it's just a real privilege. And for me, it's instructive that this is happening on the eve of the election for me. So I'm very excited. But I just want to say a few things. You said Labour Party and PDP are one side, one coin with two sides. Have you forgotten that NMPP's candidate, what's his name? Kwankwaso, has put feet in both parties before, both APC and PDP. You see, take your side and stay on your side, stay on your lane. Don't try to demarket another person with the same strategy you think you want to use. Peter Obi only came into PDP in 2019 when he was drafted in as a running mate with, what's his name, with Atiku. So coming back to play that card here to try and talk to, these are, I mean, nobody here is a baby. So Ganduje that has been in both PDP and APC will not drag votes from both of them. It is Peter Obi that will share PDP's votes. Brother, this election is beyond party. It is an issue of people. It's an issue of people's realities. I just challenged this Kulata without attacking him to come and live in Nigeria. Come and stay in the insecurity.
How many Abga people are around there?
I want to suspect that you are also listening to me now. You know, when you were talking, I never unmuted. You know, I just listen. So I want to challenge you to come to a state where the president gives instruction to the IG of police, and then after 2 weeks of people dying in Benue and Nasarawa State, he comes to say, "I didn't know that the IG of police that I instructed to go and take charge of that situation in Benue State never went there." And you tell me that it is a Tinubu that appointed the person. Is he an alter ego? We are talking about somebody who needs to take charge from day one. Somebody who took 6 months to appoint ministers. This is not the time to play all of those things. What I am challenging is, if you feel this situation should continue the way, come home. Don't stay there. Come here and stay with us. And come and suffer the insecurity with us. And come and pay for data and not be able to enjoy 4G, or not be able to have pipe-borne water in your house, or be praying that electricity will not go up when you are on a show like this. Then you will come and tell me what you are saying about Tinubu. The Lagos State you're talking about, you said you're also from Lagos State. I'm from Lagos State. I'm from Badagry. The Badagry international route that should be earning money for the state is unpassable. There are things that should have been done in Lagos. And you're comparing Anambra's economy with Lagos. See, I'm a Nigerian. I'm not a tribalist. Like I said, I was born in the north. I've grown in Kaduna. I've lived in Kaduna. Lagos won't be half what it is if about 2 ports or 3 are not there. You have all of the companies that have been there even through the post-colonial, pre-colonial era, retaining their businesses there, paying their taxes there. I don't know if you understand how the tax system works in Nigeria. So if you work in a state, even if it's an international company, you pay your tax to the state government of that state. You don't remit it to the federal government. And these are things that Lagos State have been enjoying. And so you can't compare Lagos with Anambra State and say whether Tinubu did that. Lagos State have been in existence. Some of those background infrastructure have been there. People only develop on them. And I challenge you, why did he try to kick out Ambode when Ambode was trying to do things differently, if he was really interested in the progress of the state? And then one final thing I will say, you said obedience were clamoring about the Niger bridge. That also shows a kind of a nepotic or a parochial attack. Not everybody from the east, even his own state governor, is against him. So it's the obedient badge I'm carrying it proudly as a Yoruba man, but first of all as a Nigerian, as somebody who has a passion for his country to grow. Not somebody, and I don't want to attack people. Even some of the people who japa, how do they japa? You go and borrow money and claim that you are qualified to go abroad. The money that is not yours. Is it not a form of deception to stay here with us and prove that you love the country and come and suffer what is going on? Then you will be able to come back and say that Tinubu is the one that built Lagos. Then I will listen to you. But not when you are in the comfort of the snowy weather where you are, and then you are trying to shove it and trying to tinker us into thinking that people who don't have plans for this country, why have they not been able to bring evidences against Peter Obi? This is a man whose identity we don't know. Drugs, who for if not for Keyamo's retarded thinking, for God's sake, how do you forfeit money that is traced to drugs and narcotics, if not that you are found culpable? And you are coming to tell us that we are idiots? And Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have been saying this thing. Problem. You don't ask them the right questions. How can Keyamo be saying you want to teach him or Kimbaloye how to ask questions when the documents are there saying that you forfeited monies because of drugs and narcotics? If you are not culpable, why are you forfeiting money? You should have challenged that state and said, or if it is the federal government of America, to refund your money back to you if you don't have any case to answer. Like I said, doctor, you can take me off so that other people come in. It has been a very nice experience. But please encourage your people at home to do the right thing with this election.
You're a Russian, born and raised.
Thank you so much, Adeshola.
You're originally like a cookie.
Mike, okay, I have to take out Mike now. He's talking like somebody I shouldn't expect on this show. Okay, Adeshola, thank you so much for coming, and hopefully you will, anytime you can, join us. We'd like to hear from people at home. People like Mike, he will eat hamburger wherever he is and just be open. So you have to understand that all right. Let me see. I want to hear from people we've not heard from. Forefathers. Okay, there are new people that joined. Where is Austin? I don't know what I'm doing anymore. Not you. The other Austin came in and
he's dropped off.
Maybe
Austin is gone.
Okay. All right. Paul, it's been a while we heard from you.
Okay, thank you. And so let me just continue from where Adeshola said.
Okay,
so,
thank
Doctor,
you.
Do you
so
know
let me just continue from there.
Fashola built only 12 secondary schools in Lagos. When Jakonde built all those schools in Lagos, what was the population in Lagos State? Sorry, Tinubu, I mean to say. And it's called Millennium Schools. They put only one in some of the local governments in Lagos. It didn't even cover the so-called 20 local governments. You understand? Compared to, say, even though the 44 local government that is dragging, or the 60-something local government that is trying to add the LDC, I can't remember now. But what am I saying? Why is it that another governor Fashola do what he's doing? You tell me that it is Tinubu will take the glory. Ambode do what he's doing, is Tinubu that will take the glory. The question I'm asking, even Obasanjo put president there. Every other governors try as much as possible to put somebody that will succeed them. Why are we saying all these things only to Tinubu? It's laughable. Lagos State have been there. I went to Badagry, like he's talking, just last year, April last year, I was in Badagry. They've not put on that rail that they started, like Tinubu will claim, from his own government till now. The so-called Lagos Ibadan rail that we are talking about today, the rail is nice, everything is nice. The rail does only run like 2 times a day, 2 times a day. Do you know what is train? I am an aviator. Train and plane. The train is like bird. It's not meant to stay on ground. Flies all the time. That is how train is. Why are you managing the train? You understand? That's why I say it's almost next to nothing. It's like something that you are managing. So I don't understand. Then somebody want to talk Lagos where everybody, all the multinationals in Niger Delta, every of their company, their corporate office, all situated in Lagos. These are the things that we've been fighting for. I'm from Delta State. I don't know why I'm calling myself Delta State in just in Nigerian context, because I was born, raised in Lagos, live all my life in Lagos. Shell is in Delta State, making all the money in Delta State, but pay the tax to Lagos State. Then somebody want to tell me that somebody is performing when literally Calabar Port is not working, Sapele Port is not working, Warri Port is not working, Onne Port is not working, Port Harcourt Seaport is not working. You understand? Then only Lagos is working. Do you know the port in Apapa? Lagos Port, Apapa Wharf Port, Tinkan Port. Then even if we want to talk the flat barge and everything, we can make use of the Badagry Port and everything, but it's not working. What are the infrastructure they are putting down there? You understand? They just stay there like what I call a pensioner. You understand? Lagos is auto because of all these things has been there for a very, very long time and everything. So when people want to tell me these people perform and everything, it's what I will call in another type of way, on merit favor. So if tomorrow now, if Fashola tomorrow now want to contest for president, what will Fashola say? I'm asking this question. Then Fashola will say, oh, Tinubu make me governor. Tinubu did everything in Lagos. What will Fashola claim? Because anything Fashola do now is Tinubu. Then you are talking about federal cabinet. Then you are telling me about Tinubu. When Tinubu is a dictator, somebody ruled as a governor for 8 years, have 3 deputy governors. You understand? Joko Tolakpelumi was the first speaker of the house in Lagos when Tinubu was there. Tinubu ran and even lived in his house when he ran for exile. Tinubu literally brought that guy. Tinubu kicked him out. You understand? Some of us check Google and everything. He's a dictator. If you don't fit in, he kick you out. And everything. It's painful. Is this the type of person we want to call leader? Some of us should remember when Barack Obama came to Ghana. He said, we don't need big man. We need strong institution. We don't need strong men. We should learn to understand these things. Even presidents in America, they are panic for FBI. You understand? We need to put institutions in place than putting all this big man and everything. You can see the shenanigans that is going on with APC. You know why? Because it's about big men. Like I said, we don't even know where Buhari belongs. I'm just waiting for Buhari to raise that flag, say obedient, or Kwankwaso, or Atiku, because we don't even know his constituency. Some of us will be here happy, but this is the wrong thing, because there's no party idea, no manifesto, no nothing. Is this how we want to run country? Then somebody will come here, talk. Wait, let me sound like show. Doctor, if you don't know, Mike say anything we then do, Tinubu will win because now Yoruba ain't get the highest juju. Now the kind of person now they follow the argue. Somebody will say juju go make them win. Now the kind of person that they follow the argue. I beg leave that Ikorodu board. That's why till today Ikorodu never develop where it come from. And this is the proud with their juju. Now they get light. They don't get light for Ikorodu, but power station for Ikorodu. Now that kind of person they follow the argue. I beg leave Mike, Joe.
Thank you.
Dr. Rudolph, where's Mike and Kulata? I came in because of them. You know, I've been here before. I've been chatting. I wanted Kulata to come in with me.
Dr. Rudolph, I want to go. Let me just speak before I leave.
Wait a minute. Immediately I left. Kulata came. So where's Kulata and Mike? You all need to come back.
Okay, hold on. We're getting feed from somebody. Echo. Okay, let me hear from. Let me see where I want to go. Victor, welcome to the show.
Victor. Yeah, thank you, Doctor. Yeah, sorry.
Victor, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. God bless you. And then thank you, my fellow panelists. You all have spoken very well. Mr. Deshola Aregbe,
God will bless you. See, my heart is filled with joy as I was listening to you, and you were really portraying the character of a true Nigerian. You're a patriot. You damn all consequences, you damn the tribe, you damn everything. We all are all human beings. We are from one source. So when they come here to divide us using tribal or other sentiment that this person owns the land, it become a caricature kind of republic that we've been playing for so long. And we are enlightened. We've gone to school. Some of us have gone to the four wall of the university. Some of us are high school. Some of us went to tech school. We have not realized that we should throw away that regalia of nepotism, tribalism, and speak to your own fellow human being. Love your own human being. Speak the right thing. Speak the truth to power. Speak the truth and stand by the truth. If the truth will kill you, if the truth will make you die, after all, every one of us is going to die. And when you see people talking, I came here because of what Walata or what's his name, Mike and Walata were saying. And you were giving them, and Mr. Shaw was really hitting that, look, we don't need to really go and start attacking them, but we need to tell them the reality, the truth. The truth, and Nadeshola spoke a lot about the truth, and you see them being silent. And what happened? After telling the truth, he started throwing all sort of insult on Aregbe, which is irrelevant. And that to show how mature he is. That to show the embodiment of tribal concept he has inside of him. He's been configured to a tribalistic or euphoria to the whole Nigeria. That is what both of them have come here to exercise, because they've been configured to tribalize the whole issue, but not to speak to the source of the problem we have in Nigeria. Mr. Rudolph, you have a query. I'm going to bring that query to your table right here. A man masks himself. It's not a drug dealer. It's not somebody that they are looking for. He does not commit any other offense. And it's not in the ethics of journalism to allow somebody else to come and mask himself while we are revealing ourselves. Damning the consequences of we being tailed or tailored. Not a man, you have already taken our right. And you are giving the right to somebody to mask himself and speak to a Nigeria, the most high populated country, black nation in the world. That is an insult to your channel. You allow that kind of thing to come here, it's an insult to your channel. And that's not in the ethics of journalism. Even if you want to borrow it, you borrow it when somebody said so thing that they are looking for him, that maybe something attached to him, but doesn't want to reveal himself. That is quite noted, that you are investigating something that link up to something. But he's not a link, he's just a common citizen of Nigeria, like we. Why should you throw insult and start telling a doctor? Do you know what it means to be a doctor, a practicing doctor, and telling the doctor he is not abreast with what is happening? That's an insult to her. She has labored all night for 7 years to go into. I will come and Kolata. I will ask him, what degree does he have in Nigeria? What degree does he came out in Nigeria and come to England and start perpetrating all sorts of gargantuous kind of languages to present to somebody you should give high respect to? I respect those that have really portrayed themselves, that really show us that yes, these are people that bend down to study and study and I don't know how to put it. My issue here is that Walata is just for Agbado. They don't have the balls and they had to say it. Mike is just a tribalistic bigot. He's configured to be tribalistic. I bet him to come out. I lived in Lagos for 30 years. I studied in Lagos. I went to Ikeja High School, one of the best schools in Ibra area in GRA. My father wasn't he's not a poor man. I come from a royal family, but that doesn't get into my head. And for him telling that the Bini was making something about history, he doesn't know anything about history. Go to Lagos. We are the last bash of people that read history in secondary school. I bet him should come out and say it if you know the history of the Yoruba. The Yoruba has a very strong history, but it does not know how to correlate the history with the Benin Empire. It should just keep quiet and start telling something that selling messages to our viewers out there who need to be taught on things, on the rightful things. We are here to speak to Nigerians, and we are here to speak the truth to power. We are here to speak who is good and who is bad. A man with no character, a man that has a problem with in America, a man that has problem with identity code, they are all in power. And you come here to say he built the Milan Bridge, he did this. Is that a point? Is that a point? I beseech you, let them put me, Mike Walata, into a dialogue. Let us speak in Rudolph's show. Let me tell them I'll bring history. Let us tackle and see who has knowledge in history and see who are from beneath. I come from the soil. Kulata should not come and dictate to us. Mr. Rudolph, please, anytime Kulata is coming here, let him unmask himself. If you don't unmask him, I'm going to even report you for making a man to mask himself to speak to the people. Who is he a criminal? Is he a terrorist? He should stop that. That is what I'm here to do. God bless Mr. Forefather. God bless Aregbe, Mrs. Yemi. I love you. Mrs. Queen, you are a darling. Ngozi, you are Austin. Wow. Paul, God bless you. Mr. Man of Prestige. They are trying to oppress you in one man gang that you go to every time. Try and come down and attack them. That man is an autocratic man. So, bye-bye. I love you all. The God bless you. Obi for president, Obi for life. I am obedient to the call. We are getting there by force or by fire. I know how they do.
Thank you, Victor. Thank you so much.
All right, it's my turn.
No, hold on. I need to clarify something. Oh, Victor is
okay.
Gone. All right, okay, he's gone. Austin, go ahead. Austin, I'll come to you, man of president. Austin, go ahead.
Say, I would remember that thing they say, body they pepper me. People know they smile again. No, look, I've interacted with Kolata a lot of them on different forums. The point is that he's a little bit confused. If you see his spreadsheet, he supports PDP. When it comes to talk, he supports APC. So that's why I know they take him to heart. If you think to heart, even like sometimes if you talk and you look at the chat, people will insult you are not intelligent or you are this or that and that. Leave them. When I see such a thing, I'll just keep on laughing and start laughing because it takes. I used to tell my students, and I used to even when I was in the university back in Nigeria, I say that for you to make me angry, you need to do a lot of work. So you need to waste energy. So you cannot even think of spending that energy to make me angry. You are just wasting your time. Now, by the way, the point is this: as I said, we always extol stealing. Once you steal in Nigeria, the more you steal, the more we hail you. That is why sometimes when we get illegal money, no matter where it is from, Yahoo, every other thing, you see people hailing, you don't care where it comes from. That's why we are doing that. But the more we start talking to character, the more we start talking to competence, the more things will get better. That is why you see all these issues we are talking about with Buhari's government. While we are knocking the ministers, we also knock Buhari because he's supposed to act as a supervisor to everybody. You tell somebody do something, you don't go back to find out. Okay, let me give my students assignment and don't go and correct it and give them 100 on 100 because they say that by the name of God or by the name of Allah we have done it well. It's not true. That is not fair. So that is why if you look at all these things, we need to look at the competence and the rest. And if I see a lot of Nigerian youth or people who don't know that we are fighting for our lives in this present dispensation, I'll just know that I'm just laughing at them, whether they are inside or they are outside. So that is where I'll just stop for now. I'll go out. Maybe next time I'll still come so that others can talk. But I think we should try to have a rethink in this Nigeria because there is one funny thing we need to know. Some people used to, anytime we will talk about Obi, we always say it's a tribal candidate. Let me just paint a small picture to you. Whether you like him or not, Igbo man will still buy Benz. Because if he goes to the port and imports something for 1,000 naira, when he imports it as he lands, you say it's an Igbo man, you hit him another 500 naira for tax duty. He carries his goods to his house, and the Agboro say you pay additional 200 naira. He now goes to his house, calculate everything. 1,000 I bought, 500 for port, Agboro 200. My interest or my interest is 150. my task is this. Then that evil man will now sell something was supposed to sell for 1,100 for 2,000. That same person at the port who charged extra fee will still send his girlfriend to go and buy. So the money will still come back to the evil man and he will still ride dance. So let us just do what is nice. If you think you are trying to fight Obi or fight evil people, they go still ride Benz. So leave them, no, they fight.
Austin, thank you so much. Let me just say this about people who are concerned about the mask and everything. When we started this program, we said that we are not going to allow people to turn off their cameras when they come on. And some people figured out that they don't want, they will turn on their camera, but they will cover some parts of their bodies, So we're still looking at that policy. How do we go move on? What do we do about that? Because there's somebody else who he's not the only one who will put on mask when they come on the show. There's somebody who will come. Initially I thought he was a position of he's usually in the car. But I discovered eventually that he intentionally doesn't want you to see his face. He will just show his mouth and nose. So we will think about that and eventually decide what to do. But the point is that we want to have a show where people can come and air their viewpoints. And we know this is sensitive and people come here and say certain things. We want to make sure that people who are talking to us are real people and they are comfortable with what they are saying and confident and that we can reference whatever they are saying, So that's why we say you have to show your face. But we are going to continue to look at it. But for now, he's not the only one. And we can see your eyes. If you see your eyes, we are going to accept that for now. When we review the policy, probably we can decide one way or the other. But that's I just want to clear that. Somebody came in here that you said,
Doctor, please, real quick.
Yeah.
So when Mike said something, I don't know whether any one of us here know the exact amount you can use in getting a 5 years passport or a 10 years Nigerian international passport. And when he's talking all these jargons that he's talking about, Aregbe Shola, the former governor that is in Buhari's cabinet, is in charge of Ministry of Internal Affairs. Nobody know the price of international passport. All of us get it for different price. You understand? It's like rain they fall for Oshodi, they fall for my two. So when people talk, then you talk Fowler, you talk something. Fowler was in Tinubu's government, in charge of budget in Tinubu's government, in Lagos State Internal Revenue. He was there in Tinubu's government before he went to federal. You understand? So you just talk something because of Fashola did road and everything. Is there any minister of works that didn't do road in Nigeria? But the fact is that as you are doing the road go forward, the back one is getting bad. Is that not how road is in Nigeria? Every time you travel in Nigeria, you always see construction company, but we always meet bad road at the end of the day.
All right.
Just be saying all this nonsense.
Thank you.
Can I just say something? I've been a passenger for a long time. About this thing, Kolata, people should not mind him. That's how he makes friends. He always has to annoy people so that they can come closer. That's how he does these things. And I'm quite happy to hear how many Nigerians here spoke about some of his analysis and the take on the topic in general. And for me, it's a little bit interesting because earlier on I was saying Nigerians have issues, but what we've heard here is that some of them are willing to make the sacrifices. And that's why we have to be careful when we generalize. And I have to keep that in mind. And these type of Nigerians, they have to understand their importance in the country. The ones that are willing to make the sacrifice and do the right thing, you have to take control. People like Ade Shola, people like that, those sort of people, they really have to understand their importance to the country. Because if you leave these crazies to run it, we are going to keep having the problems that we are having. And we need to start encouraging those type of people to understand their value to the nation. The ones that are willing to make the sacrifices, they are our saviors here. We are going to be stuck overseas, making every excuse to skip going home. If those people don't come up, we have to encourage them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's see. There are new people that joined us. Let's work.
I just want to speak so I can leave.
Man of prestige. Okay, go ahead. Man of prestige.
Yeah. Thank you very much. This is my second go around, so I greet everybody. Yeah, but let me begin before I go to a Nigerian space. I'm just going to talk briefly about Dr. Rudolph. I know you're a journalist, but I visit many platforms, 4 or 3 of them, even some of them are here, a lot of them are here, right? And I can see them on the chat. So having said that, I'm trying to give a kudos where it belongs. You are the best moderator when it comes to YouTube analysis. There's no doubt about it. Other people that I go to their platform, they're here, they can see me. So I'm saying it right now, and I want you all to know me. Dr. Rudolph is a benchmark of a true journalism. So you all need to imitate him, the way he moderates his platform. That's the way it's supposed to be. No bias, anybody can hear their opinion. That's the way it's supposed to be. We are all Nigerians, wherever you come from. So I'm giving that to Dr. Rudolph. Any other people that I go to their platform, 3 or 4 of them, he's better than all of you, so you all can take it to the bank. But anyway, having said that, I know Kulata very well. I mean, me and him, we go to different platforms. This is my own personal opinion. He's not a tribalistic. I don't know what is in his mind, but from his analysis that I've been analyzing with him since last year, he hasn't shown me any kind of tribalistic card. Mike, I know him. He go to a different platform, and I've been on the same platform. I've been on the same platform with him. He has shown me a lot of tribal card, by no means, so I don't know his mind. But he has definitely exhibit what he call a tribalism, in my own opinion, which is, and anybody, me speaking, I'm from the eastern part of Nigeria. Any platform that has been, anybody that has seen me can even testify if I have shown even a minute any kind of tribe. I'm a true Nigerian. I grew up in Lagos. So I hate when people come here and play some tribal card. Mike is an epitome of that. So let's not miss it. I just came in because of Mike, because I wanted to confront him. Of course, he ran away. I wanted to dialogue with Kulata because, I was here earlier, we were chatting and everything. I wanted him to come in, but he never came in until I left. So having said that, I'm going to meet him tonight on a different platform. So I just want to make that difference between Mike and Kulata. I don't know what's in their mind, bro. From the analysis, I can tell the differences. Okay, I mean, I like Kulata, but he has his own. He's an Abado. There's no bad daddy. He's an APC man, but he keep on denying it to everybody. I don't know why. I don't know why he does that. He never admit that he belongs to. I mean, he support APC, but his own analysis, ended up being an APC man. So having said that, anybody can support whomever they want to, but I want you to come here, and show your gut and say you support, you lose, you win, it doesn't really matter. So, but anyway, let's go on about what's going on in Nigeria. I think I've already said again what's going on in Nigeria before, so you can go to the next person. So we already analyzed. Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you. Yemi, it's been a while you spoke. You have anything you want to say? I didn't forget you before I go to the new people that join us. Unmute yourself, Yemi. We can't hear you, Yemi. We still can't hear you. Okay.
You can't hear me.
Okay, try it again. I think we're okay now. Go ahead.
I say thank you very much. I came in because of Kulata, because when I hear him speak, all what he was saying, because I listened to Festus Keyamo, he exactly is reciting everything Festus Keyamo was saying. That's why I got angry. I couldn't even express myself because I was so angry. I was just talking because I was so angry. Because every lies Festus Keyamo was saying on Channel TV, exactly that's what he was saying. But that's why when someone says he's intelligent, I say no. Because it's not from his own brain. It's exactly word to word of what Festus Keyamo was saying. That was what he was saying. All the lies that he was not asking. What was he saying about the PDP? The PDP, Obi is in PDP. Kankwaso is in PDP. Atiku is in PDP. We are not voting for any party. We are voting for a person, candidate, credible person. Nobody's following party now. I mean, nobody's a member of anybody is carrying who is carrying a party card here. Everybody is supporting a candidate. I'm not for any party, and that's what majority of Nigerians are doing now. Don't come and tell us, because if that was Festus Kejamo's analysis when I watched him yesterday, was it yesterday on Channel TV? And Kwakaso will share from PDP. I think we share from PDP. It's only was it Tinubu that is the APC? The 3 of them are sharing one vote. I was like, this is wrong. They are trying to reverse psychology on people. Anybody that listen to them, like him, he listened to Festus Keyamo, he believed him. That's why I came here to come and recite the same thing Festus Keyamo said on that platform. That's why I was like, this we have to correct him. That's why I was shouting on him then. That don't come and feed us with the propaganda that the APC are saying all over Nigeria. Don't come and feed it on this platform. If it's from his own thinking, that would not have I would just say maybe this is the way he's reasoning. But he was, as you are reciting a poem, when some people was talking, he was reciting also what Professor Keyamo was saying. And with what I want to say, this scarcity of cash in Nigeria, all these APC governors, they caused it. They added, not they did because they added to it. They put fuel into a burning fire. They wanted to have people. They are looking for when they have cash, they don't know the way they are going to launder that cash or put that cash back into the system without EAFCC chasing them. They are not looking for more people to be in their boat. They are looking for more people. That's why Rufai was encouraging people to keep that money and to keep the old note and be spending it along with the new note. All these things that are playing in Nigeria is when I listen to all these politicians in Nigeria, I get very, very angry because it annoys me. The majority of maybe I don't know, maybe they think we don't think or we don't use our brain. They will come and cook one lie and be telling us. I don't understand. I don't know. But sometimes when people are talking, I feel like what kind of is it? I don't even know. I don't know. But for Kulata, that's what I think about him. That's what from what he's talking, it doesn't make sense to me. But because he was reciting from what Keyamo said, and that's why I was angry.
All right, thank you.
I was shouting at him.
Thank you, Yemi. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Sure, I'll come to you because I'm going to introduce a series of new people that will talk. So if you have something to say, I may take a while before I get back to you.
Yeah. So I'll say, next 2 minutes and I'll be off. Yemi, I understand totally. Going against Kulata, but like I said, Kulata has a game plan and is working perfect. And Dr. Rudolph, whatever you do, keep bringing Kulata back. It brings engagement. It's good for you. It's good for business. And it's also good for the conversation. So it's not echo chamber. Let him come and say what he wants to say. And for those who want to see Kulata's face, you probably would appreciate this. Just go and look at videos from last summer, August, July last year. I know what Kulata looks like. He was on the show. So just go back and watch the shows from June, July, August last year. You see Kulata's face. I'll round off with this. It's going to be like repeating myself, but for those who didn't hear, it the first time, APC governors are not your champions. They don't love Nigerians. They're selfish people. They're criminals. It's on record from Bajabiamela in America, $25,000, your client's money, you kept it, returned it. Ogun State governor went to jail in Miami. Ganduje stuffing big pounds into his Babariga. The one in Kaduna, Littlefinger. It's well documented. All the land he allocated to his family, his children and wife, all documented. The one in Kogi State, his wife and his brother, 3 billion naira money laundering. So these are the people championing your cause, and you're queuing behind them. I cannot stand for that. If Peter Obi was the one caught doing any of these things, we wouldn't be having a conversation. He wouldn't even be in the running. So, so my brothers and sisters from the Southwest, I'm a Yoruba boy from Ogun State, that produced Awolowos and the decent people, not giving us this bastard. Excuse my language, because as far as we're concerned, the Omoluabi that we are, I can't associate with that. I'm truly obedient, unapologetic. Go out, sensitize your people. I speak to my mom. I explain things to her. I break it down to her. She's 78, but I break it down to her and she disseminates it to people of her age. That's the only way we can reach people. 2019, my mom was full APC card carrying. She got rid of the card. I explained to her. I broke it down. Now she's telling me she would endure the pain of this no cash policy. And this too shall pass. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure, Dr. Rudolph. We'll catch up on WhatsApp.
Thank you. Thank you so much. One more thing just to mention about engagement and conversation. That's very important to me. I don't want this forum to be somewhere where the same people, the same viewpoints. When you challenge people with different viewpoints, you learn from them. I learn from all of you, and I want people who are watching to be able to learn from different viewpoints. So sometimes I get people saying to me, remove this person, give this person more time because you agree with that person. I want you also to hear from people you don't agree with. That's how you grow. That's how you learn. And having said that, I want to welcome Bello to the show. Bello, welcome to the show.
Good afternoon, good evening to everybody, wherever you're watching and listening from tonight. And, I appreciate the opportunity to be a part of this show today. And me coming into this evening, I just have some few observations. And I feel like, just like Dr. Damages just said right now, I feel like when we come on platforms like this, we should be able to try to respect ourselves. We're all adults, we're all adults, and we should be able to kind of accommodate others, no matter what their ideas, no matter what their whoever they're supporting or whatever any kind of mentality or ideas they bring in onto the shows. We can always have the same ideas or anything like that. So let's try to accommodate ourselves, because I've heard people, many people talk about guys like Kulata and Mike. Just because their tune doesn't correlate with those does not mean like they're senseless. It doesn't mean like they're senseless. And you can always come around. Say your own views in the way that you believe it, the way you believe it in, without having to attack them personally, or without having to use certain language for them. Because especially Kolata, I've been on the background watching him. He said what he want to say. Pure politics and stuff like that. Some things I agree with him. Some things I don't agree with him. But at the same time, when other people come in, you could express your own views without attacking anybody, or or name calling or anything like that. We are all adults and we are all Nigerians. Let's learn to respect ourselves. I'll just use that to come in now. Let this just be my coming in statement. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Dr. Danladi, welcome to the show. Dr. Danladi, can you hear me? Okay, I think probably his connection is frozen. Big Ben, welcome to the show. Is it me that people can hear, or what? When I call a name, they disappear. All right, Dozie, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. If I do something wrong tonight at work, I will just blame it on you, because I was about to get some sleep and I saw some fireworks, and I said I'm gonna come in here today. At least you have taken out the IPOB groups, and
By the way, let me say this. Let me say this. I don't take out anybody. So there's that impression that I take out people and that I bring people. I don't bring people. People on their own decide to join the show. But what I do, I rotate now. I rotate people. So if you say something and then I bring in new people, but I don't go out there to say I don't want this person to speak. Go ahead.
Okay, so I think today's experience that I was able to come in is actually the real town hall, different from Balablu.
Bulaba.
This is the real town hall, different from Balablu. No question about it. Because I was listening to everybody, and that gentleman, the collateral, you should have him here several times, because you can actually monetize this thing. And he got. Have you looked at the numbers from the time he came and he started? Just look at the numbers. You grew 500 in less than 1 hour, and he made me get up from my bed. And I sat down here and I said, you know what? I'm gonna get on this show today. And I kept clicking until I got it. The point is, I am doing my best to speak on Nigerian politics, because it is part of my life. It doesn't matter where I am. Nigeria is my life. I travel almost every year. Everything I have is Nigeria. And it has always been that way. And I think that a better Nigeria favors us. It favors our image wherever we are, and so on. So I used to support Buhari. Please don't stone me. And if you try, you won't see me. I used to support Buhari so much. I made a lot of enemies out of Buhari. And today I am supporting Obi. And that explains to you that some of this tribal nonsense, especially some of my Yoruba friends that are making this tribal nonsense, they are some of them are fools. I'm sorry. That's just reality.
Yeah,
You
but
see, so you see. I'm sorry, I'm being sarcastic, but the reality is that you see somebody who is evidentially demented. You want him to preside over everybody, and you give all kinds of reasons that befits you. But let me put it this point. Let me say what the only thing that brought me here, apart from Mr. Kolata. I know you can believe whatever you want to believe. My point is simple. Whether it is Obi or whoever, or the Buhari's orgasm that I had, or any other thing, I don't think that will actually fix Nigeria the way we all am. What will fix Nigeria is to be able to change the culture of lawlessness. The country has a deep-seated culture. Somebody talked about a spin here, right? It's a spin, a loop that keeps on spinning. It is the culture that is producing the leaders, and the leaders are destroying the culture. It keeps going up and down all the time I've been alive as a Nigerian. Reality is that if we really want to fix Nigeria, the leader is important, but the most important is to find ways to have a culture of law. The reason why we live in Britain, Germany, Japan, United States, and we live comfortably, and we wish their progress becomes a part of ours, is simply because they have a culture of law. If you can't believe me, just believe the number of your leaders that have gone to jail in Europe, especially in London. There is a culture of law. The idea that if you do something wrong, you will be punished, irrespective of who you are. If we can imbibe that culture in Nigeria, we will have a good country. Obi will come in. Obi, I hope he comes in. If he comes in, he has 4 years, 8 years, and afterwards, what happened in Anambra will happen. A new person will come and take the money that he saved and give us excuses. So the point I'm trying to make is simple. Let us, if in fact he then comes in, we should not be left with that enthusiasm that we found a good man. Let's stop looking for a good man. Let's start looking for a good culture. It is that culture that can save us. Do we have a legal system that works? Those are factors that can save that country, not an individual. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Doze. I will skip Okija because I'm going this way. There were people that came, but when I called them, they were not able to speak or they froze. So let me start with, I think, Big Ben. Big Ben, go ahead.
Nice to be in this program. I've been enjoying the conversation, the argument, and everything. Well, from my own take, I will state here categorically that Nigeria really need improvement. As my brother Dozie rightly said, culture, strong institution. Peter Obi is a good man. Peter Obi can solve the problem. Till we all respect the constitution, we all obey the law. irrespective of your class, from the presidency to the least in the society, respect the constitution, nothing will happen. I'm based in Italy, but something happened in Spain. As I'm speaking to you now, the king, former king in Spain, is on self-exile. Former king of Spain, the father of the present king, is on exile in Dubai. The fear of that when he's stepping back to Spain, he will be arrested. Former king, nobody's above the law. But here we are in Nigeria. Someone indicted of drug, indicted of frauding the country, still parade himself as want to be a president of the country. People indicted, people with criminal record. Do you know that it amazes me that you will see something that is reality. This reality is a fact. This man is a criminal, stealing our national wealth, stealing the money. You are seeing it. It is glaring. It's not spiritual. It is physical. Still, people still clamor for the person to become president, or well, maybe tribalism or ethnicity. I cannot really explain, but it beat my imagination. Let's call a spade a spade. Let's have strong institution, not strong individual. Buhari has done his best. Okay, look at it. Just imagine. People were repeatedly, they've said the same thing. 8-month strike, nobody cried out. No governor went to Supreme Court. For scarcity, nobody went to Supreme Court. Hunger and nobody went to Supreme Court. When it comes to their own selfish interest, the money they phone into their private homes, bullion van and whatsoever, articulated whatsoever, buying house in Dubai, they cannot come out and say, oh, we want this policy to stop. Who told you? It is for their own selfish interest. This is glaring. I'm so much grateful to God that we have at our time social media. Oh, God bless those guys that invent social media. We don't need to go through NTA again. That will tell us all manner of lies. NTA. No more NTA again. Even right now, China itself, they are on one side. All of they are jittering. I'm a lecturer. Before I left Nigeria, I lectured in Delta State University, Abraka. Mass communication. I'm a journalist. Now, right now, we are all journalists. Everybody, we are all journalists. Nobody will come and bombard you with story again and tell you that this. No. You know what? With your cell phone, you go online, stream online. You show the picture the way it is. No addition. If you're in those days, when Tinubu raised up his walking stick in the river, they would have cancelled it. Won't see it. All the blala, nobody will even see it. But thanks to social media, my brother, you can't control me. Bring out my phone and do my recording and go on live streaming. Why do we deceive ourselves as a nation? We need a strong institution, not a strong individual. Not all this bulaba and rubbish we are doing in Nigeria.
All right, thank you.
Can I say one thing? Just briefly?
Mr. Rudolph Okonkwo, thank you very much.
Mr. Big Man.
Let me go back to sleep. Bye.
All right.
Keep up the town hall. It is different from Balablu.
Yeah.
My brother Big Ben, let me just say one thing in a few minutes. You see, why we need good people, right? You see that strong institution we're talking about, you are correct. But that strong institution, we need good leader that will have the mind and the boldness to put that agenda forward for it to come. Right now, we don't have any of such strong institution that can checkmate any leader as they come. Okay, but we need somebody who will have the boldness and the fortitude to carry it on. And we all know that no thief like Tinubu can go there and say, I want to put in a strong institution that will checkmate bribery and corruption. It's not going to happen. He can't do that. But someone like Obi and people that think like mind with him are those kind of people we need now to be able to put such strong institutions in place that will checkmate people that will come after them. Otherwise, we'll continue to run from pillar to pole, just like Obi finished 8 years. And after 8 years, what happened to the subsequent governors? Because there was no strong institution, all the subsequent governors, we all know what happened, what the other governor that did, after him. Okay, at the end of the day, most of the things Obi did was like reversed back. Okay, because there was no strong institution that was able to checkmate those governors or those leaders that came after him. That is why most of the efforts and achievements he did in Anambra State, many of them can no longer be traceable right now.
All right, thank you, Jude. Let me go to EJ. EJ, welcome to the show.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Nice to have you back.
Nice to have you guys as well. I just came in because I think it's quite interesting what happened tonight and how people came out, people like Yemi, Queen S, Ngozika, Shu, and so many others who came up, or Adeshola, who came up and speak up their mind and say what is really happening. Quite interesting and really appreciated. We hope and see what happens on Saturday. Nigerians will decide. I think a lot has been spoken and a lot of people have been enlightened what to do, the right thing, the right step to go. So now it's time for Nigerians to decide. And I think Mr. Konko has done quite a lot, and all of you guys, everyone has played a very big role, a very big part to enlighten the people over there. And the people also are very smart now. Like the gentleman said, that the platform, the social media has helped quite a lot, which is true. It's a modern technology, has its advantages and disadvantages, but in this particular time, it has helped us quite a lot to see what is going on and to even have a forum like this, to exchange views and to call out those who are bringing, let's put it, some little things that doesn't make sense, As of this evening, some women came up and speak up their mind. So I'm looking forward for tomorrow as well, and wishing Nigeria all the best, those who are going to vote. And I think that something positive will come up from the job that has been done. So let's see what happens. That's very good. One man is on the show. One man, hi, how are you? Are you all right? How are you doing?
I'm good. Me? Good to see you. Yeah, I can hear you.
That's very good. Nice to see you as well. Okay, one man. I want to have a small little chat with you. Is it okay for you?
I'm fine if Rufai says.
That's lovely. Let's go. Okay. I mean, I appreciate you seeing you on on this platform and what you're contributing as well.
Well, Rufus has muted you, of course, because he lives in permanent. You live in permanent fear of anything I have to say, so he's muted you.
Okay, let's go. So, I mean, you are supporting APC, man. That's very good.
Where did you get that from? Sorry, where did you get?
Okay.
No, that's wrong. I support Nigeria.
Let me speak. I'm obedient, but I have a reason for it, and you have your own reason as well. But I have a question to you. This question is, recently, I mean, you saw that video. Recently, the APC candidate, which is Bola Ahmed Tinubu, there was a speech he was holding, or a rally, and the lady on the audience shouted very loud and clear that it's national anthem. And he raised up his walking stick. What can you tell the Nigerians or the people? What can you tell us about that? What happened there? What went wrong? How can you explain that? Do you have an idea?
All right, I'll be very brief because I'm sure it's not my turn to speak. But just to correct first,
okay.
I don't support APC.
Really?
No, I can speak for myself, so I'm able to tell you who I support. I do not support APC. Certainly do not support PDP. I'm far removed as possible from anything Peter Obi. My candidate for this election is Nigeria. So Nigeria is my candidate for this election. So that is who I am supporting at the ballot. But to the Tinubu space, if Tinubu is suffering some form of infirmity at the age of 70, I don't think that is that's beyond the realms of physiology. So, and if he misspeaks, he misspeaks. There was never a time that Tinubu was ever an orator. But I'll invite you to go and watch the interaction of the Nigerian Economic Forum that they did with Tinubu, Atiku Abubakar, and Peter Obi. They did it in 3 successions. So they had each candidate take the stand. So you go and watch those sequence of interactions. And then if you come back and tell me that they're still supporting Peter Obi, then I can form conclusions as to why. So in the hierarchy of skill, Atiku Abubakar is probably the strongest candidate in the field, but not that much stronger than Tinubu, because Tinubu is capable of more blue sky thinking than Atiku Abubakar. Peter Obi is just, I've said it countlessly, so you should know, it's just some pedestrianized ethnic noise from the East. So that's just my view.
All right.
Okay, one man, look.
No,
We're not here to. Okay, it's all right. It's all right.
Yeah,
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yeah, sorry, because I don't want, there are people who are waiting, they've not said anything, so I don't want, I didn't say you should go. Okay, I was trying to explain that I didn't want it to be a conversation between her and one man, so that other people will air their view. But before we do that, let me just remind, I'm coming to you, Odun Love, but let me just remind people who are watching that tomorrow we have a presidential debate, which may likely be the last one before this election. And I hope that anybody watching, if you can join us tomorrow at 12 noon New York, 6 p.m. Nigeria for that debate. And this is the promo.
In association with Iroko Post TV, invites you to the definitive debate of the 2023 presidential election season. Non-partisan Nigerian journalists Sonala Olumense, Okendebe, Farouk Berogi, and Rudolph Okonkwo, with nearly 200 years of combined experience in the profession, are pleased to invite you to the definitive presidential debate of 2023. Date: Sunday, February 19, 2023 at 6 p.m. Nigerian time, noon in New York, 7 p.m. in South Africa, 4 a.m. in Australia. The program will be televised in and outside Nigeria and carried live on all social media platforms. Here are the presidential candidates invited. All Progressives Congress Party's Bola Tinubu, People's Democratic Party's Atiku Abubakar, Labour Party's Peter Obi, New Nigeria People's Party's Rabiu Kwankwaso, Social Democratic Party's Adewale Adebayo, Action Alliance's Hamza Al-Mustafa, African Action Congress's Omoyele Sowore, African Democratic Congress's Dumebi Kachiku, and People's Redemption Party's Kola Abiola. Media partners for the debate include The Cable, Premium Times, Sahara Reporters, People's Gazette, Classic FM Radio, Ikenga Online, Authority Newspaper, Neptune Prime, Enugu Metro, Sandiata Post, Urban FM Enugu, Abuja FM, The Beat FM, Nigeria FM, Lagos Talks, Blueprint Newspaper, Roots TV. Several TV stations and social media platforms will televise the debate. Please join us.
All right. So for those watching who can join us tomorrow, we'll be glad to have you. All right. I'm not sure what the connection is. I hope. All right. So let me go to someone we've not heard from here. Okija, welcome to the show. And then Odun Love. I think let's hear from Odun Love first and Okija next. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Rudolph, and I appreciate every one of us for our contribution. And my pain, I live in Florida, but my pain is this. The number of people we all know requesting for help now from Nigeria is alarming. And if people supporting BAT and Atiku are genuine and they really love this country, they need to think what value, what intention, what plan are these old guys have for Nigeria. In all sincerity, I'm pained on a daily basis because I cannot meet up with everybody. A lot of people in Nigeria are now requesting for help because the economy is in shambles. And again, somebody is coming here to tell me that Bola Tinubu has an economy plan. Somebody that they are assisting to go on a platform. Come on, let's stop all this. I'm pained because Nigerians are suffering. I'm pained because people are dying. I'm sorry, doctor, permit me. My sister called me last week. He said, look, we need to help someone. A man, the wife just gave birth, and the man gave birth to twins. And my sister told me that this lady normally helped her to clean the house. And the man told someone that he's going to commit suicide the following day because as a professional carpenter, he has lost everything. There is no money and there is nothing. And now somebody is telling me we should go back to the days where people will continue in abject poverty, or people, we should bring in somebody who is healthy, somebody who can think. I am a Yoruba man. So if somebody tell me it's tribalistic, I'm supposed to support in tribalism. I'm supposed to support Tinubu for what? BAT for what? When people are dying, BAT for what? Then when people are hungry. I'm supporting Peter Obi because he's healthy, because he can think, because his words are not incoherent. I beg of you, for the sake of the yet unborn generation and for the sake of our children, let's think in this next election. Let's do the right thing. And about the money policy, I know that the governors, they have their plans. Governors, they know what they are doing. But I know if the Nigerian people are determined to remove these people from power, they will. I pray that Nigerians will come to the understanding that there is no better time, that power must change hand to the people, which is Peter Obi. God bless you, sir, and God bless Nigeria.
Thank you so much. Okija, I'm coming to you, but first let me go to Danladi because I called him once and he's back. I think he's able to hear me. Dr. Danladi, welcome to the show.
Thank you. I saw somebody who said he wants to.
Sorry, Danladi, carry on, Danladi.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you. Thank you. This is my first time joining your show, and it's great. I've been listening to the what they call the YouTube, your YouTube, Dr. Damages. Sometimes I used to listen to it after, but it's not like this is the first time I'm joining you guys live.
Thank you.
The beauty of everything is that for me, I'm in Nigeria. For the first time, I have my PVC.
Wow, so, you are the most important person here. Most of these people here, they don't have it. They don't even know what it looks like.
And so I think I'm open. I'm someone who's very open also. I think I pay details to what is happening, and we just I'm an independent voter for now. I'll tell you I have no bias for any political party. So I'm open. I'm from the north, but it doesn't matter. We are all Nigerians, so definitely we have to choose what is best for what we think our conscience is and what we feel that is the right thing. I don't know any of the candidates personally, so everything we see, we hear, we read, we also listen to them and their manifestos, and then also they have their spokesperson who used to speak for them, and this is one of the things that we are following. So this is going to be the first time I'm going to vote for any president in this country, so I'm excited to do that. So, and I keep on following, especially the debate you have tomorrow. I would definitely like to join because I love ideas. I love to listen to solutions of our problems. I'm not biased by any other means. I'm not biased in terms of religion or ethnics or this. It doesn't mean I'm actually educated. I'm a doctor. So why should I live like in those people who are in the Stone Age? So, but I have definitely loved also for us to respect everyone's opinion, just like what you have said. Let's listen to everyone. And sometimes I know some people have already made up their mind on what to vote, but people like us, the way we want to see reasoning and before we make up our mind to vote. I can tell you that earlier on, I had someone who talked to me about Peter Obi. I also had somebody who talked good things about Conco, so I was shocked. And also some opinions I've also read about even the PDP and also the APC. Sometimes I think we may not really know these people. The narratives is always there in politics. I remember one time when we have the presentation of the current president. I think people look at him as a saint, a messiah, a solution to the problem. Before the election, I think everybody was saying, like in the up north, like everything is going to be solved after this man coming to the power. And people believe that the economy is going to improve, insecurity will be well dealt with. And of course, here we are, and this is 8 years. So to me, it's not everything that you see people paint someone and they present the person and they say this is the best person. I think we should also go by the idea what they say they will do. Is it actually doable? Is this something? Let's think about reality. Let's choose the best person, this regardless the ethnic group and whoever it is. Even if Peter Obi is the person, fine. I don't think we should say this and this and there is no time for any other person. There's no turn for any other person. This is
Rudolph, can I say something to Danladi?
Hold on. Let him finish, and then we can.
okay. Thank you, sir. I'm listening. All yes, thank you. I wouldn't want to waste your time. Thank you so much. I thank every one of you. Thanks.
All right, Danladi, hold on.
Danladi, stay there. I want to say something to you because you said you are an undecided voter. So you are the most important person within this politics that is going on now because every other voter is entrenched in wherever they are entrenched. So you representing that undecided space, you are going to determine who's going to be the next Nigerian president. So you're a very important player in this game, probably the most important. But the parameters within which you make that decision is really what I wanted to put forward to you. So if you are undecided on who to go for, then I'm suggesting that you should look to your decisions. What is best for the country? Because I suspect that is what you want. What is best for the country? So that should be what forms that decision. And then to determine what is best for the country, then you want to be listening with keen attention to the candidates, not the surrogate or the empty noise on social media or the wildlings that just like to go woo woo. No, listen to the candidates, what they have to say. So you listen to that first and you see if what they have to say in terms of a plan for the country, if it coheres with what you want to see for the country. So you listen to that and then you look at the antecedents of those candidates. What is their work history? What is their achievements?
Hold on.
I think Dr. Danladi is educated enough to know that.
Yeah. You can't keep wilding up every time I speak. You can't keep wilding up. If it jars you, then
one man, hold on. Okay. So one man, I thought you were going to ask me a question, and
all right, I'll stop there.
Instead of making a statement like this, what you could have said to him is this: what would be the factor that will make you decide? Since you are an undecided voter, but it appears as if you are giving him a lecture on what to do, how to think, and how to decide for himself. What I want to hear from him is what will be the factors that will make you finally decide on who to vote for. Anyway, so that's the direction. It's important to always assume that anybody who has a phone, a computer, even if you don't have a phone, a computer, anybody who decides to come on a platform like this, that person is intelligent enough to take care of themselves. All right. So Danladi, that's what our one man is getting to. What will make you decide on who to vote for? Not how you are going to think or where you are going to find what will make you think. I think you are capable of doing that. But,
yeah, sure. I am an adult. At least I'm more than 40 years. I'm not a child. Definitely. And I've been in this country's series of past when elections have been done, but I've never voted. This is this is the second time. There was a time in, I think in 1999 or so, I have my voter's card, but I didn't vote. Um, in 2003, I think 2007, it was the time I wanted to vote, but I think I didn't believe in all these things, and I did. Most times, I think people just craft things, say things, but you don't see them coming true. And I feel like we are just wasting. So I was one of those people who used to believe that I don't want to waste my vote. These people will just rig the elections. I've seen elections being rigged, seen people printing, and it discouraged me. Well, I have no faith in the electoral system. I want to say the truth. And that's why every time there's election, I'm just at home. I'm like many of the millions of Nigerians that don't even care about going there to vote. But it's interesting this time around. I think I get motivated by recent engagement and people. And of course, we are not blind to what is happening now in this country. And maybe the thing is biting us off. And now I think I'm trying to make up my. I'm going to be the first time in my life to vote a president. So I don't in Nigeria. So it's very important to me. And I think I believe that in the next 2, 3, 4 days, I will make up my mind who to vote.
Yeah,
And
but
I want to.
what will you use? What will be the criteria? What will you be thinking about when you are deciding on who to pick? What's important to you? Like, what's the
So
most?
to me, I think what is important to me is first anything that will promote the unity of this country. I'm going for it. And anybody who has a preferred solution to the problem of this country, I'm going to also vote for him. Whether the person is going to win or is not person is not going to win. I just want to make sure that I am not biased in any means in making this first important choice of my life. I don't care whether people feel that the person is not winning, but if he has the best idea, I'm going to win. I'm going to vote for that person. Another thing also, I would invest my time in these 2 days to look into the character of the people who are on that ballot. At least they have history. We would read to it, and we will check character. Also, is very very important to me. I believe that integrity also is very very important. But I know integrity is not the whole solution because I can tell you up to today, I still believe that personally, President Buhari is not corrupt. Personally, he has not emerged any wealth to himself. I've not heard anybody saying that, though I know that people around him are getting richer and other things, but personally, I've not heard anybody saying that this is what he did. So integrity may not always be the solution, but if you have the ideas also, the right ideas to push this country on the right path is another thing that will add advantage to who I'm going to make a choice to be this country.
All right.
Sorry, Rudolph. Perhaps make Danladi an incidental guest or something so we can actually, because
Yeah,
it looks as if he has something to offer.
Yeah,
So,
we did that already with somebody else. So
yeah, let's have no, he has a brain, so let's interrogate it.
Hold on. Let me because the other people I want to hear from Okija. He hasn't spoken. He's been here for more than 2 hours. Okija, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Before I start, please, everybody, people in the studio and people on other platform. Tomorrow is presidential debate, and Rudolph, we worked hard. I was able to help him with one thing or the other, technical, to for the show tomorrow. So, and from there I found out that it's costing him a lot, to prepare the show. He has to pay for a platform and things like that. Please, if you're there, send him some stuff on you or whatever, WhatsApp or whatever. What do you call YouTube? Which one? Send stars or whatever. What do you call it? I don't know.
Super chat.
Yeah, please, Rudolph. If you can share your PayPal information, people can send something to your PayPal. Because it costs at least tomorrow, just one platform alone is about $300. So it's costing a lot to do this. So anywhere, anyhow, you guys, anyone can help. It will go a long way. Please, Rudolph, share your PayPal information. Pay me. PayPal has pay me, so people can just pay into that, just like Cash App or something like that. Get it, share it. Anyway, so yeah, I don't know. You guys, they spoke a lot. I don't even know where to start at, but I want to jump on one man. He said something about P2B when the lady asked him about Tinubu, doing Wakanda forever. Which is going to be our new national anthem. When he, if he wins, we're just gonna be, standing there as Wakanda. But anyway, Tinubu said, he is talking about that Tinubu he has idea, during the I think NESG forum that he has exhibited his brilliancy and whatever. And this is the same man, Tinubu. I have the video here right now where he was talking about, President. He said, "I will reduce the purchasing power of the people." In the same statement, just after that, he said, "I will further slow down the economy, on widening the tax net." Three statements he made at the same time. This is the man that is coherent, he's coherent. He is, a big thinker, critical thinker. This man, he's innovator and things like that. He's talking. Three statements, made, some three statements that are wrong, and he didn't pick up, after one, say, "No, this is not what I meant." And he made it, in his brain. This is our president. And then we send him to United Nations. And then maybe national anthem or whatever we're playing, he will stand out there. Maybe one day remove his clothes and kiss the mic. This is who we want to prepare to be our president. One man is telling us, that Tinubu, is brilliant and whatever. And some other people are telling us that he built Lagos. He did this in Lagos. How many did he take from Lagos? How much did he take? How much is he still taking from Lagos? He built the revenue base, and then he put his pump, his pipe there, and then he's sucking every day, because of what he's sucking, because the toll gate was not making money. He forced the Nigerian army to go there and shoot people so that they will vacate the toll gate. This is the man who we want to make president. This is the man, the man whom we know that. Probably, I don't have his life, but this man, I don't know how this man will last another 2 years in power. He doesn't even have stress already, and he's collapsing. When he has the stress of the presidency, all the problems, he goes there, he's, what he sees is not what he thought, and then, the stress will come. He will spend about 18 months in the hospital in London, and then we'll have a constitutional crisis. This is the man who he built Lagos, but he didn't build a hospital for himself in Lagos. This is a man who built Lagos. Lagos has no functioning pipe-borne water. A city, number one city in Africa, no pipe-borne water. And you try to convince me that he's brilliant. Anyway, this guy, what's his name? Dozier was talking about. I think this is after this election. This is one of the discussions we need to have. How to build because judging by what Peter did in Anambra, he did good, and then the person that replaced him, was so bad. What China, the way the Chinese they do theirs, you have to perform in your region, you have to perform in your province, then they bring you to the center. So they try to build people, locally. You can't just come to the center without performing in your region. But Nigeria, we don't have that culture. We just see people, just like the rep that was talking about 70 million, that they're supposed to be giving 70 million, that is in the constitution. I don't know where the constitution says that. There's constitutional. I don't know where the constitution says that. This is the kind of people we bring to the center, and they have them be displaced over us. And what else about the Naira? I don't know. People blame Buhari a lot. I don't know. Some of us, we are just here talking, saying things. We don't know what happened. We don't know why they started, to do that that policy, where they come up with that policy, and they came up, it was 3 months ago, and just like Nigeria, just like a lot of people have said, Nigerians, they were like, they go extend them, and now they found out that they're not going to extend it. But one thing I want to say is this: I don't even know why Buhari is wasting his time. APC, they have the money already. The banks that are holding the money, they are holding the money for APC. They have the money already. And what's his name? Rufai, people that they even the old naira, I know they will go to all the rural places in North and give them old naira, and they will take them because they don't know what is going on. So if people who are Buhari, I don't know. I mean, like, if maybe they think they are doing something, but I don't think this thing will help. The money is there for people who will rig the election. I think what the other parties will have to do is to make sure that polling centers, that their polling centers are in neutral venues, not what they did in some of the elections, like Ekiti and Osun, where they took polling stations, they took it to private residence, and where people were forced to vote the person they wanted the person to vote. And also one of the other things we have to be careful this election. They will rig this election anyhow. People will be forced to go into the polling vote to use a camera if they thumbprint to take a picture of who they voted for, and so they will show it before they collect money, for them to collect money. So there will be other tricks. Don't trust these people. The money, what Buhari is just, I think, I don't know, but I think he's wasting his time. The election, they will see people who will try to rig the election. They will see what's his name, Igini, former rec, from Akwa Ibom rec. He was saying something about yesterday about how they, try to manipulate the beavers. If about 40, like let's say about 30 people are accredited after the election, maybe like for instance, A party got 15, and B party got 10, another one got 5. They will maintain that about 30 were accredited, but what they will do, they will minus from the person that won like 15, and they give it, they will give it to maybe the person that came third or second, and then they will just they will find ways to try to rig this election. So all the parties, like people who are saying P2B supporters, you have to make sure you stay there, be there. They take the count, tweet it or whatever, take pictures or take video, broadcast it online, send it somewhere so that people will be available. We know what is happening. Okay, so please send something for tomorrow's debate. Come out and enjoy the show, prepare your questions, and send something to Dr. Damages to maintain this platform. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Okija. I appreciate your contribution. Let me go to, I want people have not heard from, please. Let me see. Do we see you've been here? I think I called you several times. I don't think I've heard you speak.
I have not spoken, Doctor.
All right, go ahead.
Neither have I.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, one man I see, but okay, go ahead, Ndubisi. Go ahead first.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. It's afternoon here where or evening. So first, concerning the money scarcity of the naira, I think what the APC shiftings led by Rufai is doing, they're trying to heat up the polity, trying to incite the people against the government. And like some other people have pointed out here earlier, it is now that we are close to election that they are now having sympathy or feeling for the sufferings of the people who can't get their money. But we know it's all fake. There is their own interest they are pursuing. People have been suffering in the last 7+ years of the Buhari government. And when people talk, they shut them down. They are even the first to defend the president. But the man has now decided to, for whatever reason best known to him, not to dance to their normal tune of how they rig elections. They are now fighting back. Well, I hope somehow that people will endure a little and focus on the election, because the results are going to get in the election will surely determine the course the country will take. So if a good man that has a good heart, that has fear of God and compassion for people gets in there, we know that things will turn out gradually for the better. But if the old guards and the old system remains after the election, Buhari's regime will even be like paradise. We know what some other candidates, how they have pocketed their states in their pockets. So, and then it's clear. So I just pray that everybody will remain, everybody stay calm and then focus on the election, and
Nigerians try to help themselves whichever way they can in that regard. Concerning the protest going on and the rolling in of the military tanks in some parts of Nigeria, like Lagos, I just pray that the army, they are not carried away. They should try to keep the peace and only go after people who are trying to cause violence. They know them, they know where to get them. So they should not attack innocent people who are going about their business. They should go after the thugs who have been preventing people from other parties from campaigning in places. The Labour Party people campaigned somewhere in Aguda, and they were attacked. PDP people did the same thing, they were attacked. So I pray that the security forces across the country, even in the east, that they should move in there and maintain peace. Particularly during the elections, they should do their best to maintain peace and allow people to vote and let the elections go well. My concern has always been with INEC and the security forces, because I know what some governors usually do. They influence the people, the security men, with so much money and make them to do their biddings. Some carrying ballot boxes to some designated areas, maybe homes of some chieftains, and they might want to do it this time. And INEC should be careful not to allow their machines to be compromised by some IT people who these politicians have been keeping or trying to use them to corrupt the beavers. Mike Igini, the former INEC rec in Akwa Ibom, stole that beavers, but he equally pointed out the human factor that may be a problem if INEC does not do their work very well. So this election will not be as usual, will not be like the previous election. People are really determined to see a cause, to see a change. The APC government of the last 7 years plus have opened people's eyes so that at this point in time, people are not thinking of whether they are from the east, from the north, from the west. Most Nigerians want a turnaround in their country. And I believe that if INEC and the security forces, those are the two people that will do the work. If they are unbiased, be neutral, and ensure that the elections go well, things will turn out well, despite the fact that some governors, APC, PDP, want to do their usual things, but it may not turn out the way they expect. I just hope that things will really go well this time. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ndubisi. Let me go to Jude, sorry. Let me go to Henry. Henry, go ahead.
Yeah, Rudolph,
are you doing this by turns, or are you doing it by turns?
Yeah.
You see, I have one question for you, Rudolph.
Okay, go ahead.
Why you said it's not in the policy yet? People should show their faces, like Kulata, they call him. You always put on face masks or whatever, cover his face. You say it's not in your policy yet. Okay, that's understood. But sometimes people come, when I'm talking, somebody coming to both my talking. You don't send them to the stage, to the backstage. You send me to the backstage because I speak. This is not fair. It's like some people are more. Let me finish, please. Let me finish, please.
No,
let me finish, please.
Before you continue, you said you spoke. No, that's not why I sent you down to the purgatory.
Sometimes it's not fair.
You are interrupting. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. People do it here in this program. I see. You know, what I'm saying, but you don't send them to backstage. Like some people are more important than others. It's not right.
No, I will explain to you what I do. I first of
look,
all, I try to meet.
One man went to go, always doing this every time. You know what I did that?
Hold on. First of all, I mute the person, okay? But if you unmute yourself.
No, I didn't do it. When you mute me, I didn't do it.
I did. I muted you. Okay, anyway. But that's the idea. The idea is this. If people don't interrupt anybody, there won't be any problem. I won't even bother. You won't have this conversation. But you have to agree that you do that a lot.
I did it once now.
No, not once.
But today, yeah, I know. But one man went to move was doing it 7 times. No, it's not to be fair. You always allow him to do things. People complain a lot, but you don't throw him to the backstage or
sometimes. Also, sometimes I use discretion. Sometimes, if you question somebody, let's say somebody says something provocative, and you want to question the person, I have no problem. Sometimes I allow that to happen. I want conversation.
This is what I did.
No, but no, it's not questioning you. You know yourself. You know we've talked again. You know. Anyway, but go ahead with your comments. We can talk about this later.
But all people here are equal, right?
Yeah, everybody's equal. Yeah. But
So
I want
you have
to
to be
know that.
sure.
Okay, this is something else I do. Just let me reveal some of the secrets. So if I know that I know that you are pro Obi, okay, and I know somebody else is pro Obi, I'm not going to. Sometimes I have to think about people who are watching. There are different people watching. I don't know who they are. We're not going to line up pro Obi people talking. I want to go to other people with different viewpoints because we want. Hold on. We want to have a conversation. We are not here to. I'm not here. I'm not interested in any particular political party or politician.
Yeah.
We want a conversation. So I could skip if I decide that, okay, I've had some OB people down the road. Let me go to somebody else. That's a decision I'm making so that the conversation will be interesting. I don't want people at home to just be sitting there and understand that. So there's a reason to the madness.
Understood.
So, yeah.
But if I have to respond to somebody, how can I respond with?
You raise your hand. I will call you. You just raise. Don't interrupt. Don't interrupt. That's all I ask for people. Yeah.
Okay. So as I was saying, we all sitting here, most of, at least I would say maybe all of them here live in a Western country. They have good light, good electricity. The system is working there. And we are here. Some of us here are here saying we love our country so dear. But we know this person cannot even be, he cannot even be a chairman of a local government or for his home self either. We want this person to become president of that country of more than 200 and something people. Are we joking? Do we really love this country, Nigeria, so dear? Somebody cannot come out and say, you as a person, you live in the UK, you know very well, this person cannot even withstand the pressure of that country. Nigeria is sick. We need somebody who is more here fit and mentally fit to move us. We're not going to say this candidate is going to do it magic, but at least in the process. I would not imagine somebody come from you live in the UK will be coming out say Tinubu we come and rule that country that is sick, and Tinubu that is sick cannot move. I mean, a sensible somebody with good mentality or who is sick in here will say, okay, I want this man to rule sick country. Nigeria is sick. The system is not working. So we need somebody who can lead us to this to the process. Nigeria needs a process, but we are in a hold right now. Okay, look at the Naira issue now. The governors from Lagos State bring out his talks to destroy everywhere. Those states, the same thing, they're doing their own there. Shomole is doing that there. We can manage because of this Naira. We know Naira is hard to get this Naira now. We can manage. It does not give us authority to destroy our things, the banks, other things. And some of us are supporting this thuggery in Nigeria. And we want this thuggery to continue. Nigeria is sick. We need somebody like Peter Obi, or if Peter Obi have the population now, that's for sure. After Peter Obi, maybe Showore, his population is not for Showore this time. Peter Obi is the highest at the moment now. The youth need this person so much. If we want to make this country a bit better, move forward, we have to come together and forget about this ethnic bigot, all this tribal stuff, all this it's my turn. Vote this person, put this person in, say, okay, we all want this person to from now to 4 years, we don't do what we're expecting to do. We come out to say we vote him out. That's supposed to be not like my party. I'm not a politician. I just read. We should come out. We should not pretend to say I don't support. I'm not a politician. I'm not supporting Peter Obi because. But you want better Nigeria. You're not come out boldly, put hand in your chest, say I support this man. Then you forget about Nigeria. So forget about your patriotic Nigeria. Forget about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Henry. Where do I go? Okay, let me now go.
Let me just I've waited long enough.
One man, go ahead.
Yeah. So I actually came on because I saw the phase when Mike and Kulata were being circled round for reasons of having opinions. That amused me somewhat. So that's why I came on. But really, to Okija, look, my brother, don't get yourself worked up in a frenzy. anytime I say Peter Obi is not fit for purpose. I'm only really saying that because really Peter Obi invited to go and verify, and I did. So I know it's not fit for purpose. That's why I say it's not fit for purpose.
It's the wrong
If
thing
you go,
to say. It's not for purpose. How can
oh,
you say
sorry,
that?
what did you say about interrupting just now?
Yeah, you do interrupt as well. Our cases, a man is
No,
not fit
I
for
don't
purpose.
interrupt. I
Say that.
interject. I interject. I don't interrupt. I interject. You interrupt.
I'm
But
interjecting.
oh
You
God.
don't say a man
Okay,
is
carry
not
on.
fit for
No, let him have that say. Let him have that say if he wants to, so I can
No,
address whatever aggrieves him.
no, go ahead, one man. Go ahead.
Yes, no, that's exactly the point. That is exactly it right there. So not everybody is on this train that is all party popping and whatnot. I was going to say, Peter Obi is one of the most crooked politicians we have in Nigeria. Peter Obi is the most indictable of all of the front-running candidates in the election, and is the one that has shown the least competence, having managed the state for 8 years. So those are factual things. So that's what I'm talking about when I just dismiss him out of hand. If you go to 2009, I'll invite people listening to go to 2009, go to June 2009, and type in 250 million. And Danladi, you do this as well. Type in 250 million naira and type in Peter Obi, and then tell me what comes up. Go to June 2009 and do that. This guy was caught raw cash. Peter Obi, I'm talking about raw cash at his house in Apapa, Anambra State Fund, $250 million seized by the Lagos State Police Commissioner. So there's that. If you look at the
Oh God.
sorry, do you mind? You pulled it up, Okija, so don't pull me back now. You put it, you if you want to hear it, you can hear it. If you look at the performance of Peter Obi, wedged in between Ngige and Obiano, it was abysmal. Abysmal. There is not one single thing that you say is a marquee achievement of the Obi administration in Anambra State. Go and look at the details of Peter Obi's impeachment. Go and look at it. It was a gangster's paradise. A gangster's paradise. You know he runs this next international thing where he's building all these shopping malls all over the place. His business partner was the greatest benefactor of anyway. It's all of these things. I'm not going to give you chapter and verse, but Peter Obi for me is a crook, and which is bad enough, but it's incompetent, which is the most damning thing. So that's the thing that damns him the most of all of the things. I've never really given a moment's thought, but thankfully it comes to a head on Saturday. So that's why I disregard him. So don't get yourself worked up, Okija. It's only really because he invited us to go and verify. I have checked him out, and it's not fit for purpose. So, but to that space, the this Naira change policy that seems to be whipping some sort of excitement amongst people who might not have a deep enough reading of what is going on. The Naira change policy it's nothing to do with vote buying. So disabuse your mind from that. It's nothing to do with vote buying. The people that are going to buy votes will buy votes. These people are they're richer than Mansa Musa in any currency of your choice. So forget about vote buying. What is actually because this play that is in play now wrapped around the Naira rebrand is all about stopping Tinubu from being president. What Buhari and his cabal are doing is to create a resentment against the APC party so that the APC party is then punished at the ballot box, and that punishment, of course, the flag bearer Tinubu. So that's what's at play. It's nothing to do with vote buying. So that low-level thinking, just park that one side. So that is what is going on. But Tinubu picked on that in Abeokuta when he did they are herding petrol and they are herding Naira. So, but that is what is in play now. And I think that is what Kolata was trying to explain to the space. But it seemed to go over the heads of some people and the launcher team. What he's saying essentially is that Tinubu has now pivoted to be against the party as the champion of the people, to now be rallying against government policy. If you look at this, what is going on now, Peter Obi hopping on board with the Buhari, Atiku Abubakar hopping on board with Buhari, Kwakwanso hopping on board with Buhari, and Tinubu hopping to the people. So this is the play now. So it's a multi-dimensional chess play that comes to a crescendo on Saturday. Lot more complex than they are. Let me just land. Lot more complex than they are out to buy votes. But dial into what is going on because it's quite intriguing.
One man. Let me. I want to make sure you know. You said $250 million. You mean naira? No. You muted yourself.
No. Yeah, naira. I meant, of course. Yeah, naira.
Can I answer him, please? Okay. You know, because he made some allegation. It was not in Apapa. It was on the road. I don't know where, but not Apapa.
Number 7 Aerodrome Road, Apapa. That's the address. Number 7 Aerodrome Road, a property owned by Peter Obi. That's where the court said.
Okay, I'm answering you right now.
No, you're not answering. You're lying. I'm giving you the address. Number 7 Aerodrome Road, Apapa.
I didn't interrupt
that was where the land. That property belongs to Peter Obi. They cost him 250. Don't tell me to shut up. Don't adopt that language with me. That gutter language. Look at that. Does that make you a big man telling me to shut up? Yeah, have some decorum, have some manners.
All right, guys. All right, hold on. Was it Adeshola that came here and spoke to all of us? And you guys saw how he spoke, made his point.
Yep.
He was received. He didn't have to.
Yep.
We don't have to. That's not. You don't make impact.
As a normalist.
But it's very important, and that's why sometimes I try to discourage one-on-one questions because it leads to this kind of thing. So I think it's better to sometimes let people speak, and when they are done, somebody else will speak. But and sometimes, let me just reveal some of the secrets of what I try to do here. Sometimes when I see that people are so excited about taking on somebody, I know it wouldn't go well. So I may skip that person and go somewhere else so that they will calm down. Jude, you're one of them. That's what I do sometimes, to calm down before you come up and say things, because I know emotions and people feeling in a certain way. You know, look at Bello. He's been quiet. He spoke only once. He's been quiet since he came here. He's not. Jude has been here for 3 times. Spoke 3 or 4 times. But anyway, all right. So what we're going to do, Okija, I will let you.
Sorry, he has to moderate language, though, because and you have to moderate language. That's all this file abuse. You can disagree with me without being disagreeable. Yeah. You can disagree without being disagreeable. You're a grown-up. You're a grown-up adult, so act like one.
One man. That's okay. He got the message, and I think everybody, not just about Okija, everybody here, you can make your points without abusing someone. Go ahead, Okija.
So I didn't abuse him. If you tell someone to shut up, it's not abuse. And I don't know why Nigerians think it's an abuse. It's not abuse.
Yeah, but that's how.
Anyway, you said something. Okay, you have to find. One thing you don't know about Peter Obi. Peter Obi was the director of 3 banks in Nigeria. If he wanted to launder money, he knew how to launder money. Because the banks, they would teach him how to launder money. First of all, if you are running for office in Nigeria, I'm talking out of experience. The bank, they will come to you, they will tell you they will teach you how to launder the money. They will teach you how to launder money. So Peter Obi, they said they caught him, he brought $250 million. 250 million naira from Anambra, to Lagos. So why would Peter Obi transport 250 million naira from Anambra, and Peter Obi doesn't have a friend that would transport the money for him? Peter Obi doesn't know the bank, bank, he worked 3 banks. With 3 banks, he couldn't, launder the money through the banks. And he had to bring it from Anambra all the way to Lagos. The issue is this: next international, Peter Obi, before he became governor, he divested his interest in Next and gave it to his brother. So his brother was, the guy who was running the business. And Next was involved in recharge card printing, no Nigerian recharge card, the voucher credit. That's cash business. Okay. So that was, what happened. His brother's business, that was the money. It's allowed to do Peter Obi. So if Peter Obi, again, people were speculating that it was security vote from Anambra, because then the security vote of Anambra was 250 million. The security vote P2B was in Anambra. He was giving the security vote to towns in Anambra. I think each town they were getting like 1 million naira or so every month to run their security. He provided them buses. He provided them, with equipment.
You are not addressing what I said, though. You are not addressing what I said.
What I'm telling you, it was not a P2B. It was like allegation. Up till now, P2B.
It's documented. It's documented.
Yeah, it's an allegation. It's an allegation.
No, it was caught by the police.
He will not him. People.
It was caught by the police.
No, not P2B. It's
250 million naira in cash.
For who? P2B. They caught him. They caught him.
Yes, they did. It's all there. June 2009. Anybody can Google it. Let people just Google it. It's there. It's all there.
I'm going to tell people.
Set your thing to 2009 June. Type in 250 million naira P2B.
Why is it that P2B right now, when it's a pen in the ass for people?
And Pandora Papers.
Yeah, Pandora Papers. Didn't you hear him when he responded to it? What
was the response?
Okay, when he was about to become
money laundering.
Hold on, let me finish. You ask the question. When he wanted to run for office, okay, he closed down his business. In UK.
He did not. It was set up halfway through his tenure. It was 4 years in government when he set it up.
No, it was not.
It's all there now. These are documented things. What are you doing to yourself now? These are documented. People can just Google it as we speak. What are you doing?
Can somebody else say something? What is this? What
about Paul K Limited? Do you know Paul K? Do you know Paul K Limited? Paul K Limited. Do you know who owns Paul K Limited?
Okay. All right.
P2B is a crook.
One man. Thank you.
Wow.
Okay, thank you. All right. Let me go.
1 minute, please.
Henry, no.
1 minute.
Ike, welcome to the show.
Wow.
Ike. Okay, Ike is not. Henry, what do you want to say?
I'm here. Listen, I'm here.
Rudolph, please. I just want some seconds.
Okay.
When the King was talking, why one man cannot even quiet? Just quiet. Let him finish. Why always interrupt him every time? Why? It's to show discipline. It's not discipline.
All right. Thank you, Henry. Ike, you're next.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph, and thank you everybody who is there. Dr. Danladi, I want to thank you for your patience and also for the fact that you live in Nigeria. Am I correct? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I live in Nigeria.
You live in Nigeria, and I think from I was listening to when you were speaking, and I think. You have more knowledge, more than any of us who are living outside Nigeria. You wear the shoe and you know where it pinches you. You just said something that I like, and I hope that is what your conscience is telling you. You talked about, you don't want to talk about tribe, but you're just looking for somebody who will bring Nigeria together, right? That's what you said, if I'm correct. So I think that also you said that you are above 40. So I believe that you can make your choice and your decisions, because each and every one of us are responsible for the decisions we make, the decision we will make, and the decision we shall make. So I believe that sincerely, as a Nigerian up to this moment we are talking about, that you know the best and you know what is good for your children, your grandchildren, and your children unborn, because everything we're talking about is not us. You are above 40. I'm 60. Most of us are above 40. So we are not talking about ourselves, but we're talking about our children and our grandchildren. So if you know that you love that country called Nigeria from what you said, you know already among the 18 candidates, the person you need to vote for. I'm not here to tell you who to vote for, because at the end of the day, it is your choice. And you will have to take the consequences of your choice, because I'm not making it for you. I am not living in Nigeria, and I am not planning to live in Nigeria tomorrow. So, but our concern, or personally my concern, is for Nigerians because I'm a Nigerian. Wherever I still live today, I'm a Nigerian. I still carry my Nigerian passport. And for so many years that I've lived outside Nigeria, I'm qualified to take the country where I live, their passport. But I still refuse not to take the passport. But after this election, I am going to take that passport. So what I want each and every one of us here who are talking is for us to remember that the Bible said that whatever a man sows, that's what you are going to reap. So if you are sowing discord in Nigeria, if you are sowing selfishness, if you are sowing tribalism and religious bigotry in Nigeria, let us be known that each and every one of us is going to reap what we sow. It doesn't matter when, it doesn't matter how, but the consequences is that each and every one of us is going to reap. For example, I give you an example, my brother. You are about 40-something. If your mom and your dad or your grandmom or your grandfather is alive right now, if there is a problem in your village, you can run. Your children can run. But your grandparents, they might not be able to run. So every decision each and every one of us are making has a long-term consequences to the future of Nigeria. Last week, I said something here last week, Dr. Damage. I said these 2 weeks that is remaining, we're going to hear a lot. So many things is going to take place. G5 has become G4. You know, we're moving. We will enter next week. It might end up to become G1 because this is politics. And at the end of the day, Nigerians will make that choice. What some of us who are living outside are praying for a better Nigeria so that we that live outside can go home without you. For example, Dr. Danladi, let me give you an example. If my children has to go to Nigeria, I have to inform the Dutch embassy in Abuja that my children are coming to Nigeria. And they have to provide me private security from the embassy to go to the village with my children and my grandchildren. For how long shall I continue to do that? My own country, their country. That is the level that we have found ourselves. And I am no more ready to do that. And I am no more ready to sacrifice my children and my grandchildren for the sake of Nigeria. Because right now, nobody is safe in Nigeria, including the so-called politicians. So, this issue of money of a thing, I said it here last 2 weeks. It was about 100 days that Nigerians had to change this money. After 100 days, they were given another 10 days or 20 days. And the politicians themselves, because they owe the banks, they confiscated the money, keep it for the election. Both they knew and they owed. So it's not that the money is not in the banks. We saw online how many banks where old note was covered with the new notes. So it is we that are doing ourselves. So I believe sincerely that all of us who are living outside this Nigeria, who come to every platform to play politics, and when you see the truth, you decide to say that it's not the truth because you're intelligent. You begin to make an argument in a black and white truth. I'm sorry that each and every one of us has a price to pay for a better Nigeria. So I am begging you, Dr. Danladi, you are in Nigeria. Think about your children. I just gave you a story of my own family. The pain that it pains me that I can't go to my country whenever I want to go to Nigeria. Do you know what it means? At the age of 60 years, I cannot go to Nigeria, my own country, the land of my birth, because of what is going to happen. Think about the story we tell our children in the night when you want to make them to sleep. Think about the questions that children and your grandchildren, they ask you every day. For how long, for how many years should I continue to defend the indefensible? Why they can't go to Nigeria and eat a egusi soup? Why can't they go to Nigeria and eat bitter leaf soup or her soup instead of buying it from Amazon? So please, let nobody try to tell you who Peter Obi is, who Bola Tinubu. You know the truth. And if you know the truth, the Bible said that when you know the truth shall make you free. Set your conscience free. And if you decide what you want, you can convince one or two people for a better Nigeria tomorrow. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you, Ike. Thank you. I have a question for you. You said that after the election, you will pick up the passports of. Why do you have to wait after the election?
It's personal to me. I don't want to say.
Okay. Okay. All right. I just thought if it has anything to do with the election itself. Okay. All right. Okay. Good. Let me go to new people that joined us. Mark Donald. Is that Mark?
Yes, you're right, McDonald.
Okay.
Thank you very much for having me. I've really been dying to be part of these conversations, and I've tried severally, but here I am today. And I tried to join right now after I had one man talking about the issue with the P2B 250 million naira. And the reason why I wanted to join is because I quickly pulled that up from the Vanguard report of 2019 about the issue. And I wanted to put the record straight, especially because of Dr. Dandali, who is yet to, because if you want to make a decision and you have an open mind, you can easily be swayed one way or the other, especially when false information are presented. From what I have read from the Vanguard report, the 250 million was not actually was not Peter Obi that was caught with the money. It was actually an aid to the governor. And if you go back to if you pull out that report and read it further, you will understand that that has nothing to do with the governor himself. That said, and I think I want to just take us a little bit back to one of the issues that have been talked about, and the last Mr. Ike touched it a little bit. I think if you're looking at what is happening back in Nigeria, I have asked myself severally, do we really think, don't you think that true federalism in Nigeria is going to be a very big risk? Because if right now that the governors don't have so much power that true federalism will give to them, they can come up tomorrow and challenge the decision of the government in an item that is in the concurrent list that the federal government has the right to make decisions on. Then if this power is given to them when we have true federalism, these guys are going to be emperors. Because I've taken time to educate myself over the issue of this the CBN Act because of these crises that the cashless policy has come up. And from what the debate I have listened to by different actors in the space, I realized that the CBN is actually empowered by that act to redesign the currency. And the 3 months window they gave is actually what the act allows them to do. And the situation we're having back home is this unfortunate African time mentality. We always believe that we can always have our way. You know, we can always choose the government to do what, even when we have been fortunate or unfortunate to have government who don't even listen. You know, it was interesting to see that Buhari even had to come and address the nation. Somebody who we have tried severally to hear him speak to us, and he did not, but he came up to address this. And like many people here have said before, I have never agreed with Buhari on many things, but in this one, it is for good. And the benefit will be enormous at the end. Right now, I think the Naira is kind of stabilizing a little bit in terms of exchange rate compared to before. You know, and the issue, somebody pointed about the issue of insecurity. This thing is addressing a lot of things. And these governors are just doing the last kick of a dying horse. That's what they are doing. And please, when we come here to come and share things, a lot of people are watching this show. We should be careful about the information we share so that we don't present the wrong narrative here. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, let me Bello. Let me go to Bello. He's been here for a while and he hasn't said anything. Before I come to Kene and Jackson. Oh, hold on, Bello. Danladi was raising his hand. I think Danladi, what do
Sorry,
you?
I'm not trying to take a time, just to let you people know that I am very educated. I know the meaning of allege, and if someone is indicted, there's a different thing, When someone is alleged, it's not something that we should be depending on. The person should be taken to court, and that person should be found wanting. So that's why all those other things, at this period of election, you'll be hearing a lot of things. If this person have done this person will say it's a whistleblower, or try to talk stories that will demean the characters of the candidate. So someone like me, I take alleged as with a pinch of salt until someone is indicted. Then we can be able to say, yes, this person is guilty. So that didn't fall into my mind. The whole other things is going to be around perception. What is our own general perception? Why should this person be alleged on this? And maybe also can influence decisions making. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. What we'll have done one of these shows, but it's late now. What we will have been to bring undecided voters and get all these candidates, people supporting different candidates, to pitch to them, and at the end we'll ask the voter if they were convinced by any of the people for the political parties. All right.
I think that is pure gold.
All right, Bello, you're next.
Hello, Doctor. Good evening. Well, first, let me recognize the presence of my friend Kene. Welcome to the show. So, I just want to go briefly on the money policy of it thing, because I think that is the main thing that is really rocking the policy, rocking the, ship of Nigerian politics now. I just feel like, all of a sudden, Buhari, that has been has been a bad guy for the past 8 years. All of a sudden, everybody start praising Buhari. Oh, Buhari is mean well for Nigeria. It's bringing this money policy. He didn't want people to buy, vote, and all of that. What an hypocrisy, because so far, this policy for me, as good as it is, but I don't think it's really well thought out for. Okay, but I don't really think it's really well thought out. And if it does, it's not being implemented in a way that it's really gonna, make it easier for Nigerians. Because the way it is right now, the only thing I see is that politicians praising Buhari, for this, for that. But meanwhile, the people, a government policy is supposed to, it's not supposed to us the people. Because if we're making any policy, it's supposed to be for the people, and I start to be corrected. But a policy that, people are suffering from it. People can't get money to buy food. People can, people have money that they can't even spend their money. Many people want to go to work. They beg for money. The other day I saw on social media some, an aboki man, even want to eat. It has to try to do this exchange of trade by barter for a soap for food. I don't think that policy is well thought out. As beautiful as it might sound, I don't think the policy is well thought out. And for the APC governors, now this is politics time. People start, I've seen people cast aspersions against them. Oh, they are this, calling them names and all of that. What do you expect? This is politics time. If a policy is being made by a party in power, and they have governors, the governors have proteges who they want to bring on board. Some of them even want to go for the Senate. It's not good for the party. How do you expect them not to come outside and talk? I mean, the policy itself, economically, politically, I don't think is well thought out. And Everybody, praising Buhari just because they are, they stand to get a political, score a political gain from there. I don't think, but for me, I stand on the side of Nigerians because people are suffering. The other day, people are burning banks, and in Ibadan, in Lagos, in Warri, almost everywhere except the north. And up till now, I don't know. Probably I should put this question to Mr. Danladi. Why, it's like, is it like, did not like suffering? Because every time something is going on in Nigeria, we don't really see any reaction, especially from the northern folks. It's like they just, sit down and nothing is going on. I don't get it. People are suffering. It's just like, okay, I put myself in their shoe. I go to the gas station right now. I can pop my gas and go my way. People still have to go to the to the gas station. They will queue for the fact that they still have to spend their own money.
All right, thank you, Bello. The way you framed it, that you could have thought about it another way, that maybe they don't want to destroy their own properties, buildings, and banks that serve them. Maybe they don't want to do that. That you're destroying properties doesn't serve the purpose of showing. That's not the only way to show you are suffering. Anyway, but I leave it for Danladi if he wants to. Okay, go ahead, Danladi.
Okay, thank you. So, I'm also from the north. I'm just living in the north. Right now, I'm in one of the, I wouldn't mention where I am, but I'm in one of the remote area in the north. That's why I'm having problem with network. Actually, what you said about the money, change of money is actually hitting them hard. In most of these areas, they don't even have a bank. And of course, it's one of these things that I think they roll out. The CBN have the thought of these things, but I think if you see the mechanisms they have done, they want to reduce the flow of cash outside the country. So, and that means introducing where we begin to start e-banking and other things. For us that we are educated, for example, for me, I know that if I want to go to a supermarket or anything to buy, I can make transfer. I have my ATM or use that to. But of course, in these areas, most of the people. Let me just tell you, the North is they have the highest number of illiteracy in Nigeria, and what you expect them is that they don't even have a bank account. And sadly, like yesterday, somebody was telling me about the story how he was being duped. Even the person who has an account on the issue of being transferred, since they don't know this, the level of awareness around using cash transfer is big problem. But of course, if the measures are well thought out by the CBN and they have this consideration, even right now, I think one of the best method of addressing these issues to ensure that the CBN up with the mechanisms how they can support those people in those rural communities, access cash, and because it's actually difficult for them to go into these electronic transfer and other things. And they are also doing business. They move from one community or the other to. They have market days, and the setting there is this how it has been happening. So these are something that I think they have to do. As good as this policy is, just as I say, is biting hard. Another thing also, people are really confused. They don't even understand. They want to, because there are many narratives coming out. It is political, it is not political, it is against someone, it is to stop vote buying. So these things are all around like that. And the North is actually also, they actually, like in the NSAS, there are very few places in the North later acted and start disrupting. If you look at most of the places in the north, people didn't just start going out on violence like that. So the north is not quick into going into disrupting things, but actually the money change policy is also hitting them hard. I don't know if what the other narrative is the price Nigeria have to pay for us to get good, but I want to tell you that many people have been affected. People are not eating. People are having, some people, it costs their lives also because even to buy drugs and other basic things is actually difficult. So the change of money policy comes also with its own effect also as well in the country.
All right.
We just hope it's good for the country.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Dan
Can
Ladi.
I ask you something?
Who do you want to ask?
Dan Ladi.
Hold on now, because I want to hear from Kenny, and otherwise we're running out of time too. I want us to end in another 45 minutes because tomorrow we have some production things to do for tomorrow. Kenny, go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Mr. Bello, I greet you. My brother, Dr. Oga Jonaba, I don't know if you are in tune with the letters going on in your state, where, a few weeks ago, Benue State was 80% obedient. But from what we're hearing, even the governor now is obedient. So Benue State is 100% obedient. So I don't know what you're still waiting for. So I joined because of our brother, one man. I don't know why people will just come up with a false allegation against someone just to destroy that person's character. See, mind you, this is not just about politics. Whatever you think, you open your mouth and be saying against your fellow human being, I think it should be okay when that same thing is done to you. If you try to assassinate one's character, I bet you would never run away from your character being assassinated. And don't cry when that happened to you, because he might not even remember when you were busy uttering out nonsense against one's character. Now, about 250 million naira controversy against P2B. I was in Anambra State then. That was in 2009, right? Remember, during P2B's regime, the State's House of Assembly was made up of PDP candidates, PDP lawmakers. I think over 90% were PDP lawmakers. So they have every power to impeach P2B, which they did in 2008. And that didn't work. He came back. And in 2009, P2B's media aid was intercepted with 250 million, which was meant for approved government cars being handled by a contractor. P2B himself, I watched the news. I never miss news in Nigeria when I was in Nigeria. Called for full investigation of that because the PDP lawmakers were trying to use that against him in order to impeach him. So he was quick to call for full investigation. Somebody like Olisametu, who was the Southeast PDP chairman then, was parading everywhere trying to use that to impeach him, but that didn't work because the man's hands were clean. So I don't know where one man is going with this. He asked us to go to Google and type 250 million P2B controversy. Please go there and type, and do not be quick to just read first paragraph and read to the end, especially Vanguard. You will see how Anambra people were applauding P2B. You will see the good works that P2B did in Anambra State. The State House of Assembly, the government house that was approved to be rebuilt with 1 billion naira. P2B rebuilt that government house with less than 600 million. He did it. He saved money for Anambra State. Now, talking about naira color, I said something here last week. I don't know why we are not saying it. The change of naira color wasn't meant to stop or deter politicians from rigging the election. They have the money. They have access to the banks. In short, Milocon owned bullion vans that sometimes miss their way, from going to the bank to his house. They have the money. They control the banks. They work with bank managers. So it is meant to suffer the people of Nigeria. It is meant to kill our people. This is the same government that all this while, none of them has risen up, go to the, what they call it, their useless Supreme Court to charge up against 30,000 naira minimum wage. Just imagine your fellow human being will go to work from Monday to Friday and do that 4 times in a month and will be paid 30,000 naira. How much is a plate of suya? That at the end of the day, at the end of the month, you'll be paid 30,000 naira. None of them sued Supreme Court or sued Buhari. During the COVID, somebody stated here, during the COVID, that the whole world were sympathizing with their citizens. In America here, so some of our people here were receiving alert left, right, and center. Common, according to my brother show, Indomie or noodles. These people hid it from the citizens. How matter of wickedness is this? And some of us were here sending money to our people, trying to make sure that they have something to eat. The useless criminal government were busy hoarding the things given to them by the international bodies. None of these useless dwarf governor from Kano State and his lights went to agitate against that. Naira, remember, Naira to dollar rose to $960 Naira per dollar. None of them said anything against, about that. Are we talking about the dilapidated healthcare system? The same Lagos state that you guys are saying, some myopic, clueless, senseless people were praising Tinubu of building Lagos State. Lagos State state-owned hospitals don't have common syringe. Panadol, they don't have. If you are sick and you go to Lagos State-run hospital, my brother, you are on your own. Just pray to God that you survive the next 1 hour, because they will leave you to die like a hopeless human being. This is the Lagos State that Buhari, if you think I'm lying, if you have anybody in Lagos, ask them to go and pretend that they are sick and go to any of these Lagos State government-owned hospital and see what what they will feed you back with. None of them kick against our dilapidated healthcare system. Non-functional hospitals. None of them talked about that. Are we talking about over 6 months of strike? The university students were at home doing nothing. None of them talked about that. None of them talk about the uselessness of our Nigerian police on the road, killing our people because of 20 naira. And now they all love Nigerians. They want to speak for Nigerians because Nigerians are suffering. Yes, Nigerians are suffering. This is just drama. APC set the drama. Because they have envisioned that nobody is going to vote for them. They are losing it. So in order for them to gain a little sympathy from the people, they have to sit down and create that drama, create that show, and put the actors like the dwarf from Kaduna and the demonic liar Festus Keyamo and all of them, so that they will sit down and be spinning the people so that they will gain a little sympathy from the people. Nobody should fall for that. They are all criminals working together. They don't have any problem in that party. They are just acting up, including the nonsense. I don't want to see. I hate to call his name. That guy, that thing in Asurok. They know what they're doing.
All right.
They know that they are about to rig the election. So in order to stop people from agitating, in order to stop people from protesting, they have to find a way to squeeze people. And in order for them to be successful with that, they seize money from them. If you don't have money, you can't function. You can't organize a successful rally or protest. They know what they're doing.
Thank you.
Honda, according to their show, Honda will strike them one by one.
Thank you, Kenneth. Something you said kept ringing in my head. You said that none of them that when Buhari, or I think you were referring to Buhari, when they set up 30,000 minimum wage, none of them went to courts. That I got stuck there in my head. I was thinking, you didn't say that most of them did not even pay the 30,000. You were having issue with the fact that
for
they
helping
didn't
me.
go to court.
I was already angry, so I tend to forget a lot of things. So thank you for helping me.
So anyway, all right. Where am I? I know show Jonah, I see you. Oh, African Queen has not said anything. So I'll go to African Queen. Mr. Show, I know that you came to say something to Bello. So Bello, hang around. This he has something to tell you. African Queen, go up next.
Good evening, everyone. I don't know where everyone is, but from here is evening. What's damages? I've been listening from the background, but I actually came on board when I saw one man. And yes, Kena is right. Kena is right. And what I want to say is that one man should actually stop. I thought I'll meet him here. Actually, I was going to come in when you're saying that. He should stop trying to fool people. I listened to him. At the point, I stopped listening to him because listening to him was a pain. One man is pretty straightforward about who he is. And he comes on this platform to kind of try to deceive people, saying that he is for Nigeria. No, he is not. He is for Tinubu. Is straight and simple. And so is Kulata. This one they have said, I've heard them say it. So I like people being straightforward in whatever you want to do. It's so sad that we'll come here, go on different platforms. You don't know who is listening, in the background. And you come to another platform, you think you're meeting some new faces, but it's just all lies and ballooning. Now, the issue with the allegations he levied against Obi, it doesn't really make sense. We know the Nigeria we're in, and we know how the system is wired. And for free, I'll tell you that if Obi had anything to him that they can trace to him, they will hunt him. They would have hunted him down a long time ago. He would have finished. He wouldn't have come this far. But the man actually dared them. Said, pull something up. And I'll stop campaigning until today. This is how many days today? This is just a week to the election. And nothing has happened till date. So what makes you think that one man is being honest? He's not. Now, for the issue with the APC governors, we can see, yes, it's painful what's going on. Yes. But I'm not in Nigeria presently, but those are like my family, they keep saying that they will endure. People say they will endure. That's what they are all saying. That it's okay. They've been suffering for 7.5 years. It's only 1 week that they will not manage. So yes, people are going through tough times, but people are still transferring money, getting about their business. The money is not readily available. These people that are coming out here screaming now that they are thinking about the people. This is Rufai, my people, is the same person that they killed some people in southern Kaduna. Nobody heard anything from him. Nothing. This man didn't. There was nothing, not even a tweet. Not even a press conference is asking for too much. I mean, a tweet. This man was busy installing an emir in that same southern Kaduna. So please, how can this man, to be very candid, speak for people? What people is he speaking for? These people are crying now. Now they also want to bring Bola Ahmed to, and they are telling us that he made men. Please, my brothers and sisters, look around the leaders that Bola Tinubu made. Eleyi of Ogun State is a criminal. He's an ex-convict, man. That shouldn't even qualify for nothing in a reasonable society. And he's governing a state. Look at Femi Gbajadiamila. He has something here too in America. He can't qualify for nothing here. He can't even be anything here. So look at
in Georgia here.
Good. See the leaders he's turning out. So that is the sample of what he will get under the leadership of Bola Ahmed Tinubu. He will be Nigeria will to come out in a den of thieves. All the ex-convicts will come back home. See all these people here that have felony charges here in America. They're all through back to Nigeria. If you see the ones, I keep saying it, the ones that are supporting him, it's either that they are thieves, criminals, or criminals in waiting. That's them. Just look at them all. Look very well, look closely. That's who they are. We don't know yet, but we can, if we dig deep, we'll find some things. And you see them, they'll carry their bags and go to Nigeria. When someone like that will make them kings, overseeing people. And that's why when you, like Dr. Danladi, you are in your practice, you're trying to talk to say, doctor, forget that thing. Doctor, forget that book. We know what we're talking about. So now, how do we raise our children? How do we tell them to study? When people like MC Olomo is a private jets, for what? How do we encourage our children to do the right thing, to be the right kind of people? What is they don't ask you what's the benefit anymore. You know, that we're gradually, so no, this is the time for us. Someone like Dr. Dalari, please, this is time to get it right. We are trying to save the soul of Nigeria. There's no Messiah amongst them, none. But I'm glad you mentioned something, character. It's time you start actually looking at character again in our society. There was a time when I was a kid, when you come back with money, they're asking, what do you do? But no, you know, the crooked people in government will nominate crooked men as kings, as traditional rulers. Then the crooked traditional rulers will in turn give this two-thirds title and all the titles to the crooked boys that have been stealing, defrauding people all over. So you see what happens to our system when we have crooked leaders. So nobody should be deceived that the APC governors are fighting for the people. They are not. And this Naira issues is really affecting them. And the people in Nigeria, yes, I know that people I know people find it very difficult. I find it very sorry I missed because my son class is crazy of the section. So the truth is that government Tinubu and the APC governors are fighting for themselves. And Nigeria is not a fair country. We actually need to look into our system. If what Rufai did, if it had happened in the southeast, I tell you that state to start burning by now. There'll be a huge price to pay. That is the truth. And so for us, it's till Saturday. We have our fingers crossed. And the truth is that the people have woken up and we have decided that this election, all eyes are on it. So whatever they're doing, people are waiting. And the Nigerians should please don't get involved in their open war. That is between the elephant and the elephant. They should keep at it. We do not want to get involved. So I rest my case here. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity, Dr. Damages.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much, African Queen. Just an announcement. On election day, we are going to be live all through until we know the winner. If it takes 48 hours or 78, whatever time it takes, we'll be live. So if you can join us at any point, please do. We have reporters in Nigeria that will join, and if you have anybody who could be a citizen reporter that will be interested in joining us, we want to hear from people all over the country. All right. Mr. Shaw, you have something to say to Bello.
Yes, it's not particularly to Bello, but to him and to people. I'm not sure. I don't want to assume that you're on the APC side, which there's nothing wrong with it. Like I said, people have freedom of association. You can belong to any party you want to, but it sort of baffles me when I hear people say this policy is wrong, the timing is not good. The cashless policy or the mopping up of the money. Sorry, are people trying to tell me they don't know this is political? It's a political move. Tinubu does not send their papa, as they will say. Sorry, Buhari doesn't care at this point. He's going. He's finished his 2 terms. He's used Tinubu and is about to dump him like a hot potato. And there's nothing anybody can do about it. Buhari has nothing to fight for. His 2 terms is done. You won't vote for him. Vote for what? King of Dara or what? He's done. He has used Tinubu. How many times did they contest? 3 times under CPC. He couldn't win. Formed the alliance. used Tinubu, got what he wanted. It's not today that it's been happening. Tinubu has been used and dumped. Those who want to listen should listen. If you don't want to listen, doesn't change the fact. He has been used. He's the king of Lagos. But his mumu has just matured. The jungle has matured in the words of the senior advocate. Jungle has matured. He has been used. Nobody can stop. Buhari is stubborn. All of a sudden, people are now realizing Buhari is not playing ball. Buhari is not playing by the rules. He doesn't play by the rules. He has never. The man is over 70. He'll be a fool to change his ways at 70. He's going to die that way. So it is politics. If anybody is still pretending to say, oh, it is, see, in plain words, politics has been played. Checkmate. Tinubu, he has been used and dumped, and I'm loving every second of it. You traded your people now for political gain. Oh, I'll give you the southern vote. You promised me the northern vote. It has failed. And I'm very happy. So anybody who is still trying to say, we don't see the people of Nigeria, the people living in Nigeria, most of them are saying we would endure. Forget the miscreants who are destroying things at the instruction of people that are saying, go and intimidate them, go out. It's just one lone voice. We saw that, not doctored. Because anything you tell them now, it's doctored video. We saw that guy. I won't mention his name. But we saw him saying, go and intimidate them. Even it's only 10 minutes. Go and do this. Go and do that. That's all they know. Politics of violence, intimidation. Let people vote their choice. If you want to be, let them vote. You don't have to intimidate people. So Tinubu has been used, though. That's my message to Mr. Bello, because I think you were wondering maybe it's not the right time. It is the perfect time for the person that is executing it. And if you listen to what Emefiele said 2 days ago, he said APC campaigned on 3 things: economy, security, and what's that? Corruption. He said this cashless policy is going to fight all 3. So they are telling you we are deploying this at this point. This strategy. It's not a mistake. We've not made a mistake about it. They are deliberate. Anybody that wants to go and fight them should carry placard to Asorok. You know where they live. Go and fight them. Not you in particular, Mr. Bello. I'm just saying for those who are like they don't know what's going on. They know, but they are afraid to call Buhari. They are cowards. They are afraid. Call his name. Tell him, say, Buhari, you fumble. Call him. Tell him. Don't come around and say, oh, this policy is not the right time. We agree with it. It's the implementation. No. Buhari is intentional. He's telling you to your faces, do your work. Come at me. Let's take it outside. What can you do? So Buhari is intentional, Mr. Bello, and for the
thank you, Mr. Shu. I just hope I just get this 1 minute. I understand. And I really appreciate at least that you're able to come out and at least say the way it is. And that is exactly what it is. Okay. Without trying to hide it, behind one finger. It is what it is. But at the same time, you still talk about something like, okay, let everybody vote their conscience. And I've heard people talk about, let Buhari create a level playing field. But how does this sound like, creating a level playing field for all the candidates? I mean, this is bias in a way, we understand. I understand he has used him and he's about to dump people like a bad habit. But at the same time, where is the level playing field? Because, by the time everybody comes, they talk about, give everybody a level playing field, no bribing of electorate and everything. But now, where's the level playing field when you are bringing in a policy that is detrimental to your party and your party's candidate on the eve of the election? Over 7 or 8 years that you've been the president, we have not really seen fuel scarcity towards December the way we used to see. But when they say that, okay, the game that fuel scarcity game is not really is not really swerving people. He brought in this policy, which is really burning, which is
the game is the game, my brother. The game is the game. Don't hit the player, hit the game. Buhari played you guys like a fiddle, easy. Like Buhari saw you a mile away. He played. See, when they say Tinubu is Jagaban, I laugh. The real Jagabans don't brag about it. See, he played him like a fiddle, like a child that's never done politics before. That's all he's done. See, when Buhari came then and he said, "I belong to nobody, I belong to everybody." These things people forget. Buhari does not forget. He doesn't forgive. He said, "I belong to nobody, I belong to everybody." If you apply that today, doesn't it make sense? Level playing field. I belong to nobody. I belong to everybody.
At the end of the day, you'll be disappointed yourself because the reason why I say you'll be disappointed is that at the end of the day, your favored candidate in your heart might
doesn't have to
also
win.
chop
He doesn't have
breakfast
to
too.
win. No,
And
no,
at the
no,
end
no. He
of the
doesn't have
day,
to
we
win.
might
It
as
is for you
all
guys. It
well
is do
be
or die.
played
Obi
all
doesn't have to
along.
win for me. He doesn't have to. You see, you know we've said it on this forum, and a lot of people agree. If Obi wins, there'll be no riot anywhere. If Tinubu wins, PDP people will start burning everything. If Atiku wins, the APC gang will start fighting and crying all over the place. If Obi wins, he has no structure. How did he rig? How did he win? He won fair square, fair and square. I won't be. See, it would have to be that Obi didn't win, but it's not the end of the world for some of us. What Tinubu's done, African Queen, we're on the same WhatsApp group, I believe. All this criminality you listed, I mentioned them earlier. They are now reproducing it. Oh, the Ogun State, my own governor, is now brought in some special advisor that they pay 50,000 per recommendation. That one too has $300,000 case in the US. So Tinubu is becoming the grandfather of thieves. He's birthed his own children, the ones underneath him. Those ones are now bringing in the new criminals from the US and the West to work under them.
Don't forget,
You
all
want
of
to
you
do away
are
with.
quick to mention that Tinubu's
I live in the UK. I don't have criminal case. I'm on
that
camera.
he made
Some of us know they
were all
steal.
criminals. Don't
Bishop
forget, he made your
Owakowa,
president. He made the vice president too, who is a pastor who is still in Aso Rock. You never talk about him.
You see, do you see the guy following them now? Even this one, see, if you speak to Yoruba people, they will tell you, all for 8 years, his hands were tied. His hands were tied. His hands were tied. He was now going to read the poem, Fancy Words to Us at the primaries. We no send him, Papa. We no care. We don't care about Shibaju. You can have him. We can dash him to Sudan. I don't care about Shiba. What did he do? Who he helped? See, there are people you can look back and say this is what the best roads in Ibadan today were built by Bola Ige. The best. I grew up in Ibadan, born and bred in Ibadan. I didn't live in Ibadan until I was 21. The best roads till today were built by Bola Ige. The best market in Ibadan, Alesholoye Market, was built by Bola Ige. What can we point at that these people? Jakonde in Lagos, Jakonde Estate. You talk about it. It wasn't the Lekki something for, restricted for the rich. We can talk about what people did in the past when they say Tinubu built men. He built men for days like this so he can cash in. Selfish adventure. I don't blame him for it. I'm not faulting him in his politics, but I'm saying you get Oga, your Oga get Oga, your Oga has been, not you, but the Oga of the Ikine Agbado gang, he has been played and it is sweet. It is beautiful to behold. Honestly, it's beautiful.
All right. Thank you so much. I really appreciate everybody. We've been knocked out of Facebook because we've exceeded 8 hours. And we have several other things I have to prepare for tomorrow. But let me go to Mr. Scribe. After him, then we do what keeps you up at night and close. Mr. Scribe, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Rudolph. I'm only here. Oh, sorry. Can you hear me better now?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm only here to sing the closing psalm or whatever. I've been watching in the background. I think today came with its own spices and salt. It's absolutely brilliant. But also, I just want to use this opportunity to just remind us that the fundamental problem with Nigeria, it's all about citizenship rights. Whether you're APC, PDP, LP, obedient, whatever. Let's not lose the core of the thing is that Nigerians are there is nothing like a Nigerian. There is nothing like a Nigerian as a citizen, as what we benefit from the state. And this is the fundamental premise that is surrounding all of what we're talking about. Whether you're APC, this thing, totally respect your sides, and also the whole thing about I think we're using names a lot here, but we should look at it also from the content of character, because you're voting for a Jagaban, good, that's your choice, but then the precedents behind it, like Sho has absolutely nailed it perfectly well, is there is a network here that will continue to grow. Instead of us seeing that this network is not desirable to the future of Nigeria, it needs to be nipped in the bud. But it's your choice. If you feel that the guy who wants to enrich his friends is the better candidate, so be it. So then, who is enriching you? That's the question. But we have an opportunity here to bring somebody who I wouldn't say is a saint, but somebody who at least we can give a go and see how things go, see how it goes. I personally all day plug holes into the obedient movement and their principle
I have my doubts, but the truth is he stands better than the others, right? So please, let's go out there and do the due diligence, do your due diligence, go there, exercise at least this only citizenship rights that they've given you. Go and exercise it and vote your conscience. Okay, vote your conscience, and Nigeria will be hopefully better off than we have it right now. Okay, I'll wait for my opportunity to sing the "Abide with me" and everybody go.
He's making I like the way he makes himself laugh, you know. Thank you, Mr. Scribe. So this is when we do what keeps you up at night. You know, we'll give everybody 1 minute and you tell us what keeps you up at night. It's an opportunity for you to round up to if you have thoughts you left on the table or you wanted to express, you know, it's your chance. Bello, you start.
Oh, well, for me, what keeps me up overnight, you mean?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
What
So, I
keeps you
mean,
up at night?
actually, I'm a night worker. I work at night and, but on the days when I don't have to work and on the days when I don't have to work, I think I sleep, but sometimes I watch these, sometimes probably maybe if I woke up earlier enough, I watch these morning shows in Nigeria, like because I'm kind of like I have this 7 hours difference, so I watch these morning shows like the channels, and after the channels I go to Arise TV, so I just look at people's opinion, try to study the political environment and the perceptions of people going on around the country. And, I mean, from there, that's, just try to learn one or new things. So that is it.
All right. Thank you so much, Bello. Dr. Danladi, you're next.
Okay, thank you. I think this is my first time joining you guys, and I think in Nigeria, this is almost this is after 12.
Wow, we appreciate
So
your time, really.
yeah, I was actually struggling, but I need to listen. I need to listen. I told you guys that these days I'm opening my mind. I actually, before, I don't really want to vote. Someone was asking me, am I in this country? I see things happening in this country, but I don't believe that whether the vote will really count. And I actually also don't believe in politicians. I'm sorry to say that. You elect someone, he promise you heaven and earth. What do you see? Um, um, Even the best of those who come and say they have done good, they provide this to their states and other things. You go and check actual the indices. You will discover that we are just deceiving ourselves. We know how governance is. At least I've been outside the country. I know how politics is there, and I see how people are being taken. They are being accountable, and of course, you see how the system works. So this actually greatly discouraged me as a person, not because I don't want to vote, but I just don't believe it. So this is the first time I'm actually making my mind to see if I can vote, and that is to answer some of the questions that someone was asking me. If you look at me, I'm also very civil. I don't abuse. I don't believe in cursing people or anything. If you even abuse me, it's okay. I will just move. So I would like us to also maintain decorum. I think one of my friend, a staff, a colleague of mine, is from the north. He's a Fulani man, and he has a good talk towards. He talks good of Obi, but he told me something. He said, "I went to Abuja. Do you know that I took an Uber and it's an Igbo guy that took me?" And the Igbo guy was asking me, "Have you made up your mind who to vote?" He said, "Not yet, but he will make up his mind." And the guy began to insult him. He insulted him to the extent that he was afraid because The Igbo guy was huge, as if he would beat him, so he has to keep quiet. So he didn't say anything, and he's a one gentle young man. He's a gentle young man. So he said he didn't say anything, but he was insulting him. So when he kept him and he paid him, he looked at him and said, "If I have a mind of thinking of voting Obi, do you think what you did to me today, to your conscience, you can make me to vote for Obi?" Let me say something here. In the North, many people do not know him. And now I think many people are just genuinely ignorant of who Obi is. Genuinely ignorant of who Obi is. They don't know his criteria, they don't know his antecedent, and some of these people. So if you engage them, you should engage them with understanding. And it's not their fault that they didn't know him. And here we cannot just tell us that one person is the Messiah. So we are intellectuals, we read, we understand. Like me, I told you that I'm definitely making up my mind for the first time I'm going to elect a president. So let's be civil, let's talk. We are listening to each other, we are looking at things, and let's see what will make this country. One thing will happen is that after this election, Nigeria will still be. That's one thing I know. But whether Nigeria will change, we don't know. But we pray that this politics that is coming in this year will be the tripod that may change this country for good. That is what our prayer is. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dan Ladi. Thank you so much. Let me
I
ask you. Hold on.
I had a question for him some time ago.
Yeah, okay, I remember now. Dan Ladi, do you know what the taxi driver said to your friend, or the person in the story you told?
Yes. Yes, what he told me is that the driver was assaulting him.
No. After at the end of the you stopped the story where you said when he left the car, paid him and left. He said
No, the guy was just looking. He wished he didn't talk. He regretted.
Dr. Danladi,
He
Dr.
regretted.
Danladi, how did your
But
friend?
he told me actually
How did your friend
Hold
come
on,
to a conclusion?
can I hold on?
It did not discourage him because he's an educated person. I told
No,
you.
how did
It does not change his mind of who he's going to vote for. But he just mentioned this thing to the other guy, and he told me that it might have discouraged someone. And truly, the way you interact with the Northerners, and I believe that there are many Northerners also who are also conversing and communicating for Obi. So if we are talking with Northerners, we should not look at them as if they just don't want, they are playing the ethnic card. It may be on the basis that they don't know. For example, you bring Labour Party in the North, they don't know Labour Party.
Yep.
They don't know the candidate. And so they are genuine. It's not all about ethnicity. So you should also look at this on this angle. But forums like this supposed to educate people of your own candidate or the candidate you feel that is good for the nation. Not because you are Igbo promoting an Igbo. I don't think so. For somebody like me, I am educated. I understand. When I went to US, the person who kept me in his house is an Igbo man. Is an Igbo man. So I do not have that nonsense mentality that I have to vote someone because he's a Igbo or Yoruba or is a northern and it has to be a Muslim or I don't have that nonsense mentality. I am open. I'm somebody that is very sincere. And I know these things are in record. Whether we like it or not, I'm saying what I believe, and that's how I work.
Thank you, Dan Ladi.
Can I just ask him a question, please?
Okay,
Just to clarify the story, please. Dr. Danladi, I wouldn't want to say that that this is a made-up story, or probably your friend lied to you, because from what you just narrated.
No, my friend can
Hold
even
on.
listen to me now. If
Yeah,
he can
yeah.
listen
Let me
on
let
record,
me land.
whatever I said,
Yeah,
I'm saying.
let me land. Let me
Say
land. Yeah, let me ask the question, right? Because from your narration, from what you just narrated now, you never stated that he had a conversation with the taxi driver, and the taxi driver told him the candidate that the taxi driver, is supporting. There was no mention of that. So I was not thinking, was your friend just assuming by mere seeing the taxi driver being an Igbo man, assuming that he is definitely supporting P2B for him to have come to that conclusion?
No, let me clearly.
And that is why I said, maybe your friend lied to you, or just a made up story, just to push a narrative.
What he told me, because he can also listen to this tomorrow whenever he see me. What he told me there, and if possible, the taxi driver who picked him in Abuja also can maybe one day listen to this on YouTube. What he told me is that the moment he said here, he's still observing, he has not yet made up his mind who to vote. The person said, how can you are the young people that are destroying this country. This man came to save us. He mentioned his name, Peter Obi, that he came to save this country. He's sacrificing everything. And you are the people pushing this thing backward. And he started insulting him. That is what he told me. Except what he said is not true. I cannot put anybody's word into it.
Now the story is clearer.
Thank you.
I wish to ask concerning the banking sector you talked about, that people didn't have money in the north. We saw some pictures of people going to the grassroots to exchange the old naira notes for the new naira notes, because we made experience that the cash swap is very harsh to some people who don't have bank accounts. That was what you tried to say. Are people not going to the grassroots, as they said, to go and exchange the old naira notes to new ones in the north?
Actually, it is actually very difficult. You know, the money, you don't even see it. And you know, the worst is that in my state, 90% of the local government don't have a bank. Because, you know, with this insecurity, most of the banks have closed and people don't have access to bank. So I do not want to stand against the wisdom of the government by introducing this Naira swap, but also, just like even what the president said, he believes people are suffering. And what I'm affirming that is actually genuine. And you know, in this kind of situation, there are people who really are suffering. And now, if you go to almost all the banks, they will say they don't even have the money. And then I heard, of course, what the CBN governor said, that there are people who will come to the community to change money. It's not tenable. POS is no more working again. And if you find people who want to change, you have to buy, you are now buying Naira, not exchange. It's actually very difficult.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Danladi. For the rest of the people, please make it 1 minute. We have to.
Dr. Rudy, let me say something and leave. I've been in and out. I'm at work.
Why
Janaba, some of us also have a place to go.
Yeah.
Stop attacking me. I did not talk to you.
Patience is a virtue. Patience is a virtue.
Yeah, no, I'm not talking to you. And this is the problem. I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you. You're not the one moderating here. I'm not talking to you, sir.
Because you're jumping.
All right. So
you are not the one moderating.
Janaba, I have not seen you like this. Janaba, smile.
No, because I don't like confrontation for no reason, and I don't want that. I want Kenneth to start paying me tight. Maybe that would be better for him. He will not know that when he dies, he will go and collect the money in heaven.
That's the Janaba we talk. No,
that is who I will always be. I think, Kenneth, I want you. Okay, 1 minute I will be rounding up. Like I have said, we all want a better Nigeria. Nobody here, I grew up in the North. I told you guys, the Northerners are more open-minded than the way we ever think. And people that say some certain things, people that are open-minded feel irritated. They don't have a choice. They are being bullied. And if we're going to see in the next 1 week, and maybe today is Saturday, the next Saturday after that, we're going to have a decent conversation. And the governor that is saying now is LP in Benue. All I say to Governor Otun, go pay Benue people and they will be okay. And if for him to become LP or PDP or PC, it doesn't matter to me. What matters to me is the suffering of the citizens of Benue State. So whatever party he belongs to, he has few more months to go. He already worked his way to become a senator, and hopefully his enemy do not win. If not, EFCC is waiting for him. And Kene, I'll see you again. And Igbo base, I don't have a problem with you. I'm a big brother, but stop interrupting me so I don't come one man on you guys. God bless you.
All right.
Bye.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Janava. Thank you so much. Igbo Basics, you're next. 1 minute, please. Unmute yourself, please. Igbo Basic. Unmute yourself.
Okay. You guys sometimes try to throw us off our line of thought, but I'm not going to let that happen. Here is what it is. I wanted to start my closing statements of today.
In 1 minute.
Dr. Damage's anchoring of the program has been amazing. And I was looking back to the days of Chico Nyane, the publisher of African Sun Times, the late Chico Nyane, publisher of African Sun Times. And I was looking back to the days of Felix Agedebe, the publisher of African Market News, all down here in the US. And also today I was looking back at MacLeod Obiora, who was publishing the Nigerian and Africa, whom I understand some things happened to him, or he had a loss, suffered a loss. So right away, I'm going to use that this opportunity to sympathize with him before I even get to him as to this difficult time. I will speak to Dr. Damages in terms of monetizing the platform. I will speak to Dr. Damages off camera. And because I tried to see if I could punch in some things, but I don't think that does it. What it is in my mind is that I've seen some people visit here today. There was the gentleman, Sydney, and there was also Adeshola. They had some excellent presentations from my observations when I watched them make their presentation. Adeshola talked about letter of credit, that Nigeria has ceased using the letter of credit. And that ties straight back into the banking situation. And he said it's in the financial sector. At this stage, after all said and done, in any soccer match, when you see somebody start breaking other people's leg, they are losing the game. When you see somebody lose their cool, they are losing the game. And that is what we are observing that is happening in the Nigerian space now. Somebody said that Rufai, in fact, has committed a treasonable offense, that he should be picked up, arrested, and be met against the Nigerian nation. That's what the person is calling for. So I am going to try to wrap up my today's presentations by saying, first of all, corruption is fighting back. It doesn't want to go away. That's what is happening in Nigeria. That's one. And also, when we talk about the Igini and the human element in the elections, that we got to watch out. But there's a question I want to ask us all here. Does anybody want Nigeria to be Ukraine? I don't think so. And then I'll bring it back to the situation of what is happening in the north, as far as the monetary policy is concerned, and what is happening in the south. My people, particularly in the south, I say, make una wake up, shine your eyes. The people that are going and burning banks, breaking the ATM, look at them very well. You may discover that some of them don't have a dime in any of those banks that they are burning. Because the fact remains, can any of us genuinely go and burn down your own house, where you know that at the end of the day, you'll be seeking shelter? So it is very, very unfortunate. And to wrap it up, since the Nigerian army have rolled out security in Lagos, I'm reading through now that the Defend Democracy Navy Chief charges personnel. We're talking about the security now for the election. Nigerians depend on armed forces, security agencies for crisis-free posts, chief of defense staff. This is what is coming through. So I'm therefore asking that not only in Lagos or other places, but that the security forces should also defend innocent citizens. I'm not saying go and kill them in the southeast of Nigeria. And I'm also using this opportunity to appeal to our people. The Nigerian Biafra War, civil war, was fought in eastern Nigeria. Hence, Lagos is still intact the way it is. It wasn't fought in the north. Why are you burning down our own place, our own side of the country? Remember that the Nigerian tripod is still quivering. Whether we like it or not, if you take a look at the two flags behind me, the American flag and the Nigerian flag, those two flags have gone into the deepest part of Nigeria. I'm talking about into the caves, those two flags. And they have traveled for years. So I am just going to say, we all have a part to play. We are voting by proxy. And by the way, my friend John Abba, I wanted to make it known that today, we from here have supported the march in Makurdi, which took place. And we are backing our people up in Makurdi to keep doing what they're doing. After the next 1 week, let us come back here. It's just 1 more week. My family keep asking me, when is this going to stop? And I say 1 more week. So
all right. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Damages, for giving us the opportunity. Thank you, all fellow panelists. Let's not lose our cool, because in the Nigerian context, if you say shut up, that's an insult. In the Nigerian context, somebody can actually hold your tie because you tell them shut up. So let us try to be a little bit more civil in trying to go at one another.
All right, thank you. If we give everybody here, you did 5 minutes. If we give everybody here 5 minutes instead of 1 minute, then we are looking at another 30 minutes, and we don't have it. Please, thank you. Austin, you're next.
So today I don't think something will keep me up at night. Not to know what's past which we don't see before. But I wanted to speak back then because of when one man came up. Sometimes his analogy they are a little bit biased. I've been on his show before. Somebody, I don't know, somebody said that when it comes to rating, you rate Rudolph as you give people the ability to say their mind. I know I've been there. I've talked with Kolata and the rest in this show. Anytime you use analogy and science to break out anything they say in the show, they want to stop you. So that is why I want to say that most of those things one man was saying here, they are not true, because I've attended his show. And I talk with evidence. There are some kind of things he will bring up. I'll just hit it down. So please, Dangladi, you are the gold here. I don't know, people will see undecided voters are like raw gold. Look, don't support anything. Put your mind open. Is it MOB, Tinubu? Keep your mind open. Go for your research. Anybody that is okay, you support. You don't owe anybody an apology. Anyone you want support. But just keep your mind open. It's for all of us, whether it happens anyway, fine. But look, I want to still advise one man should try as much as possible to keep his mind open to, because if it's not Tinubu, or maybe if Tinubu does something bad, you will not throw stone. For me, even if you want me to, if I'm voting now, I'll vote for Obi. But if Obi does something wrong, you criticize him. That's why there's constructive criticism. So just open your mind and do your thing. And I pray that we can always try to be free and fair in anything we do.
Thank you. Austin, thank you so much. Can I hear you next?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damages. What keeps me up at night, right? Knowing the fact that I'm not even talking about people back home, I'm talking about us in diaspora. There's a saying, or there's a quote that travel. So you can equate education, exposure to travel. So travel is fatal to prejudice, bigotry, and narrow-mindedness. But oftentimes I keep thinking, what is really wrong with our people in diaspora? Some of our people in diaspora that are in that category of educated people, or those that are in that class of, the They travel out. They've seen things work better in other countries. So what is really wrong with us? That is it that saying or that quote was wrong, or is it that we have some, I don't know, maybe sometimes I begin to think, does it mean that some of us do, that we have some mental illness that are not yet discovered? I don't know what is really wrong, that we cannot reason well. You are seeing a dying man. Sorry, everybody would die when your time comes. You see an aged man, somebody that is on his way out, and you are calling him to come and be your president, to come and preside over 200 million people. Is something really wrong with you? Is something? Can't you see that you have a problem? Can you begin to change that mindset? Can you begin to work on your sense of reasoning? Or is it on the other side where you have somebody that literally sold off the country's telecommunications, sold off electricity, nothing. He's even telling you that he's going to sell more, and you want to vote for him? What is really wrong with us? So these are the things that kills me. I wish that I have that magical power, that kind of witchcraft or wizard power to begin to change people's way of thinking so that you begin to reason well. But unfortunately, I'm only a man. Thank you.
Don't worry. There's one Onyeze Jesus. Maybe you can reach him. He might be able to help you with that.
That guy is now a porn star.
He might be able to help you with that power. African Queen, go ahead.
Okay. What keeps me awake at night is knowing that the INEC voters register still has underage voters listed on it as of today. So, did the cleanup really happen? They said they were going to clean up this their register, and as of today, we're finding underage voters still listed on the register. So it's insane. And the truth is, right now, people are really, the expectation is really high. So any game they try to play now is going to be it's not going to turn out right. The best thing that will happen to this country of ours is to let the election be truly free and fair. And whatever the outcome is, everybody will go home and just rest. Otherwise, we are just sitting on a keg of gunpowder. So that is actually what keeps me up at night, because people will not accept all this their maga and everything. People are just waiting. People are waiting more than they know. And people have been quiet for a long time, and they think they've been smart all this while. But the populace, they are awake now, and they are bitter. They are angry. Very soon, all of them will not even have a home to run back to, because the masses will be the one on their tail. So just like what happened to our beloved Chimaroke at the markets, and some of them that are being chased away by the populace. So yes, that's what keeps me awake at night.
All right.
Thank you.
The promise.
All right, thank you, Dr. Damages. I will take a cue from African Queen. Basically, to me, what keeps me up at night is the fact that, like she said, I don't know if INEC is going to play fair. You understand? I have that fear. This man, Mike Guinea, the former INEC whatever from Kwaibom, has tried to make us believe. I mean, a lot of time it comes on TV to tell us more about the beaver. I mean, to kind of build our confidence in the beavers, but I still have my doubts, and I pray that INEC they play it fair, and if that doesn't happen, I'm afraid of what's going to happen. I'm very, very, scared, because as we know it today, Nigeria of today, people are more aware now. I would say they're not sleeping. People are so conscious. They want to. They're so hungry for a change, and they are awake, or they are aware as to their rights and
they want to see a change. So my fear today now is if INEC doesn't play fair, if they bring in any form of, hanky-panky, there's going to be some implosion in the country, and that's what I fear.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Ike, you're next.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. On Ukraine, you don't keep him late at night. That Nigeria. What else, if not Nigeria? What else, my brother, if not Nigeria, my country? For it to be a better country, where all of us will feel sense of belonging. Dr. Danladi, I'm an Igbo man. I lived in North, in Kaduna, 5 years. My best friend was a man from Kano, from Bebeji local government. I lived in Lagos. My best friend is Major General Olufemi Balogun, today in the Nigerian military. I'm a detribalized Nigerian. And I think all of us are, So this platform has given us opportunity to meet a lot of people, even though we have not met in person, but it's an opportunity for some of us to get used to know each other better, more, So Nigeria is the only thing that keeps me, worry at night. And at times my wife will tell me, listen, you want to carry your country in your head, But I think every honest, genuine Nigerian should be worried about what is going to happen because, like my sister said, technologies has made every Nigerian to be aware. Listen, Nigerian youths are ready for this election. My fear is that if INEC will try to do anything funny, that's where my fear is. But if you are asking me, is Nigerians ready for this election next week, Saturday? Yes, they are. They are ready for this election. But as everybody is crying and begging INEC, they should play this game very fair. Because Nigerian youth will remember what happened at Lekki Toll Gate. Nigerian youth will remember 8 months of ASU strike they were at home. Nigerian youths will remember the pain they go through to get to wherever they want, even to buy fuel. Even the money you have to go to the filling station to buy a fuel. So I am just praying and begging INEC and the people that are responsible to make sure that we have a free and fair election. Another thing I want to say here before I leave, we are all Nigerians. After this election, we all will remain Nigerians. We will always remain a family. It doesn't matter the language we speak. So emotions might get high here, but at the end of it all, we are all Nigerians. We are one family. So I'm grateful to everybody that I've met in this platform. And I will continue to be grateful to Dr. Damage for giving us the privilege and opportunity to be here to talk about our country, because it's all about our country. Everybody is a Nigerian. No matter the passport you have today, we are all Nigerians. We started from somewhere. So I just feel that let us always remember that we are Nigerian, because one day we might be flying to one airport and we meet at the airport tarmac. And they say, look we met at Dr. Damage platform. So the friendship, this is all about. We are Nigerian. Nigeria for a better is for every one of us. That I can go to the north without being afraid of anybody. Or somebody from the north can go to the east without being afraid of anybody. Or somebody from the west can go to the east and establish a business and live comfortably as a Nigerian. This is all what we're crying for. Nothing else more. So please, everybody, not only me, I know a lot of things keep us late at night, but Nigeria, this 1 week is so much pregnant that we don't know what it's going to deliver on Saturday. But our hope is that it's going to deliver a bouncing, better Nigeria, a better future for every one of us. God bless you all.
All right. Thank you. Jago Beta, you're next.
Yeah. Thank you, Doctor. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. I think first, I saw in the news just now that 10 AAC governorship candidates said they will not support Sowore. So which was like, they talk about that he's being draconian, he doesn't listen to them and all of that. I'm not saying they are not right or they are making up some of those accusations, but it shows that politics is a dirty game. And like Ovie used to say, all that politics. So I think that one, by the way. The second part of it that I want to say is this. In my own opinion, looking at all of these candidates, in a sane society, but I think even not only Nigeria situation as well, we could see in US election here as well. Like I said the last time, the Democrats that won the senatorial seats in Pennsylvania, I think in the last election, recently, I think yesterday they said he's sick, he's been checked into the hospital. If you look at it, democracy has quite a lot of advantages, but it has quite a lot of disadvantages as well, especially presidential system of government. It doesn't produce the best people in the society. Those that are doing well are the ones doing maybe parliamentary system of government, or people that are using like they are doing presidential system of government, but their country is already developed. So that means their system is in autopilot. If Nigeria needs to get better, that want to practice a good democracy, I think until we move to like parliamentary system of government, that's when I think Nigeria is going to be a good country. Because that way, each region will be able to elect their best. And you'll be able to stand there, defend yourself, because it's going to be like you have to argue your points, not that you impose your position. So talking about it again, looking at leading candidates, these are the problem I have with the leading candidates. Even if I assume today now, let's say Tinubu is already a president of Nigeria. With what we are seeing on the TV and seeing online, if that is true, for a president that has integrity, it's enough for you to resign as a president. Let's say you are already a president, you are in the office. If you're not feeling fine, resign. Don't be like the Sudan president, don't be like the Cameroon president. So you can't say that. It just, what we're saying now is that, to me, I believe Tinubu did well in Lagos as a governor. However, it's just like, if you're not okay because you did well then, you have the entitlement to be in power now, despite that you mentally or physically you are not fit. It's just like Kanu now, because he was our best player those days. It's now saying that he must be our striker in the next World Cup. It's not fit again to be. That's the way I kind of see it, if I can analyze it that way. And the other man, Atiku, so it's another old man, though I like the way he plays his game. He see politics as a marathon. He will hide somewhere, like he did it for PDP primaries. He went to Dubai when it's time. What's he called? Wiki was running around, spending money, running up and down. The old man just walking, pay his money, collect the ticket, and went back to Dubai to go and rest. So we don't know what he's doing right now, whether he's resting somewhere and just looking at us. But one thing that I'm somehow concerned about, this cash swap or confiscation or changing or redesign, whatever they call it, I'll be so much disappointed if by Saturday, these politicians that they say they are targeting are now coming out with this new naira to buy votes. It's going to be very, very disappointing. And I see that going to happen. Very, very likely it's going to happen. Because these politicians, they have access to banks and they can easily manipulate. Just imagine now, if Lagos State government tell like GT Bank as an example, that I'm just using an example that, hey, I need this new naira note of maybe 50 million as an example. If GT Bank said, I cannot, they can easily say, I will move all my money out of your bank and take it to Fidelity Bank and tell Fidelity Bank that they are not using before that, hey, can you give me this cash? That's the way things work, because no bank will want to lose a state that has so much money in their cover. So I think I wish us best of luck. May the best one among them win the election. But to me, the top three candidates, I don't think I believe in them. And unfortunately, one of them is going to win. And likely we're going to be where we were before. And for people that attack people that say something against Obi, for somebody like me, it's not strange. I remember then in Abuja, I wasn't supporting Jonathan and I wasn't supporting Buhari. But anytime you say something against Buhari, the way people will launch on you, and then because at least online now it's easy to say it, people will only insult you. But in Abuja, then some people will always they turn being aggressive. But at the end of the day, we see where we are now. What I would just plead is that it's democracy. It's good when people actually say your candidate is not good. Let them give the reason. It also gives you opportunities to actually look at that your candidate again and again. Whether you'll be able to actually increase your love for that candidate or you change your opinion. That's the reason why it is democracy. Democracy. So I wish us best of luck.
Thank
Doctor,
you. Yeah.
reserve your energy for tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you so much. Unfortunately, we have to take a break now, and we'll continue. Just give me 2 minutes, and we'll be back.
Ovia, where have you been? I'm going away from you. Where have you been? Kwankwa show.
Gentlemen will
we are
be making his
where the president just set
network
up
television debut. This is his most.
So we are working with them.
Yeah, okay.
Recent album right here. It's called Spirit of Love. We're very pleased to welcome Majek Feshek.
Arise from your sleep, Africa. Rise from your sleep, America. There's work to be done, Africa. There's work to be done, America. But if we unite, we will be free. So long, too long, so long, too long. We've been sitting down for so long. We've been fooling around for too long. We've been sitting down for so long. I have not been fooling around for too long. So long, so long, too long, too long, so long, for too long, too long. Hey. Remember, long time ago, when we used to live like prince and princess. Remember, the pyramid of Egypt, when we used to live like prince and princess. Remember, Marcus Garvey, who are the dream for New America. Oh, remember, Martin Luther King, the dream for New America. They say you are black, they say you are brown, they say you are black, they say you are brown. Only the angel.
All right.
Thank you for playing my uncle.
Welcome back, everybody. Tomorrow we won't be able to do some of the things we are doing today, which is like, if we say something is 10 minutes, it has to be 10 minutes because TV stations and radio stations are going to carry it live, and we can't go beyond the time that we promised them that we are signed for everything. Anyway, where am I? Show, I think you're next.
Yes, I am. Okay. So I sleep well. Thank God. Because I work hard during the day. This show has kept me up tonight. It's 9 minutes before midnight in England. But, I have no regrets. I've enjoyed every minute of it. I'm quickly going to answer someone in the comment section. Country first. I think the person asked me like 3 or 4 times and I've replied. Maybe they missed it. They said, what would I say if Tinubu wins? I don't know if I have that much influence that that I have to give a speech. All I'm going to say is whoever wins, I'll wish them a successful leadership. That's all I can wish for. I want a Nigeria that works for everybody. That's all I'm going to say. So that's to answer country first. And also, if I'm going to spend this time of what keeps you up at night, just to remind my Southwestern APC people, or the ACN wing of APC, because the battle line has been drawn between the CPC and the ACN. If you don't know, go and find out. there's a battle line that's been drawn, between the two parties that formed APC. Buhari instructed Aregbe-Shola, who is the minister for NIS, NIS comes under him, to say there must be no foreigners voting. Buhari wouldn't have said that in 2019. The fact that people keep denying that Buhari is not working for them is totally gone against them. It's only, about a week ago, it told Aregbe-Shola said it. Buhari's instructed us, we must secure our borders. I mean, that should be the norm. But the fact that they are emphasizing it tells you something. They know your tricks. You used it together. It worked for you. Now they know everything you're likely going to use, and they will try to handicap you. I mean, I agree that the banks, the governors, the influential guys have the money, but not as much as they would like to. You can't say they're not feeling the pinch. Yes, I agree they have money, but not as much. So Buhari knows cash will be... The bullion van that misroad to Bodilon, who did they use it for? Well, Tinubu didn't contest in 2019. They used it for somebody, but that certain somebody doesn't care anymore. He doesn't belong to anybody, belongs to everybody. So he said that they arrested some people a few days later in Kaduna, 500 and something people from different countries, Togo and all these places, with PVCs and all of that. So Buhari is doing everything possible to work against his party. Why? I have no answers, but I'm not complaining. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
God bless.
Thank you, Mr. Shaw.
Saluto.
Paul.
Well, I get the answer to your question. I get the answer. I'm very close to Buhari.
Dr. Nawa, it just look like say...
Yeah, you're late. Stop talking.
It just look like say Kwankwaso stepped down the contest for Senate now for Kanu. Because we need to hear anything that concerns Kwankwaso outside Kanu.
We are working with the transition committee. Don't worry.
Oh, you are still working as at this 11th hour.
We are working with the transition committee. We are transiting to Asu Rock.
That's good. That's good. And it's Shoniko part 2. So the way the election is going and everything, I just want to plead a little bit. Some of us, platforms like this, I think is exposing us more when it comes to politics. Some of us that are opportune, maybe learn through parents. Some of us are privy to read newspapers and everything. There may be a good percentage of us too that also don't have work, that is listening to all these things instead of us to enjoy some nice movie in Netflix. So let's just learn. But let us understand that one of the ways you win elections like this is about swing vote. And how do you get a swing vote? That's why they use the word swing. You have to convince these people. You don't bully them to vote for you. You don't threaten them to vote for you. You have to sell. It's just like the way some Yoruba people today will sell Tinubu to some other persons. It will make Tinubu look like he did excellent when he was governor 1999 to 2007. But some of us that know will say, okay, it's not like that. That is real politics. That is politics at its best. So let's take sentiment out of it. Let's play politics. Let some of us also sell Obi. Some of us that support Obi. It is easy if we switch now. We can find so many flaws from Obi. But when we want to sell Obi, we're making looks clean. That is politics. And I think it's good. We don't need no violence. We don't need no nothing. Because the first thing about politics, Obi is saying it all the time, it goes with tribe. You understand? That ethnic politics will always be there. But how do you sell to win some of the votes? There are some states you don't go there to go win the state. You are just going there to go get your 25% and take a bath. That's how it is. Some of us in school those days that is not good in math or English or biology. We are just going for Moses. Sis, let my people go. You will not write that paper again. You understand? So that's how it is. So I just want to take it so soft and easy with myself. I beg everybody and the people that needs to come outside like the real marketers today should be the people that are clamoring for this thing. You understand? So I want to challenge my Igbo brothers more. Cool down your temper, like Lagbaja will say. You understand? Sell them like saying a spare parts they sell. Sell Obi like spare parts. Sell Obi like material. Sell them like shoe sandals. You go sell them well, but don't use it to bully anybody. It's so sad. Nigeria, we from the south. Nigeria is a country where they've been telling us for a very long time. It's a 3 major ethnic group, and 2 major ethnic groups come from the south. and now 2 strong candidates is contesting from the south. You understand? That will not work well for you. So that is the more reason why you want to sell. I'm still looking for the day where somebody will walk towards the Hausa over the Fulani, then we can play real politics in Nigeria. But if the Hausas and the Fulani will still work together, even when Hausa dominate Fulani so much in terms of numbers, in terms of everything, but Fulani just hold the aim of affair like they do in military. The emir, emir, emir. Then we'll play good politics. That's all I can say for now. And then
All
let
right.
you guys.
Imagine Paul, they teach marketers marketing. Maybe people sell up you well. Isn't that?
Make them sell her like spare part. Yeah.
All right. Kita, you're next.
Before I say my thing, Mr. Scriber, what happened? Did you visit Okidemili? You know, you changed, you know, so yeah.
I dip myself in one novi.
He's in Concoquia Spirit. You can see he's wearing red shirt and he has got his hair. That's Concoquia.
I visited the gods.
That's true. Mr. Scribe, now minus where they Canada make we not see you. They minus inside your room.
Them swallowed you well and you know pumped you out.
Okija and Scribe are in Concoquia Spirit. They are all wearing red.
I don't know. I mean, like, to be honest, you know, since this election, what was, you know, been on my mind, you know, the violence that we erupt. But for the past couple of days now, I've been thinking, I don't know why is it that some people hate Nigeria so much? You know, Nigerians hate Nigerians so much that they want to vote for Tinubu. I mean, like, could you imagine Tinubu, you know, compared to 1999 election when the bullion van, you see, Tinubu, he was more eloquent. And look at Tinubu now. Look at the way Tinubu is now. Could you imagine what would be Tinubu in the next 2 years? And you want to vote for him to be our president? He's suffering from Parkinson. He's suffering from so many other things that, you know, we don't know. And he's, you know, degrading every day. 2 years from now, President Tinubu. I mean, are they going to be, carrying him, like, they used to carry in Indira Gandhi, whatever. I mean, that's what's his name, Mahatma Gandhi, or whatever. When he was fasting, do they have to be carrying him around? You know, like the Ark of the Tabernacle, Israel's the Hebrews Ark of Tabernacle, carry him around. You know, Oracle. Somebody wants to impose this man. I mean, like, do you hate Nigeria so much? You know, there's nothing else, you know, like, you know, okay, you don't see, you know, I think it's even okay. You don't see Showore, you don't see, I mean, just Tinubu, you want to impose Tinubu on Nigeria, a sick man. What will become of Nigeria, you know, if Tinubu becomes sick, you know, like, you know, he's sick already. What becomes like 2 years from now? He's not performing. Do you want to, who's going to take over? The Kanuri man? I mean, or is it another cabal? You know, people should have a rethink, you know, because, I mean, this has been, you know, like, Tinubu's presidency is going to be a catastrophe. You know, it's going to be like, you know, the worst thing that ever happened to Nigeria. It will be worse than Buhari. So anybody who's thinking about Tinubu, just think about this. What will be of Tinubu in the next 2 years? I don't know.
All right. On the politics. Ovie.
Okay. I guess Dr. Danlad is up for grab.
Make your pitch. Yeah.
I wanted to make my pitch. Oh, he's back. Dr. Danladi. I said you're up for grab. You're undecided.
I'm tired. So you guys are. I almost want to sleep now. Thank you.
Say you're undecided. Haba. Yeah, ne.
Lafiya lau, alhamdulillah.
Lafiya, ba lafiya ba. Aka ce ba ka sai wanda zaka dora ma vote ɗinka ba.
Nace ban abin nan muna duba. Ka gani nace maka da bana sa kuriya. So yanzu ne nake son sa kuriya. Ni ban yarda da kasan ba. Ban yarda da zaben ba.
Me yasa baka yarda da zaben ba?
Yanzu duk wannan abin da muke maganar nan a cikin nan ma dukan ku kuna magana, wani yana magana cewa bai yarda da hukumar zaɓe za ta iya ta zantar da zaɓe daidai ba. Mutane suna magana cewa ana iya yi abin nan a yi magudi. To in kana duba irin wannan magana cewa kuriyanka ce ba za ta iya ta aiki ba, to me za ka ce za ka damu kanka akan kuriya?
Ai ba in ka sa kuriyan ka ma kwankwaso ba, in ka sa kuriyan ka ma kwankwaso zaka san ci abun da ka sa ma kuriyan ka din. Ka san duk wanda suke cikin watan nan, ai inda ilimi ba wanda ya yi sa ma Dr. Rabi Musa Kwankwaso. Yana da PhD a engineering. In ya ɗauka experience, wallahi ba wanda ya kai shi a duk wanda suke contest ɗin shi. Daga governor sai ya yi minister, ya yi senator, duk abun da kana nema a shugaban kasa yana da shi. In baka taba jin matsalan maganan Dr. Rabi Musa Kwankwaso ba? Kedan ina ne?
Bai kamata in faɗa inda nake ba, kaga muna
kore.
Haka bai kamata in faɗa inda nake ba, amma ni ɗan arewa ce.
Amma baka taba jin sunan nan ba?
Dole a yi, na san Kwankwaso.
Kuma ya kana sai baka zaka sa kuriyanka ba. Ba mutum ya. Ba wai all of you. Shi ya dukkan su ba wai shi dan arewa ba ne. Amma ya
kai dan wanda gari ne? Kai dan wanda gari ne?
Ni dan Najeriya ne.
Da arewa ce ko ta kudu?
Ni dan Edo ne.
Okay.
Dan arewa ne, but ina Edo. Abi?
Ni dan Edo ne, ni ba dan arewa.
To ka gani, ka san ni na yi karatu. In kuma zan zaɓe shugaban kasa ba zan duba bangaren da mutum ya zo ba. Za mu duba ko kaga na ɗaya, za mu duba cewa ko wannan zai iya yi, in mutum zai iya nagari ne, shugaba nagari.
Ba wai saboda haka ba, amma kace ka yi karatu.
Za mu duba wanda ka gani wanda zai iya ka mana sauki.
Ka gane amfanin karatu.
Yadda za ka gane cewa.
Ka gane amfanin karatu kenan ko? Ka san nickname ni Kwankwaso? Mr. Education. Ko Awolowo ma bai kai shi abin da ya yi a karatu ba. Abin da ya yi magana ni education ne Kano. Ko Awolowo bai kai shi ba.
Okay.
Haba.
Thank you.
Anyway, Rudolph.
They weren't saying anything bad. They were just
no.
trying to convince him to vote for. No,
that's our Nigerian language.
As an educationist.
No, hold on. What just happened here? I know. It's very
no, it was a beautiful moment.
There are it was
nothing wrong in that.
No, Diego, hold on. I know.
He was trying to sell Kwankwaso to Dr. Danladi.
Exactly.
I understand.
As an educationist, the only point he made was that he's an educationist. He didn't say anything about economy or anything about that. That's all he said.
No, the point I'm trying to make is that this is something interesting because some of us, we've lived in different parts of the country. So I'm used to people speaking around me, even languages I don't understand everything they're saying. But there are a lot of people who have not had that experience and they feel...
It's actually, I understand. I agree with you, Dr. David.
So
it's actually not, but because it's actually the concluding part. And he's also trying to sell the candidate.
I know. That's what he's
just like what I told him is that I don't choose a candidate based because even if you are my brother, I definitely have my own choice. I can make a choice that is well informed. But it's also good. People definitely, everyone has an interest. And what actually he wants me to do is he's selling the candidate. And so that's the discussion. And he's telling me how good Konkoso is. in terms of advancing education and other things. So that's the whole discussion all about.
Yeah, I understand. All right. So,
So,
okay. What's the
Dr. Damage now, so what keeps me awake?
Hmm.
I'm sorry that I take that privilege, at least. I don't ask me, they pay me 2K every month so that I know go they go work again. I go they come here from beginning to the end. You refuse. So, let me take this. What keep me awake? These days I they sleep. Dr. Damage, even on my show self, I they sleep, leave them go. So that's a tell you.
I came the other day and I saw you playing a video and you were not there for a long time. I said, "What's going on here?"
I don't sleep.
Yeah. All
so,
right.
So that's because just like Mr. Ike was asking me where have I been, and I jokingly say we are working with the transition committee, and that's to tell you that we have done our work. We are rounding up the crusade. So I don't actually have a sleepless night these days. But what baffles me is the F13. This Kulata, make a call out because now my guy. Kulata and the Bat family. You know, the calm mind where they get, where they believe say Nigeria could just actually wake up next week Saturday, go vote for APC. I don't get it. I don't understand. How? How? Even the man himself, he no like himself. Deep down, his own Southwest have no like him. So what they gonna give them that belief in Nigerians with everything that we are going through, Nigeria will actually line up and vote for APC. That now one side. Another side is the fight within the APC. That is classic. As it comes Saturday, story, definitely history will be made. And that Jagagman become one of the greatest politicians of this era. If he
21st
wins,
century.
right? But if he lose, he will go down in history as a man who claimed to be making president but failed to make himself a president, right? But the issue of Naira and how Buhari, people are asking that they don't know why Buhari they act the way he's acting. And that is because we don't pay attention to this man. Maybe because we know like or we know the understanding grammar. When Buhari presents Oshibanjo to us as his running mate, that announcement was made with BBC Hausa. If you pay attention to that space well, I think 2 years ago, he also promised that he will not hand over to any corrupt politician or any thief. This is like 2 years back. So if you think that, if you see what is happening now, that some people say the branch of the CPC are doing everything to make sure Tinubu does not become president. Yes, it's the arrowhead. Now the arrowhead be that. So I will be surprised if actually Tinubu end up becoming the president. I will be surprised because I don't see it happening. So the man is actually doing everything he can. Yes, Nigerians are complaining about the hardship and all that. But isn't this what real change actually entails? There's no change that will actually benefit us, generally in the long run, that we are not going to feel the impact negatively in the beginning. And that's exactly what we are seeing. This man is trying to keep money at least away from politics. No, he can't eradicate it totally. But what he's trying to do, if he succeed, we will not go understand. Somebody was making case for him that, yes, you know how this money to move around during his own election. Yes, and that's the question people are not asking. How much does it really cost to actually make Buhari president in 2015? Taking out the incumbent president in Nigeria, where billions they fly anyhow. Nobody's asking how much it costs the APC to actually make that my president. He knows, he understands. We all know he's a poor man, or at least he live like a poor man to every one of us. But the man, they were flying up and down with private jets, everything just a flow, and he was sure, it was kind of what is going on here. So you understand that if this is continuing, Nigeria is not going anywhere. So what he's trying to do, we don't like her now. But if he succeed, keep Buhari and Atiku out of the presidency in 2023, I swear it's a big jump for all of us. Because anything will make any of these men occupy that seat within the next 8 years, nothing is going to change. Nothing is going to change. we are bound to see the same people running the same show. So I go appeal to any Nigerians right there right now that say, okay, yes, it is difficult. But at this point, if there's one thing we need to support, is what this man is trying to do. Make sure our vote, to some extent, it counts. Because if you look what money do during primaries, just flash your mind back, what did they use dollar do during primaries? And that's my child's play.
All right.
My child's play.
Thank you.
So, where we will celebrate Kongozo victory is going to be the president-elect come next week.
We will be here. We will be here at this time next week. We'll get an idea of what's going on. Victory, you're next.
Yeah, Doctor, thank you. I hope I will have time to make my final submission.
1 minute.
Doctor, you've started again. I've always wondered that, when I watch the show on YouTube, I see people giving donations. So I was like thinking, where is this? Where are they giving this money from? So, but looking on the right-hand side now, I can see that at the top there that's where they're actually doing it from. So, but anyway, I sent something to your paper anyway for a nice show. Really, really appreciated what you're doing for us. Coming to speak up.
Thank you.
Sorry, Victory. So thank you very much. PayPal is better because the super chat they take like 30%.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, 30%. But PayPal they give everything if send it from your account.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I tell people use PayPal if you want to support Dr. Damages. Use PayPal. US. Yeah, use PayPal. PayPal is good, better. Yeah.
Okay. And I was going to say, Doctor, I don't know what you do to actually. What you're doing to actually promote your YouTube channel, but I think you should be getting more views than what you're getting now anyway. That's a story for another day. I'm just going to make a final submission. Show said it all. Buhari has used Tinubu and dumped him like a hot potato. Like literally, Tinubu is going to be crying. Buhari is telling us is the real guy, is the master player in this game. That you might have more money than me, but when it comes to playing this game of politics, I'm better at this game. And it's literally dumped him. People don't understand certain things. When the Afenifere leader, the power Adebayo, is telling people to vote for Obi, there's something that old man is saying that none of us is saying. It told Tinubu that the people in the north will not support you. There's something that man says that none of us is saying. This man has been in the trenches. He knows the history of Nigeria. For him to come out and say that for equity and fairness, vote Obi. Obi will be a better president of Nigeria because Obi will do some kind of restructuring. And he will be a person that will listen to the people. At the moment, who can go and speak to Atiku? Atiku will not listen to you. He will do anything that he likes. As for Tinubu, Tinubu is already sleeping. Tinubu doesn't even know what's happening. He's a sleeping man. So, anybody that is telling me that is going to vote for Tinubu, either you're a tribal bigot or you're benefiting from the APC government and you have something to benefit from it. Otherwise, how would you tell me that you're buying a bag of rice for 10,000 naira as at 2015? It's now almost close to 50,000 naira. You're telling me that you go and vote for that kind of a party. Look at the cost of petrol. Look at the insecurity. Buhari has brought destruction to Nigeria. There's killings, there's fighting, there's no money. It's hell on earth. APC is not on this ballot. Take it to the bank. Unless they're going to ring this election, there's no way Tinubu will win this election. Unless they've perfected the way to rig this election, Tinubu is not on this ballot. And for Atiku, the people will always vote based on tribal and religion line. But like I said, they've not seen anything. This week that we're entering, they will see the final hit from the obedient, right? We will descend on them heavily. Right? That country has to be taken back from looters to a certain extent. So that's my final submission, Dr. Damish.
Thank you, Victory. Thank you. I appreciate your time and everything. Mr. Scribe, you are the final person. Give us your final say and we close.
I have nothing else but to say than keeping Nnamdi Kanu in detention is just terrible. Please release him. The courts have said that you should release him. Why are you wasting time? There's nothing else to say. Other, can we start singing our closing hymn?
What's the hymn? Why am
It
I?
was me and Dominic last week. There was no way we could stop the show, so we started singing and closing.
Oh, because you don't have the music. Is that what happened?
Exactly. It was just a joke.
Okay.
From
All right.
last week.
No, wait. I have it. Okay, so I want to thank everybody that joined us. People at home who are watching, I appreciate all your time, and all the people that came in here. We don't know who will come in every day, and we are always surprised by people that come and some of the things they say, and we appreciate everybody. Mr. Scribe, thank you so much for joining us. Dr. Danladi, thank you so much for joining us. Ike, thank you so much for joining us. Niger Gobeta, thank you so much for joining us. Paul, thank you so much for joining us. Okija, thank you so much for joining us. On a politics of here, thank you so much for joining us.
Amana.
Victory, thank you so
You're
much.
more than welcome.
And Dovisi, thank you so much for joining us. And all the other people that I couldn't mention their names. I appreciate everybody, and I'll see you guys tomorrow at noon. Thank you.